So in this video, and for the first time in full, you'll hear in Lucy Letby's own words her explanation for the events which transpired at the Countess of Chester Hospital and for which she was later convicted on 7 counts of murder and 7 counts of attempted murder. The following is a verbatim account of Lucy Letby's 10 days on the witness stand, where she was cross-examined at length by the prosecuting barrister, Nicholas Johnson, KC. The following video has been made possible by the purchasing of court-approved transcripts, further details of which can be found in the video description box below. Now, before we start this video, it's important for me to mention that this was an event in which I attended personally, having spent many days at Manchester Crown Court witnessing Lucy Letby give evidence firsthand. So in this video, I'll be narrating verbatim both the part of Lucy Letby and also that of Nicholas Johnson, KC. Just before the break, we'd been dealing with what I suggested to you was your invention of a medical examination at 1500 hours, okay? Yes. If we can start just by looking at the paper chart, please, behind divider 12. It's the observation chart and it's J14715. Is there any reason why the chart goes 10, 11, 12, 13, 15? First of all, we don't always do temperatures every hour. You had started to do the temperatures every hour at 10 o'clock. Yes, and it was on the way up. Yes, but actually it was on the way down from 10 o'clock, but there we are. Is there any reason why you stopped doing them at 1300? No. No reason? That's just your decision? Well, I don't recall why I didn't do it. You've been given a direction to monitor closely by Dr. Beebe at 11:40, hadn't you? Yes. So why didn't you do it? I can't explain that. You say there was a medical examination of 1500 hours. That's tile 65. We can just look at your note, please. Reviewed by doctors, plural. Which doctors, please? I think it was Dr. A. Dr. A? Possibly, from memory. When you say doctor, what about the other doctor or doctors? I think that's just... doctors are referred to as doctors. I don't think you can read much into whether it's one person or two. It's just how I'd write doctors. Sometimes you write SHO. Yes. Sometimes you write reg or registrar. Yes, as does anybody on the unit. I'm not interested in anybody else. I'm interested in why at this time you didn't attribute this examination to a specific doctor. I can't explain that. Well, I'm going to suggest an explanation, because you didn't want it to be attributed in case anybody asked a question of the doctor. No, I disagree. Because there is no medical note relating to this, is there? No, there isn't. No. No. And the reason there is no medical note is because you have made it up. No, that's not right. Well, let's run with Dr. A, your friend, for a second. We'll just hold him in abeyance for a second. You told us that the regime for child eye was bottle, bottle, NGT, bottle, bottle, NGT. That's what I've written there. Yes, somewhere. Let's look at the feeding charts, please. They're in the same part of this paper bundle. They're a few pages later. Let's start with page 14779, which is the day before. Yes. What we see there, starting at 0300, is bottle, bottle, NGT, bottle, bottle, NGT, bottle. Then over to the 30th, which is the day we are concerned with, the second bottle, followed by the NGT. Followed by bottle, bottle, the first of which was given by Jennifer Jones Key, the second of which was given by the mother of child I. Then 2 NGTs. Yes, and I've explained why. You've explained the first one. At 1600, we start all sets of cares by doing the baby's nappy. Child I was not awake whilst I was doing her nappy, therefore I've written she's asleep and she's given an NGT tube feed. You didn't do the nappy, did you? I don't know who... Somebody's done the nappy. I can't say if it was me or mum or whoever. How can you tell whether anyone did the nappy at 1300? There's a line for it, so I don't assume that anybody did do the nappy then, and that would be the point of leaving her to rest for that selective NG feed. So what does it say at 1600 in that column? Asleep. Yes, but to the left of that. Past urine and bowels open. Yes. So let's get this right. Child I, according to Jennifer Jones-Key, opened her bowels at 7. Yes. According to you, opened her bowels at 10. Yes. According to Dr. Lucy Beebe, opened her bowels with a yellow seedy stool at 11:40. Yes. According to your note for Dr. A, did another yellow seedy stool at 1500. Can you show me that, please? Yes, your nursing note. We were looking at it. This is the one where I'm suggesting you have transposed the information from Dr. Beebe's examination at 11:40 into your invented nursing note for a fictional medical examination at 1500. Okay? It's tile 65. It's 4 lines down. Bowels opened, yellow seedy stool. Yes. It says, full monitoring recommenced. Do you remember I suggested that's what Dr. Beebe told you to do at 11:40? Yes. So that's what you are. We suggest lyingly recording at 1500. I don't agree. Then at 1600, child I opened her bowels again, according to you. Yes. Yes. Can we go to tile 73, please? This is the first medical note after Dr. Beebe's medical note at 11:40, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes. And this is your friend, Dr. A, coming to see child I. Yes. No mention by Dr. A of any previous examination that he had undertaken an hour and a half earlier, is there? No, there isn't. No. Is Dr. A meticulous keeper of records? I don't think I can comment on what Dr. A's practice is. Well, when he examined patients of yours, did he tend to keep a medical note if there was a concern? Doctors usually do, yes, but not all the time, no. If he'd told you to put a baby on full monitoring, would you expect him to keep a note from what you knew of him? If he'd instructed me to do something, yes. If he'd specifically said start to monitor, yes. That's what you have recorded. You've just looked at it in your nursing note of 1500. Yes. And that's why we suggest you are lying about the fictional examination at 1500. No, I don't agree. Just because it's not written there, that's not necessarily my error. Oh no, it's Dr. A's error, if you're telling the truth, isn't it? Yes. He has failed to mention or failed to record an examination of a child who was about to crash. Yes. He was crash called at 16:30. Yes. Nothing in the history there of having previously given instructions to put this child on full monitoring, is there? No. No. Did you put in a Datix about his failure to record that? No. Why not? I wasn't looking at the medical notes at that time. That was not my concern. But you're very keen to keep the doctors up to the mark, aren't you? Yes. Very keen to complain about Dr. Harkness and Dr. Gibbs when they'd left child G on that trolley. Yes. Why didn't you complain or escalate Dr. A's failure? I don't believe this was noted at the time. My priority was with child I, not reading medical notes. That nursing note you made was much later in the day. Yes. 1931, at the end of your shift. Yes. You'd have had plenty of time to review what people had noted by that stage, wouldn't you? Yes. Just going back to the feeding chart then, please, at 14780, which is tile 68. You force-fed child I, didn't you? No, I did not. And that is why you gave her an NGT feed, which was out of sync with the pattern that had been previously established over 2 days. No, child I did not wait for that feed, therefore she was tube-fed, which is standard practice. She vomited 30 minutes after you had recorded giving her that feed, yes. And up to that point she had shown no signs of there being anything significantly wrong with her, had she? No, other than the low temperature, no. You say the low temperature, but as a matter of fact, just before the vomit, if we go back to 14715, yes, it had normalised. Her temperature had normalised, hadn't it? Yes. So all the signs had been positive, and despite that fact, she vomited. Yes. Just like child G. Yes. When you were there. I don't know if I was there when she vomited. Her diaphragm was splintered, wasn't it? I don't recall. Well, let's look at tile 78, the radiologist's report, and go to the text, please. We can see the sausages, as Professor Arthur's referred to them. There is splinting of the diaphragm due to bowel distension. Yes. And this was a child that had vomited as well, wasn't it? Yes. So she'd actually relieved a fair bit of the pressure on her. At 16:30, yes. Yes. You had pumped her with air or milk, hadn't you? No. Were you excited by what you did? No, I fed Child Eye a normal tube feed. Why didn't you note the blood gas that was taken at 17:15? It's not on the blood gas chart, is that what? Well, let's look at tile 75. You see the arrow. This is, yes, your friend. Friend. Yes, one of your fellow nurses has made this note. Do you see it? Okay, I won't class every nurse on the unit as my friend, but... Right, okay. This is Bernie Butterworth. Is she not a friend of yours? No, not outside of work, no. Nurse Butterworth noted up that 17:15 blood gas. She came on later, do you remember? Yes. And she found the printout from the blood gas machine on the workstation. Yes, on the clipboard. I believe it was on the end of the chart. Yes. And you hadn't noted it up, had you? No. That's why she's written on there PP. Yes, I agree. For LL. Yes. And it comes in after her later blood gas at 21:23. Yes. This wasn't a blood gas that found its way home with you, was it? No. No. Why didn't you note it? I can't say for definite. It's an error, but the gas was there on the baby's chart for anybody to see that needed to see it. It was not hidden. You aspirated a lot of air from Child Eye, didn't you, at this time? At the time of the gas? At the time her diaphragm was splintered? I don't know without looking. You don't know? No. So just to remind us all, Bernadette Butterworth came onto the night shift at 19:30. Is that right? Yes. You handed over to her, Nurse Butterworth? Yes. And at the point of handover, Child Eye desaturated again? Yes. You aspirated a lot of air from Child Eye? Okay, I can't see the chart, but I agree if that's what you're saying. I can't. Well, let's deal with it. She did have air, yes. Let's deal with it in your nursing note. It's tile 91, please. At 19:30, Child Eye became apneic, abdomen distended ++. Do you see that? Yes. Then a couple of lines below that, air ++ aspirated from NG tube and chest movement and observations improved. Yes. You forced air into the NG tube of Child Eye, didn't you? No, I did not. And that is the reason why a lot of air came out after she collapsed for the second time on this shift. No, I do not agree. After you left for the night, Child Eye improved, didn't she? I can't say without looking now. Well, let's look at the observation chart then. It's the one we had open before, 14715. Heart rate comes down. Have you got it? Yes, thank you. So heart rate comes down? Yes. The temperature of the incubator comes down as well, doesn't it? No, the temperature increases overnight. Oh, you mean the incubator temperature comes down? Yes, but Child Eye has a high temperature. Yes. That's because the incubator is so high when you've been looking after her. She also had a low temperature at 2000 hours. Yes, but you'd only just released her from your care at 2000, hadn't you? Yes. And the temperatures that we have recorded before then are all recorded by you, aren't they? Yes. As soon as Child Eye's care is handed over to somebody else, the incubator temperature comes down. No, I don't agree. At 2000, she still had a low temperature, and that is not my set of observations. Where were you at 2000 hours, Lucy Letby? I would have been on the unit. Yes, just having handed over care to Bernie Butterworth. Yes. And what time did Bernie Butterworth start? Well, Bernie Butterworth was present at 19:30 when she had the episode. She was. But when did responsibility pass to Bernie Butterworth? Well, from that time. Which time? Once we start handover. Let's look at what she writes at tile 94, please. This mirrors many of your nursing notes, doesn't it, in form? Yes. What does it say? Commenced at 2000. Yes. So you just literally handed over care of this child to somebody else. I don't agree. When we document things like that, we're not documenting the exact moment in time that we handed over, 8 o'clock is the end of the day shift and the start of the night shift, so usually that is when care would commence. Bernie was with me at 19:30 when I was doing handover. Well, let's move on to incident number 2 with child I. I just want to check that I understood what you said about this incident in answer to your counsel, okay? Did you tell the court that you went into Nursery 2 together with Ashley Hudson? Yes. And at some point, when you just arrived, you noticed that child I looked pale in the cot? Yes. Did you say that Ashley was doing something on the workbench? Yes. You couldn't recall whether the lights were on or off, but you knew that you could see clearly enough that child I was pale in the cot? Yes. You were standing in the doorway, you say, when you noted child I's colour? Yes. Her face and her hands? Yes. You said to Ashley that she looked pale? Yes. You both went over and definitely turned up the lights? Yes. And you also said to the jury that you would be able to tell if child I was pale without the lights on? Yes, however the lighting was in that nursery at that time. I could see her, yes. Did you also say that you couldn't remember much outside what the notes say? For that particular episode, that's right. But you do remember saying that child I looked pale when you were standing at the doorway? Yes. And you also said that Nurse Eagles came straight away to help? Yes, from my memory, Laura did attend, yes. I want to start with your defence statement, please, at paragraph 115. Do you start by saying, I do not recall Ashley Hudson asking me to look after child I when she went to assist with a cannula on October 13th? That's right. Child I was not due a feed at that time. She had been fed at 01:30. Yes. Ashley had been on the unit since February? Yes. She was quite inexperienced to be looking after child I? Yes. What was it about child I that posed a specific difficulty, as at the beginning of the night shift on October 12th? So a baby like child I needs very close monitoring and being able to look for any changes that happen quite quickly. I also think, looking back, Ashley had stopped her monitoring when she should have been on a monitor still. All right. Unlike you, who hadn't had her on a monitor, even though Dr. Beebe had told you to have her on a monitor. I disagree that Dr. Beebe told me to do that. Who had told Ashley to be doing monitoring when she wasn't? No, it's the opposite. She wasn't doing monitoring when she should have been. Yes, I think that's what I just said, but I'll try again, see if I can improve. Who had instructed Ashley to do monitoring? I don't understand. She wasn't monitoring child I. Yes, but I thought you said that she should have been monitoring. Yes, she was still on antibiotics. Well, she had been on antibiotics, so yes. Okay, where does the instruction come from that child I should have been monitored? I can't see that anywhere. Well, it's probably just me being thick. What makes you say that there is something that means that she should have been monitored? The policy is that babies remain on full monitoring for 48 hours after they've stopped antibiotics, and I think that was the case for child I. Right. You seem to have a good recall of this. When had child I last been given antibiotics? I'm not sure from my memory now. Right. Does it come to this then? Because you think that possibly child I had been given antibiotics sometime in the previous 48 hours, she should still have been on monitoring? That's the protocol, yes. Yes. Let's not worry about the protocol for a moment. Let's worry about what the evidence actually is. Are you saying that, according to you, I'm not disputing this with you at the moment, but are you saying that she had been on antibiotics, yes, sometime in the previous 48 hours? I think so. That's from my memory now. I would be welcome to check the charts, but... Well, we've got plenty of time to check them. Don't worry. Is that your memory from the time, or is it a more recently acquired memory from reading the papers? No, it's from being able to look back retrospectively at child I's position at that time. So are you saying that Ashley was too inexperienced, or quite inexperienced, to be looking after a child who had been on antibiotics? No, I'm not referring to her being on antibiotics. Child I herself was a baby that needed very close monitoring. When had she started needing this very close monitoring? All babies need close monitoring, and child I was in Nursery 2, the high dependency room. Yes, but as we've heard many times, and you have reminded me this morning, The precise location of a baby isn't necessarily determinative of the level of care required. No, I agree, but child eye is still a baby that required close monitoring. And what does that monitoring include? Visually looking at child eye and assessing her for any changes or any change in her behaviour. Anything else? No. So looking at the baby, that's what's required. In part, yes, and seeing how the baby behaves, how the baby's tolerating feeds, if they're waking appropriately. Yes. Well, what default, what mistake are you identifying that Ashley made here? I'm not saying Ashley made a mistake. I'm saying retrospectively, when I looked at the notes, she should have been on a monitor, and maybe that would have alerted us to her change sooner. The easiest way to cut to the quick on this may be to look at the charts in Divider 12, please. If you go to the second section behind Divider 12, and it should begin with page J14719. Here we see the observation chart, don't we? For October 9th, mine is. It begins on the 9th, but it then runs to the 10th, yes. Then to the 11th, then to the 12th, and then to the 13th, actually, at 0130, in that far right-hand column, yes. We see that monitoring for child eye terminated, or the last time before this incident there had been any monitoring, was at 21:25 on October 10th, yes. Therefore, there had been a very clear 48 hours between the end of the monitoring of child eye and this incident. So even if monitoring was ended at the point that antibiotics were ended, there had been a good 48 hours between that and this event. If this is correct, then yes. Yes, well, have you got any reason to doubt the information in this document? No. No. If you turn over, the next few entries have been completed by you, haven't they? Yes. Well, you mentioned feeding. So child eye had been receiving bottles. The next due feed is just over the page at 14790. Yes. And that was given via bottle, wasn't it? Yes. By Ashley Hudson? It's not signed, but I'm assuming Ashley, yes. She was certainly the designated nurse. Yes. So now we've established what the position actually was with feeds and with monitoring. Why was Ashley too inexperienced to be looking after child eye? I don't think Ashley had a lot of experience in recognising changes in babies, potentially. You don't think she had experience in recognising changes in babies, potentially? Yes. What does... It may be me again, but what does that mean? I think the more experience you have, the more attuned you are to noticing any behaviour changes, colour changes, anything with the baby. All right. Well, let's just go back to your defence statement, please, to paragraph 117. There you say, I think that Ashley and I both went into Nursery 2 at the same time, although I cannot remember why. Yes. Having reviewed all the documents in the case, have you found a reason why you would have needed to have been in Nursery 2? No. I will come back to this. The room was not in complete darkness, no nursery would be. The lights would have been dim, and we turned the lights up. I think we both walked into the nursery together. So were you saying there that you put the lights on before you went into the nursery? Yes, my memory is that the lights were on a dimmer switch, and we turned those lights up when we entered. So before you saw child eye? That was... Yes, at the time, yes. That's what you're saying in the defence statement, isn't it? Yes. We'll come to the differences and how they can be explained in due course. I don't think I was at the door talking with Ashley. No, that's right. Well, is that your case now? Or was it then? Or have you changed your mind? No, I believe Ashley's evidence was I was stood in the doorway when she arrived, and I don't think that's the case. I think we both went in together. I thought child eye looked pale. When I went over to the cot, I could see that she was white and gasping for air. Is that accurate? Yes. We pulled everything off her, took the Neopuff and called for the doctor to come to Nursery 1. Yes. I assisted with the resuscitation. Yes. Then finally, the apnea alarm hadn't gone off, but the alarm would only go off if there had been no movement for 20 seconds, and child eye was gasping and therefore moving. Yes. So that's a summary, first of your evidence, then of the defence statement. And I'll ask you the questions I always ask you now. Are you saying that staffing levels caused or contributed to the life-threatening desaturation suffered by child eye on the 13th of October? No, I'm not, no. Are you saying that medical doctors' incompetence contributed to her desaturation? No. Are you saying nursing incompetence contributed? No. Are you saying anybody made a mistake in the lead up to Child I's desaturation on the 13th of October? No. Can we go to the population distribution, please, at tile 31 of Child I 2? We can see, can't we, that you had a child AM in Nursery 1? Yes. Laura Eagles had the other 2 children? Yes. Ashley Hudson had all 3 in Nursery 2, who included Child I and Child G. That's right. Your friend Janet Cox had 2 in Nursery 3? Yes. And 1 in Nursery 4? Yes. Do you remember Ashley giving evidence on January 27th? Yes. Do you dispute what she said, that Child I was prospering? As in, she was doing well at that time? Yes, she was doing well. No, I agree with that. Yes. You've seen the chart now. Do you dispute that monitoring had been scaled right back for Child I? Yes, yes it had, yes. And as we have seen, the probe or the monitor, whether it's a Massimo or Phillips, had been removed from the beginning of the morning shift on October 11th. Yes. And that is a good sign, isn't it? Yes. The feeding chart that we just looked at in hard copy, which is page 14790, shows us at 0130 hours, in other words, a short time before she collapsed, an hour and 50 minutes before she collapsed, Child I had a full bottle. Yes. She was breathing for herself in air. Yes. And we know from other evidence was demanding feeds. Yes. And that is all a good sign as well, isn't it? It is, yes. Do you accept what Ashley Hudson said about having left Nursery 2 to help Laura Eagles in Nursery 1? Well, I have no memory of that, so I can't comment on whether Ashley did or didn't do that. Well, whether or not you want to comment on it, do you dispute it? I have no memory, so I can't say whether that happened or not. I was not part of that. All right, well, you see, she said that she asked somebody to look after or keep an eye out in Nursery 2. Yes. Presumably, you will say you just don't remember. That she asked me to look after Child I. Well, asked anybody to start with. I can't recall specifically. No. It would be extraordinary, wouldn't it, if given that she had all three children in Nursery 2, if she didn't ask somebody to keep an eye out? Yes. She was coming into Nursery 1, wasn't she, to help Laura Eagles? That's her evidence, yes. Yes, Laura Eagles was also helping with the other job that needed to be done. Yes, from Ashley's statement, yes. Well, from her evidence as well, yes. Did you swap with Ashley as she came in and you went out? I don't recall assisting with a cannulation process, no. Well, you wouldn't need 3 nurses to assist with a cannulation, would you? Depending, I can't say you definitely wouldn't, but 2 nurses should be enough, yes. So it would make sense for you to have been the nurse that left Nursery 1 to fill in for Ashley. I can't comment. I myself had a baby in Nursery 1. There was also Caroline Oakley available on the unit. I can't say which one of us was asked to look after Nursery 2. It's just that when you're being asked, you say you can't remember now. But when you're being asked by your counsel about this, you said you were not the person who was asked to fill in for Ashley in Nursery 2. No, I don't believe I was. How can you say that if you can't remember? Because I think I would know if somebody had directly handed over care to me of 3 other babies in a different nursery. And how would you know? I would remember that. I would have done more work with the babies and I would have had to have handed over my baby in Nursery 1. All right. Each time you cover for each other, you have a formal handover, do you? No. Well, what would we expect to see in the records of 3 children in Nursery 2 that we failed to see? What would we expect to see if their care had been handed over to you? Only if anything was done at that point of needing to be handed over. We can see what you are doing, though, can't we, from the neonatal review? If we go to Child I 2, page 3 of 7, please. Just go from line 44 down, please, Mr. Murphy. There we see at 46 and 47, the observations and feed that were carried out with Child I by Ashley Hudson at 0130, don't we? Yes. You can confirm from the paper in front of you that the last thing that you're recorded as doing before that is at line 36 at 0105. Yes. And the next thing after child I was fed is at 0200 for AM when you took AM's observations. Yes. Those of us that have the paper can confirm that AM was your child in Nursery 1. Yes. Who we infer was on hourly observations from what we see in lines 65 and 66. Is that right? Yes. If we turn over to 67 and 68, we see that as well as the observations at 0300 hours, there you are with Laura Eagles administering some medication to AM. Yes. So it follows, doesn't it, that so far as the children, the other children in Nursery 2 were concerned, there's no record of you doing anything in that time. No. And so far as other people are concerned, we've got JF and Child G. We see that JF was being given medication by Dr. Clegg at lines 48 and 49, and by Ashley Hudson and Caroline Oakley at 59 and 60. Yes. Together with Dr. Neam's notes at 3 a.m. and some observations taken by Ashley Hudson also at 3 a.m. Is that right? Yes. It looks from all that information, doesn't it? Having sorted out the child JF or sorted out the observations at line 62 at 0300 hours, Ashley Hudson then went to Nursery 1. Yes. And you were doing nothing else at this time, were you? Other than, at the same time, the medication with Laura Eagles for your child AM. Yes. And that's why I'm suggesting it makes perfect sense for you to have swapped with Ashley. Well, I don't recall that happening. She said, Ashley Hudson, that when she returned with milk for one of her children, she was preparing it and you were standing in the doorway. Do you remember that? Yes. And it was at that point that you said, don't you think Child I looks pale? Yes. How long after arriving did you notice that Child I was pale? I can't put a definitive time, but it was very quickly. No one's going to hold you to the second, but give us an estimate, please. From my memory, we had just arrived at the nursery when I looked across and noticed. Were you helping her with the milk? Not from my memory, no. You wouldn't need to. She wasn't that inexperienced, was she? No. If you weren't the person that had swapped with Ashley into Nursery 2, what on earth were you doing going into Nursery 2 with Ashley? I don't think there's anything sinister in that. At night, we talk to each other. We go round the unit to different nurseries. That's not an unusual thing to happen. No, but the unusual thing is that, yet again, when a child collapses, you are the person that is there. I don't agree that I was looking after Child I at that point. The lights were off, weren't they? I can't say. Has your memory improved since you were interviewed? No. Can we go to Child I's police interviews, please? I want to start with the very first interview, which was the 4th of July 2018. Towards the bottom of the page, you had told the police that following Child I's collapse, you had taken over her care. Yes. The police asked you why that was, and you said, because Staff Nurse Hudson was a junior Band 5 that couldn't care for intensive care patients, which Child I had then become. All right? Yes. Then they're referring, the police, to notes, which we'll come to, but they say this. In your notes, you've put noted to be pale. Can you elaborate at all on that? Can you expand any observations at all? And what is your response, please? I said, some of it, when we went into the nursery, put the light on. The lights aren't on in the nursery at night, and we put the lights on for something, and I noticed. I looked over at Child I, and I noticed that she was pale in colour in the cot. Right. This is not what you said to the jury, is it? I cannot definitively say what was happening with the lights, no. This is my memory at that time. No, but there's a fundamental point here, isn't there? Time and time again, witnesses have been asked about whether lights are on or off, and what you are saying to the police here, not because they are leading you into it, when they asked you about the lighting in Nursery 2, you are telling them that the lights are off, aren't you? Yes, and that's how I believed it to be, that we went to the nursery and put the lights on. But why have you repeatedly told the jury that the lights are never off? So the lights are never off completely. The lights are on a dimmer switch, and there's still enough light from the unit to illuminate the nursery. Why don't you say turn up the dimmer switch then, instead of put the light on? I don't know. There is no switch to flick the light on. It's on a dimmer, so that's the only way you can put the light on. Page 29, please, which is the third interview on the 11th of June 2019. At the bottom there's a 6-line statement by one of the police officers that you agree with. Yes. They repeat to you what you had said in your previous interview and say, with reference to you commenting that Child I was pale, you said, when we went into the nursery, put the light on, the lights aren't on in the nursery at night, and we put the lights on for something and I noticed. And you say, yes. Why don't you tell them about the dimmer switch and the lights being down low there? I don't know. They repeat that over the page on page 30, and yet again you confirm? Yes. Are you trying to massage the evidence to make it a bit better for yourself by saying the lights were on low? No. So if the lights were off, where had you just come from into that nursery, into the doorway of that nursery? I don't know. Well, from the corridor perhaps? I can't say. Well, I'm sorry, but how do you get physically to the doorway of nursery 2? I could have come from the corridor straight ahead from nursery 1, or I could have come from the lower half of the nursery by 3 and 4, or from the nurse's station. Whether you come from the nursing station, from a different nursery, or you're just in the corridor, you've always got to go via the corridor, haven't you? Yes. Are the lights on in the corridor? Yes. If you go from a light corridor into a dark nursery, does that make your eyesight really good? I don't understand. Oh, I think you do. What effect does coming from a bright corridor into a very dim nursery have on your eyesight? I don't know. You really don't know? No. You are a nurse. Everybody knows, don't they? If you go from bright into dark, what effect does that have on your capacity to see in the dark? It would depend on the brightness of the light, but yes, you wouldn't be able to see as well. No, and yet you noticed it straight away. Yes. And the reason for that is because you had caused what it was you were purporting to notice, isn't it? No. I'm going to show you a picture that Ashley Hudson annotated. It's covered by Agreed Fact 51. The reference is J25368. Do you agree that that is an accurate representation of the view? No. No? In what respect is it inaccurate? There would be more light, the room would be lighter, and the cot would potentially be nearer to the workbench. Would potentially be nearer to the workbench? Well, all sorts of things are potential. The cot potentially could be upside down. Where are you saying it was? I think it was nearer to the workbench than that. What is the purpose of that tent-like structure over the cot? To minimise bright light to the baby. How big are the hands of a child of Child I's age? Small. Tiny, aren't they? Yes. Her head is small as well, isn't it? Yes. And she was covered with a baby grow? Yes. There was almost nothing to see, was there? No, just her hands and her face, which would have been covered by that tent-like structure. Not entirely, no. Ashley Hudson was right, wasn't she, when she said you can't see anything from that doorway? No. Do you remember what you said to the police when they asked you about this? No. Let's go to the third of your interviews. This is the interview on the 11th of June 2019. This is the officer speaking to you. How could you see from the doorway that Child I was pale without having the light on, Lucy? How did you know she was pale? And you said what? Maybe I spotted something that Ashley wasn't able to spot. The rooms are never that dark that you would not be able to see the baby at all. There's always a level of light for that reason. You don't have better eyesight than Ashley, do you? No. At page 35, over the page, you were putting all this down to your greater experience. Is that right? No. Well, the question is, how would you be able to spot the colouring then that Ashley couldn't, if you were both stood at the same place? And your answer? I had more experience, so I knew what I was looking for. Or looking at. Knew what you were looking for? What did you mean by that? Your answer? You explain it. Yeah, I don't mean it like that. I'm finding it quite hard to concentrate on all of the dates in a minute. Right, well, we would do about another half an hour this afternoon, but having observed a witness, and given that it's been a long day for her in the witness box, I'll stop the proceedings this afternoon, and we will resume on Tuesday morning at 10:30, please. It has been, I think, 8 days since you were last sitting there. In those days, have you thought of anything that you've said so far you would like to alter or review? No. I would like to move on, if we may, to the third incident involving child I. All right? Yes. This happened towards the end of the night shift on the 13th into 14th of October 2015. All right? Okay. Have you got your defence statement there? I think it's just there under the iPad. You deal with child I at page 14. You can see that at paragraph 113 you deal with September 30th. At paragraph 115 on page 15, you deal with the incident that we have just dealt with, which is what happened in Nursery 2 in the early hours of October 13th. With me so far? Yes. And you don't mention at all, before you get to at paragraph 119, which is child I's final collapse and death, you don't mention at all the incident on October 14th. No. When you asked questions by your counsel on May 15th, you said that you had no recollection of what happened on this shift or of child I's desaturation. Do you remember saying that? Yes. Was that the truth? Yes. Is it your case that the staffing levels on this shift caused or contributed to the life-threatening desaturation suffered by child I on October 14th? No. Is it your case that medical competence or incompetence contributed in any way? No. Is it your case that anybody's mistakes made a contribution to child I's desaturation? No. If we go to the child I sequence, please, Mr. Murphy, it's sequence number 3, and could we go to tile 7? Click on that, please. This gives us the layout, doesn't it? Can you see that? Yes. You see that you were 1-to-1 with child I. Yes. Joanne Williams with 2 other children that were also in Nursery 1. Yes. Nursery 2, Laura Eagles looking after 2 who included child G. Yes. Janet Cox in Nursery 4 with a single child. Yes. And then some other babies whose location cannot be confirmed. Yes. Should we take it, though, that given that Janet Cox was looking after 3 of those other babies, they are likely to have been either in Nursery 3 or Nursery 4? Yes. OK. If we go to tile 46, please. This concerns an examination by Dr. Neem very early in the shift at 22:05. Yes. It shows that child I was stable, pink, settled, and had good chest movement, albeit she was on a ventilator. Do you remember that? I don't remember the shift specifically, but yes, I agree that's written there. Yes. Yes, well, you've heard the evidence relating to all this, haven't you? Yes. Do you agree that by 1 o'clock the following morning, on October 14th, child I was improving? I'd have to review the notes again. I can't say from my memory. We'll look at your note then, at tile 60, please. We can see at the top, this is a note you made towards the beginning of the shift. Is that right? Yes. If we scroll down, please, do we see a note that you made at the end of the shift at 08:43? Yes. We can see that you have recorded the fact that the blood gas at 0100, which is why I've selected that time, was good? Yes. No changes had been made to the ventilator? No. Temperature elevated, incubator temperature reduced. Is that right? Yes. And other signs were good at that stage, would you agree? Yes. So, for example, child I tolerating handling better, tone appears improved, remains pale, abdomen distended but soft, nil obtained from the NG tube. Yes. And you have then made a note, haven't you, of events at 0500 hours? Yes. Just tell us what you have noted there. At 0500, abdomen noted to be more distended and firmer in appearance, with area of discoloration spreading on right-hand side. Veins more prominent. Oxygen requirement began to increase, colour became pale. Reviewed by Reg Neem. Ventilation increased to CMV, rate 70, 30/60, gradually requiring 100% oxygen. Blood gases poor as charted. Clear air entry, slightly reduced on left. Chest movement reduced. Nil obtained from NG tube throughout. Continued to decline. Reintubated at approximately 0700. Initially responded well. Consultant JREM aware and on way to unit. Abdomen firm and distended. Overall colour pale. X-rays carried out. Resuscitation commenced as documented in medical notes. Night and day staff members present. Drugs as documented given via peripheral line. Ciprofloxacin stopped to allow access, therefore only half dose completed. Morphine increased to 40 micrograms per kilogram per hour, and dobutamine increased to 20 micrograms per kilo per hour. Child eye placed back onto ventilator and care handed over to staff nurse Tomlins. Please describe for us the discoloration that you saw. I can't recall that from my memory now. But it was moving discoloration. No, I don't believe it was moving. Well, what does the word spreading mean? That the area was getting bigger, not that it was actively moving. The discoloration was becoming bigger. So, do you remember it? No, but that's how I read my own note to be. Where did you get the time of 5 o'clock from? I don't know. Had you ever seen this sort of spreading discoloration before? I can't comment because I don't remember it right now. Don't or won't? No, I don't remember it. Where did you get the time of 5 o'clock from? I don't know. I don't know if it's from the paper charts. I'm not sure from my memory. Well, I'm going to suggest to you that if you really had seen this at 0500 hours, as you have recorded, you'd have escalated it straight away. Do you agree with that, or not? I can't comment on what time the doctor did come. It does say I've asked for a review. I'm not sure without looking at the notes when that happened. What had happened about 24 hours earlier? I don't know what you mean. Sorry, with child eye. I think you know who I'm talking about, don't you? Well, I don't understand the question that you're asking me. What had happened to child eye about 24 hours earlier? She'd been found in the cot. In what state? Apneic. Oh, come on. She wasn't apneic. Gasping. Almost dead. Do you agree? Yes. Yes. So this child, who had been almost dead 24 hours earlier, according to your note, has now got a more distended and firm abdomen. Is that a positive or a negative sign? Negative. She has discoloration, which is spreading on her right-hand side. Is that a positive or negative sign? Negative. So what would you have done if what you wrote was true? I would have escalated it to somebody, either a senior nurse or a doctor. But we know what time Dr. Neem attended, don't we? No, I don't know from my memory now. Let's go to tile 79. Asked to see patient increased requirement for oxygen. Is that right? Yes. And decreased saturations. Yes. Where is there mention to the doctor of discoloration? I can't see that there until further down into the text. Well, where do you see it? Abdomen distended and mottled. Any evidence of moving discoloration? No. Whose responsibility was it to communicate to Dr. Neem the issue that you have recorded in your notes as having occurred at 5 o'clock? Mine. You didn't communicate it, did you? I can't say specifically what time I asked Dr. Neem to come. He obviously has come at 5:55, yes. Is what you have recorded in your nursing note a serious event? It's showing a decline, yes. Oh, but let's look at the context of this decline. A child that had almost died 24 hours earlier, correct? Yes. Abdomen distended and firmer. Area of discoloration spreading on right-hand side. Veins more prominent. Oxygen requirement beginning to increase. Colour became pale. All your note? Yes. This would have been an emergency, wouldn't it, if what you wrote was true? I don't believe it was an emergency. It was showing a decline, yes, and I'm not sure who I escalated it to and when. This is another example, isn't it, Lucy Letby, of you writing a nursing note that creates the impression of a more gradual decline than in fact really happened? No, I don't agree. You sabotaged child I at about 6 o'clock, didn't you? No. I'm going to suggest to you that Dr. Neem was called at about 5:50, okay? Okay. If we go to page 78, I'll show you the reason why, and you can comment. If we go back to tile 78, please. There we can see in the third column of infusions, an infusion of morphine sulfate being given to child I at about 5:50, prescribed by Dr. Neem. Yes, with your signature underneath. Yes. And this goes with his note, doesn't it, that I've just shown you? Yes. And this is the time he arrived, isn't it? From that, I can't say what time he prescribed it, but yes, the infusion was commenced at 5:50, so it would have been prescribed prior to that. Yes. Yes. Go back to tile 76. We see your initials, don't we, at 0100 hours down to 0700. Yes. We also see under the 5 o'clock column your handwriting, don't we? Yes, in that large left-hand column. Does it read metronidazole? Yes. Does it also read 0530 abdo-distended ++? Yes. Why is there such a difference between your nursing note and what you have written in handwriting there? The nursing note was reflecting a period from 5 o'clock when her observations started to change. What was it about her observations that started to change at 5 o'clock? She was needing an increase in oxygen, and her abdomen was obviously becoming distended at about 5:30. Where do we see the increase in oxygen on this document? On the chart there, she's gone from 60% to between 5 and 6, 100%. Where is that, sorry? It's on the left-hand column where the two ticks are. Where it goes to 100%? Yes. Which column is that in? 6 o'clock. Yes. Not the 5 o'clock column, is it? No, but by 6 o'clock, that was her oxygen requirement. Can you see just where the cursor is now? Do you see it, where it's pointing to a 60? Yes. Can you see that you have written in something above that? Squeaky, yes. Yes. What does squeaky mean? Air entry, so the ticks there are for left and right-sided chest movement and air entry, and I've said it's squeaky, and that's led me to then do a suction. What does squeaky mean? Squeaky means you haven't got... When doctors and nurses write clear entry, you don't hear anything, but to hear a squeak means you're not getting full lung expansion. Let's look at that then. At 5 o'clock, according to you, you've got a child who was almost dead 24 hours earlier, correct? Yes. A child whose abdomen has expanded and is becoming harder. Yes? Yes, at 5:30, yes. 5 o'clock, according to your nursing note, but okay, 5:30 here. A child with moving discoloration or spreading discoloration. Yes? Yes. Who's on a ventilator and has got squeaky air entry. Yes. And you didn't escalate it. Squeaky air entry is not an emergency. The next thing we were going to do is suction, which is what I've gone on to do. We wouldn't be putting out an emergency call for squeaky air entry. But we're not restricting ourselves to a squeaky air entry on what you have recorded, are we? No. We've got an expanding, hardening abdomen and expanding discoloration. Yes, I can't say now at what time I've bleeped the doctors, I don't know, or who I escalated it to. Asked to see patient isn't a very urgent request, is it? It's not crash called or bleeped. It's a bleep, yes, because there's no other way of asking a doctor to review them. I don't think that warranted a crash call, no. Just think about that. Are you seriously suggesting that other than a bleep, there is no way to ask a doctor a question or to review a patient? Unless they're on the unit. Well, let's think back to child E and your evidence about child E, the mucky aspirate. Yes. What did you tell the jury was the way of communicating with the doctor on that occasion? Telephone? Yes. But the telephone comes from a bleep. I can't. The only way nurses can speak to a doctor is by bleeping them first. There's no way I can just pick up the phone and say, "Can I speak to?" It has to go through the bleep system. Why don't you mention the discoloration on this manuscript note? I don't know. I can't answer that. You took the word squeaky from Dr. Neam's note at 5:55, didn't you? I don't agree. No. Let's look at his note. Go back to his note, please, Mr. Murphy. It's tile 79. On my arrival, neopuffing, some chest wall movement, positive capnograph change, equal air entry, some squeaky sounds. Yes. So like you copied Dr. Beeb's note in relation to the 30th of September from an examination at 11:40, here you have done the same, haven't you? No, I disagree. Do you remember Dr. Neem saying that the mottling he saw, that he has recorded there, abdomen distended and mottled, was unusual? Yes. Did you see anything unusual? I can't recall specifically. Go to tile 85 and go to the report of Dr. Wright, please. Do you see that there, Dr. Wright has recorded the fact that the degree of gaseous distension of the bowel has increased since the previous image of October 13th? Yes. Child I had been on a ventilator since then, hadn't she? Yes. And the tube goes directly into the lungs, so it doesn't go into the stomach or via the stomach into the bowel, does it? No. That's because you had injected child I with air, isn't it? No. Child I had been nil by mouth, hadn't she? Yes. By the end of your shift, if we go to tile 129, everything had been decompressed, hadn't it? It says, no significant change in the degree of bowel distension since the previous image earlier in the day. Yes. You had inflated child I with air, hadn't you, Lucy Letby? No. Child I collapsed again at 7 o'clock, didn't she? Yes. This is one of those cases when air was going in and out of her, but she was not oxygenating. Do you remember that? Yes. If we see your note, it's at tile 105, please. Just to remind you, we've got that final paragraph, and just above it, it says, about 3 lines up. Reintubated at approximately 7 o'clock. Have you got that? Yes. And by this stage, abdomen firm and distended. Yes. That is because you were sabotaging her, isn't it? No. Look at tile 130, please. You record the resuscitation with both the night staff and the day staff present. Is that right? Yes. The drugs being given to child I? Yes. And the fact that care was handed over to Shelley Tomlins? Yes. And none of that you now remember? Not with clear detail, no. Well, let's move on to child I's death and the night shift of the 22nd to 23rd of October. Let's just remind you and remind the jury of what happened to child I after the collapse we've just dealt with. Between the 15th of October and the 17th, she was taken to Arrow Park. Do you remember that evidence? Yes. On October 17th, she was returned to Chester and she made good progress thereafter. And I'm going to take up the chronology on the night shift of the 21st into the 22nd, all right? Yes. So in other words, 24 hours before she died. Do you accept the evidence of Ashley Hudson that on that night shift, the 21st to the 22nd, child I was easy to settle? Yes. Do you accept that child I's observations were stable, with the slight exception of a single raised respiration reading at 2200 hours on that shift? I can't say that now without seeing the chart. I can't remember all of the observations. Sorry. All right. If you want to look at it, by all means. If you look in jury bundle number 2. Here we have child I's observations for the 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd, or the morning of the 22nd. Do you see that? Yes. So this covers the night shift of the 21st into the 22nd of October, which is what I'm asking you about at the moment. Yes. Just to remind you, to put that into context, this is 24 hours before child I's death. Yes. Okay. The suggestion I was making to you, and inviting you to confirm, was that child I's observations were stable on that shift, with the slight exception of a single raised respiration reading at 2200 hours. Yes. So we agreed about that? Yes. Ashley Hudson told us that Child I was being kept in Nursery 1 as a precaution, but she wasn't an ITU baby. Do you agree with that? Yes. Do you agree from this child that she was self-ventilating in air and that her saturations were optimal? Yes. Do you agree that she had a non-distended abdomen? Again, I can't say from looking at any of this, but if that's what they stated, then yes. Just to satisfy you that I'm not misleading you, if we go to Child I4, please, and T9, we can go back to the original behind this if you want to, but if you look about 5 lines up from the bottom of the page, it says that the tube was on free drainage. There were minimal aspirates, clear fluid, abdomen soft and non-distended. Yes. Have you got that? Yes, thank you. So that was the position on the night shift, according to Ashley Hudson. Yes. Caroline Oakley took over at 8 a.m. or thereabouts on October 22nd. Her evidence was read to the jury by agreement. She told the jury that Child I was alert, that her abdomen was soft and non-distended, that there were minimal aspirates from the NGT. And if we go to tile 23, please, we can see part of her note. Child I had been out for cuddles. Yes. So would you agree that despite 3 life-threatening situations in the preceding 3 weeks, Child I appears to have been in good condition at that time on the day shift of October 22nd? Yes. So we come to the night shift on which she died. I'd like to start, please, with tile 47. Do we see there that Ashley Hudson again was looking after Child I, together with another child in Nursery 1? Yes. That Valerie Thomas had a couple of children in transitional care? Yes. And you had 2 children. One was HS, yes, in Nursery 2. The other a baby in Nursery 3, MC. Yes. Finally, do we see that Christopher Booth, the band 6, had child G also in Nursery 3? Yes. Just to remind you, HS was a child who went to Stoke Hospital that evening. Right. Do you remember the child I'm talking about? Not with any clarity, no. All right. He'd come from Stoke and he went back to Stoke during this shift. Right. We will come to that in a moment. But first of all, I'd like to ask you the questions that I've asked you in relation to each of these incidents. Are you suggesting that the staffing levels caused or contributed to the death on this occasion of Child I? I think potentially there were staffing issues that may have affected her. I don't know how, but the staffing was not ideal. Right. I will guess a reason that you are saying that as being you don't think Ashley Hudson was up to the job? No, it was medical. All right. What was the staffing medical issue? That the doctor had to be called away to another delivery on the labour suite and left Child I. And also Dr. Gibbs took her off the ventilator, went home, and within half an hour had to come back again. We'll come to that. Is this Dr. Chang that you're talking about? Yes, and Dr. Gibbs, yes. Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Chang. We'll come back to that. So far as the nursing staff were concerned, is there any issue here on what we can see on the screen with care? No. So the medical issue, the doctor issue, you say was that Dr. Chang was called away. Is that it? Yes, I think considering what Child I had been through, as you've just been saying, she was a poorly baby. The doctors weren't with her at all times. No. So a child who had been very well for the preceding 2 shifts, you're suggesting what? Should have had a doctor there throughout? Once she deteriorated, yes. What about Ashley Hudson? Do you accept that she was competent to look after Child I on this shift? Yes, at this time she wasn't needing any specialised care. You didn't like being in Nursery 3 though, did you? No, I disagree. Were you jealous that Ashley was in Nursery 1 when you were in Nursery 3? No, I've nothing to be jealous of. Can we look at paragraph 116 of your defence statement, please? What does it say? Ashley had been on the unit since February. She was quite inexperienced to be looking after Child I. Yes. This is with reference to October 13th. Oh, it is. Which is, as you correctly observe, a full 9 days earlier. Yes. Had Ashley's experience increased significantly in those 9 days? No, but Child I was in Nursery 1 at this point, being very closely monitored, so I think Ashley was okay to look after her. What we're going to need to do now, please, is to open up the neonatal review before this shift. On the front of it, it should say Event 14, Child I. Yes. HS is the child I was suggesting to you went to Stoke. Just keeping that there, I'm going to ask Mr. Murphy just to put up tile 57 for the Child I number 4 sequence, please. So this is a text you were sending to your friend Nurse E just after the beginning of the shift at 20:47, all right? Yes. You were telling Nurse E that transport was on its way to take your baby back to Stoke. Only 8 babies, off duty, not out. Yes. For reasons that we're going to see, the baby going back to Stoke is the baby HS. Okay. Do you have any recollection of when HS left? No, I don't, no. Well, if we go to line 85 of the neonatal review, do you see there in blue it says at 0100 hours an entry regarding HS leaving with team at 0100 hours? Yes. Okay. So if that's the time, if your note is accurate, and that's the time the child was leaving, what time would the transport team have arrived? Sometime before that. Yes. I couldn't be specific when, but generally speaking, how long does it take a transport team to get a stable baby ready for transfer? I can't recall this baby specifically to know what needs they had. Well, if he was relatively stable, is it a 5-minute job or half an hour or, I think it depends. I don't think I can comment exactly how long it takes the transport team, but they would have been there a period of time to receive handover and talk to parents, get the baby moved, check any infusions. It's not a 5-minute process. So it takes a while anyway. Is that right? Yes. Do you remember being asked to look at this neonatal review by your counsel when you were giving evidence in answer to questions he was asking? Yes. Just so you understand, the time at which Child I deteriorated was just before midnight. Right. Do you remember that? Yes. We can see it marked in the review at line 62, can't we? Yes. It's 23:57. Yes. So 3 minutes to midnight. Yes. The point that you were being asked to deal with was what you were doing in the time leading up to that collapse. Do you remember that? Yes. So if we go back to page 3 of 8, we can see that there's quite a lot of blue text on that page relating to both the child HS, who is the transfer baby, yes, but also the child MC, who was your other child in Nursery 3, yes. But in the hour prior to HS's transfer, there doesn't appear to be any entries at all on this neonatal review, does there? No. I'm going to suggest that you were dealing with HS at 11 o'clock, 2300 hours. Can you see that? Yes. Do you remember falsifying a record relating to HS? No. I'd like to start with a nursing note made at 2250. It's tile 91 in the sequence. This is a note made by Ashley Hudson, all right? Can you see there that this is a note made retrospectively at 0339, but relating to events just before 2300? Do you see that? Okay. So what we see here is Child I was unsettled and routing at the start of the shift. Do you see that on the third line? Yes. Settled with dummy and containment. Long line removed due to constant occlusions. So it was blocked. Yes. Neonatal nurse Lucy unable to flush, so Registrar Rachel Chang informed. Got that? Yes. Now this comes about, doesn't it? Because you having your QIS qualification were entitled to access the line, whereas Ashley Hudson was not. That's right, yes. So you, because of your more extensive qualification, were the person trusted to have access to Child I's line at this time. Yes. Is that right? Yes. I want to look at what else you are noting at this time. Mr. Murphy, could we look at the records of HS, please, and to start with J34535. If we can expand this a little, please. This is Dr. Chang's note at 2200 hours for HS, okay? Yes. Just to put that into context, if we're looking at the neonatal review, this is line 28 in the neonatal review. Yes. Have you got that? Yes. Where it says, clinical notes about discharge examination, Dr. Chang. Yes. What Dr. Chang has written is, discharge examination. anterior fontanelle soft, then various other physical findings. Is that right? All normal? Yes, without going into detail. Then the bottom half of the page, please. Head circumference, skin, long line right leg, flushing well, plan, and something about transfer? Safe for transfer. Safe for transfer, thank you. So that was Dr. Chang's examination of your baby at 2200 hours. Yes. 34537 is your nursing note, so this is still HS. This is a note you made at 2250. Yes. And concluded at 2252. Yes. It says, written for care from 8 p.m. to present. Emergency equipment checked, fluids calculated, etc. Okay. Then it repeats some of the information noted by Dr. Chang about 50 minutes or so earlier. Yes. Then it says, about 5 lines down, IV fluids, babavan and lipid via long line, to commence 10% glucose for transfer. Yes. What does that involve? What process are you noting here? So TPN and lipid cannot be given to a baby that's undergoing a transfer, so the standard procedure would be that TPN would stop and a bag of 10% glucose will be put up ready for transfer. Yes, so that is what you are about to do, isn't it? Yes, to commence at some point. Yes, for transfer. Awaiting arrival of transport team to return to Royal Stoke University Hospital. Yes, that's where I get Stoke from. That is what you did when you had made that note, isn't it? I can't recall from my memory. Well, we'll look at the document. 34542, please. Is that the note? Yes, I can't see the time though from here. Don't worry, we're going to focus on it very closely in a moment. We'll go right in on the time and date in a moment, because this is where I'm suggesting you have cooked the records again. This is the note of the IV fluids being given to the child HS, isn't it? Yes. The one that's referred to in Dr. Chang's note and in your nursing note. Yes. We see it's 10% dextrose, the volume, the rate and the prescription, which is Dr. Chang's signature. Is that right? I can't confirm if that's her signature. Okay. RC, Rachel Chang was Dr. Chang, wasn't it? Yes, that's RC, yes. And your signature and Chris Booth's signature, isn't it? Yes. What's the time and date that you've written there? 22nd of the 10th at 2400. What was written before? What is a different interpretation of what's written there? That it was 22 and it's changed to a 4. A 3 to a 4, 2300 to 2400. Okay. Well, do you agree or not? I can't say what was beneath it, but it was at 2400. Well, we've just seen, haven't we, that at 10 minutes to 2300, in other words, at 2250, you were making a note, a timed note, timed by the computer, in the nursing notes that you were to put up dextrose, because that's the standard procedure for a transfer. Yes. And if this really did say 2300 hours, this would be 10 minutes after that, wouldn't it? After the note. Yes. Yes. That is what was done at 2300, isn't it? And you have subsequently changed it. No, I would not have changed a record. That was obviously written in error, and I've put 24 as the correct time, which Chris would have had to have signed with me. Well, that depends on whether the signature is put on before the time, doesn't it? Well, it's part. When you're signing that, you're signing to say that you agree with the time and date as well. Yes, but if you change it after Chris has signed it, he would never know, would he? Well, the charts are there for everybody to look at, but no. 2300 ties in with your timed computerized nursing note, doesn't it? It says at that time, yes, that I will be starting 10% at some point. Yes, it doesn't mean that I started it at that exact point. It just has to be up for the transfer. Well, let's go back to the neonatal review, please, at page 3 of 8. What else were you doing for HS at 2300 hours? It's line 46. Fluid chart. Yes. We'll look at the fluid chart. I think it's 34544, please. What we have here is the fluid balance chart, isn't it? Yes. Can I just check what page that was? I was one page out. 34546. What we see here is a reading at 2300 hours with your initials at the bottom. Is that right? Yes. And indeed one at 2400? Yes. And this would suggest that TPM was running right up to midnight, wouldn't it? Yes. Interestingly, at 2400, there's no reading in the pressure VIP line, is there? Yes, there's a 0 in both. At 2400? Yes. What does it say next to 161? Oh, I thought you said the VIP score. Sorry. Yes, there's no pressure reading. No. Why not? Because the pump's been discontinued. You have put those two readings in erroneously, haven't you? No, because you changed it to dextrose at 2300. No, I changed it at 2400. And the reason you changed it to 2400 is because it was at 3 minutes to 2400 hours that child eye collapsed. No, I disagree. Do you remember saying that you had no recollection when your counsel was asking you questions of any details other than what is in the notes? For this baby, yes. Yes, I don't remember this baby without the notes, no. You said that your memory started from child eye being resuscitated. Yes. You said that you went to Nursery 1. Yes. You believe that Ashley alerted you at some point that child eye was unsettled. Yes. And that you had had no involvement with child eye before that. From my memory, yes. Yes. That's what you were saying in evidence in answer to your own counsel. Can we go to paragraph 120 of your defence statement, though, and see what you were saying back in February 2022? Can you read out that paragraph, please? 120. I do not recall a lot of the detail of the night that child eye died. I do remember her crying more than usual, and going to her, I called for Ashley, who came in. From that point onwards, child eye just deteriorated more and more. So what you were saying in your defence statement was that it was you who went to child eye first. No, there were two events, one that Ashley called me in for, the other where I believed I was there first. Let's deal with that then. So you put me right and explain where I've got it wrong. So in paragraph 119, I say that I do recall Ashley calling me in to help, but I cannot remember where I was beforehand. I see. 120 is referring to a separate incident. I called for Ashley, who came in. Well, I've clearly misunderstood it. Do you remember what Ashley said about this desaturation? No, which one, sorry? The one at midnight. Yes, that child eye had been very unsettled and she'd put her prone. Do you remember her saying that she heard a cry from child eye that she had not heard before? Yes. A loud, relentless, almost constant, with no fluctuation cry. Yes. Very different to a hunger cry. Yes. Is she right about that? I did not hear that cry, no. When I went into the nursery at that point, child eye was quiet. Right. So Ashley says she's making a sound she'd never heard before. You say child eye was quiet. Yes, Ashley called me in because child eye had become quiet and apneic. She was not screaming when I went into the room, no. Do you remember child eye being intubated by Dr. Chang? I know that she was intubated, yes. I can't recall the specific details. Do you remember Dr. Gibbs saying that both you and Ashley Hudson were involved in that at that time with child eye? I don't recall him saying that, but I don't disagree. You do disagree, or you... I don't disagree. Without looking at the notes, I can't say that I wasn't helping, no. It's another case of you gravitating to Nursery 1 when you're in one of the less acute nurseries. Well, it's a case of one of the other 3 members of staff on that night would have had to have assisted. Do you remember Dr. Gibbs saying that child eye made a very surprising recovery and was breathing against a ventilator and queuing for a feed? I disagree that she was queuing for a feed on a ventilator. I don't think that's physically possible, but yes, she did fight against a ventilator. Do you remember Ashley Hudson going to call child eye's parents? No. Do you disagree that she did go and call child eye's parents? No, I just have no independent memory of that. Would it be a normal thing for the nursing staff to do? Yes, any member of staff, yes. I think you were then involved in giving medication to child eye. Do you remember that? Not from my memory, no. If we look at tile 117, we may see evidence of that. Yes, I agree, thank you. Well, you just explain to us what you agree with and why. I agree it's my signature on the 0025 row and on the 0125 and 0148. Do we see a couple more examples of times being changed there? Yes. Why is that? I can't explain that. It must be written in error. So 3 mistakes within 25 minutes in the paperwork? Yes, potentially, yes. With 2 different children? Yes. And were all just before this child died? Is that right? Well, I can't explain why the times have changed. No. Well, they've changed because you've changed them. No. So who's changed them then? Well, I don't know who's changed them. The second one from the bottom, which looks like 0125 with the 25 overwritten over some other numbers, can you see what the other numbers underneath are? Or do you know what the other numbers are underneath? I can't say, no. Does it say 45 or 48? That would suggest that things were not done in the time order, wouldn't it, that sequence? Do you agree? We go 0025 or 15, depending on which version we are to accept. We then go 0138, then 0125, which appears to have been changed from 0140 something, and then 0148. Yes. How do those sorts of mistakes happen? You explain to us. That's when there's a lot going on the unit, potentially. We may have written down the wrong time. We or you? Well, I don't believe that is me. I believe that would have been 2 of us together. So it's been overwritten twice. You each overwrite it separately, do you? No, but we'd both be there for it. Like with the 2400 hours note for HS? Yes. Or is it you altering medical records to put some time between yourself and serious events? No, for child I. The time at the top, that's your writing as well, isn't it? The very first time and date? No, I disagree. So you disagree that child I was crying, and her cry was a loud, relentless, almost constant with no fluctuation cry? Yes, that first event, yes. Are you saying that the errors in the paperwork are all mistakes made in good faith? Well, I can't say who has overwritten that, whether that was me or anybody else. I have no way of knowing now who did that, but I did not deliberately falsify any paperwork. And you can't remember whether Ashley Hudson went to phone the parents? No. But can we deal with it this way? Would it be normal in these circumstances for a child in child I's position for the nurse to phone the parents? Yes, it would. It would be a priority for any member of staff to then phone the parents, yes. Do you remember her saying that once child I had settled, she, Ashley, left Nursery 1 to maintain the quiet? To what, sorry? To maintain quiet in the nursery. I don't recall her saying that, but yes. Do you remember telling the jury that you couldn't remember where you were in that hour or so between? If we look at the neonatal review, the event at line 62 and the event at line 86. Yes. But we do have, of course, to help us all, material showing when you have either co-signed or made a contribution to records. Yes. And so as an example, we see at 0000, the infusion charts that we've already looked at, line 70 for HS. Yes. One just above at 69 for MC. Yes. And child I's 0025, which we were just looking at, the altered time on the screen at line 76. Yes. We then see 2 prescriptions for HS, which you have signed for. It's actually one event that, isn't it? Yes, at 0046. Then we have the time in the nursing note that we looked at earlier, which is your estimate of the time that the care for HS was handed over to the transport team. Yes. At 0106, child I was crying again, wasn't she? Yes. If we go to tile 130, please, in the sequence, Ashley has recorded that Child Eye became unsettled again, and it was you who was with Child Eye, wasn't it, at this point when she went in? I can't say 100% I was there first, but yes, I do remember Child Eye crying and Ashley being with me. Well, let's go back to the mistake I made earlier then, at paragraph 120 of your defence statement. What do you say there? Yes, that's what I recalled at the time. I couldn't say for definite right now, but yes, I do remember being in the nursery and she was crying. And that Ashley came in. No, that's not what you've written, is it? I called for Ashley. I called for Ashley. That clearly says that you were there first, doesn't it? No. She may have been in the nursery at the time when I've called her over. I couldn't say where Ashley exactly was. So she may have been in the nursery and come over. What does it say after I called for Ashley? Who came in? What, came in from that other half of the room? To the other half of the room you were in? Potentially, yes. Sorry? Potentially, yes. Potentially. Or in through the door, yes. Sorry? She could have come in from the other side of the nursery, or she's come in through one of the doors. I can't be specific. Well, do justice to yourself, and just think about this before we move on. Are you seriously suggesting that I called for Ashley who came in doesn't mean that you were in there? Ashley was not in there. You called her. I'm saying I don't have any specific memory of where exactly Ashley was. What were you saying in your defence statement? That I called her and she came in. And what did you mean by that? That she came into the nursery? Yes. Yes. Why wouldn't you just admit that? Because I can't say 100% sitting here now that is what happened, so I'm not going to say something is 100% if I can't be definitive. Would you have said it in this document if you weren't 100%? No, but this was a period of time ago. Right at the end, and we've dealt with this many times, you accept this document as an accurate summary of your case. Yes. Yes, that is the truth, isn't it? That you were in there at the time Child Eye was crying relentlessly, and nobody else was there. Potentially. Yes. Potentially. Yes, I can't say 100%, no. Do you remember Ashley saying that when she went in, you had your hands in the incubator? Yes. And that's the truth, isn't it? Yes, I do recall trying to settle Child Eye. Yes. Do you remember Ashley saying to you, she's going to do it again? It's the same cry. No, I don't recall that conversation word for word, no. Well, did she say something like that? She may have done, yes. I can't say specifically. And you said she just needs to settle. Yes, my assessment of Child Eye at that time was that she was hungry and rooting, yes. You had pumped Child Eye with air, hadn't you? No. That's why she was so distressed. No. Because you were doing your best to kill her. No. She hadn't been fed milk for quite some time by this stage, had she? No, that's right. And yet her stomach was full of air, wasn't it? After this, yes. Yes. She required Neopuff. Because you had pumped her full of air, hadn't you? No, I had not, no. There then followed a very long attempt to save Child Eye, didn't there? Yes. But despite the best efforts of Dr. Chang and of Dr. Gibbs, she died. Yes. The reason for that is because you had injected her circulation with air, isn't it? No. There's nothing they could do to prevent her death. No, I've never injected air into any baby. Do you remember saying on May 16th that you helped Ashley after Child Eye's death because this is Ashley's first death? Yes. Do you remember interrupting the mother of Child Eye? Interrupting her? Yes. No. She and her husband were bathing their dead daughter? Yes. This was agreed evidence. Do you remember it being read to the jury? Yes. And do you remember her saying, these are her words, Lucy came back in, she was smiling, and kept going on about how she was present at Child Eye's first bath and how much Child Eye had loved it. Yes. Why did you say that? It's trying to, in that awful situation, have a little bit of whatever can be normal and referring to a positive memory. Child Eye had really enjoyed her first bath. It wasn't meant with any malice. We still talk to babies, we still treat them as if they're alive. It wasn't joking or malice, it was just trying to reflect on a happier memory. Do you understand the difference between life and death? Yes. How can you sit there and say, Child Eye enjoyed her first bath, when she was dead? No, she had her first bath when she was alive, which I'd been present for. That's what I was referring to. I'm not saying she enjoyed the bath that she was passed away for. I was referring to an earlier bath. Oh, which bath was this then? Her first bath that she'd had when she was alive. Which one was that? That her mum had done for her. When was that? I can't recall a specific date. How do you know it was her first one? Because I remember I was there. But how do you know it was her first bath? Because I remember we took photographs. It was a big occasion. Child Eye was at Liverpool Women's Hospital between the 7th and 18th of August. How many baths did she have there? I can't comment on that. You were getting a thrill out of what you were watching. The grief, the despair that you were watching in that room, weren't you? Absolutely not, no. 3 weeks or so later, you were taking a picture of the card you had written out, and you were taking that picture in the neonatal unit where Child Eye had died, weren't you? Yes. Because you killed Child Eye, didn't you? No. We're going to start with Child J now. Just to remind you, she was born at the Countess on the 31st of October 2015. She was taken to Alder in Liverpool for surgery on November 1st. She returned to Chester on November 10th, and the incident about which we accuse you of trying to kill her happened on the 27th of November 2015. Okay? Yes. I just want to deal with what you say about Child J in your defence statement first of all. So here you start at paragraph 124 by saying you did nothing to harm Child J. You then say at 125 that the Countess of Chester NNU didn't appear to be capable of dealing with a baby with stomas. You had never seen a baby with stomas at the unit before Child J, and when she arrived, everyone was apprehensive. None of the nurses had recent experience of stomas. From what you could see, the doctors were equally unsure about stomas. You say that we were reliant on the parents telling us what to do. They had been told what to do by Alder. They were more proficient at changing the stomas than we were. You say I don't remember Child J being wrapped in a towel and covered in faeces, but if that happened, it would have been potentially dangerous for her. Then at paragraph 127, on the 27th of November, I was not the allocated nurse for Child J. However, both Mary Griffith and I went into Nursery 4 at the same time, having heard the monitor sounding. No one was there. We noticed Child J's deterioration and seizure, and it was after that she was then moved to Nursery 2. Then the final relevant paragraph is 130. I didn't decide to keep the handover sheet. It is something that had just remained in my pocket from the end of my shift. Then what? Found its way into the Morrison's bag? Is that right? No. How did it get? I put it there. You put it there. When? I don't know. Right. Can we start with tile 140, please? This is the handover to the shift on which you were working on the evening of the 26th into 27th of November. All right? Yes. We can see if we just scroll down, please, that Child J began the shift in Nursery 4 with another child, both of whom were being looked after by the Band 4 nurse Nicola Dennison. You had 2 children in Nursery 3. Is that right? Yes. There were a couple of children being cared for by a nursery nurse in the transitional care unit. Then Mary Griffith and Caroline Oakley had a child each respectively in Nursery 2. In Nursery 1, Laura Eagles had 2 children. We also have 2 children for whom we can provide limited details, LW and DM. Yes. Are you suggesting that the staffing levels on this shift contributed to any of the incidents that befell Child J? No, it was a very busy shift, but I don't know exactly what happened to Child J. You're not suggesting it was the staffing levels? No. Are you suggesting that the incompetence of any doctor contributed to what happened to Child J? No. Any nurse? No. Any mistakes that you've been able to identify which contributed? No. Do you agree with Mary Griffith's evidence, her assessment of Child J, that she was a very nice baby, a joy to look after? Yes. Do you accept the evidence of the mother of Child J, that in the days just before the 27th of November, Child J was well? Yes. That she had progressed well? Yes. That she was about to go home within a day or 2? Yes. And that, as a matter of fact, corresponds with a text you sent to your friend Nurse A at tile 60, doesn't it? Can we put tile 60 up, please, Mr. Murphy? It's a text sent a few days earlier. I'll read the previous one. It just says, "How's Child J? Wish I wasn't off. Feel so freaking useless." You reply, "She's good, I think. In full, doing well with feeds. Hoping to get home soon." Is that right? Yes. So you gave us quite a lot of evidence about stomas. Do you remember that? Yes. And how the staff at Chester couldn't cope with the stomas? At times, yes, some of the staff couldn't cope with it. No. Well, let's deal with the time around her collapses on November 27th. Was there an issue of competence in terms of her stoma care? Yes. Yes, I don't believe it was necessarily a role that the nursery nurses should have been undertaking. Right? And your grounds, please, your reasons for why the nursery nurses shouldn't have been undertaking. Well, it wasn't just mine. It was discussed amongst the nursing staff that, as nursing staff, we had very minimal experience, which would mean that the nursery nurses would have even less experience. Which particular staff are you saying had that discussion? I can't name names, but it was widely talked about on the unit. So well known, but you can't remember who was talking about it? No. You referred as part of your evidence, in answer to questions from your own counsel, to tile 46. I'd just like to put that up, please. You referred to this. "Mina and I don't think it's right." And you were suggesting that that was something to do with the stomas. Is that right? I can't recall specifically without looking at the context. That's a fair comment. Let's go back to the previous text sent by Nurse E to you. Okay, yes. It's about the Band 4s doing the refeeding of the stomas, yes. Yes. Do you remember the evidence of Nicola Dennison, who was the nurse looking after Child J on this shift? Not all details, no. It was given on the 14th of February this year. She was asked whether she had experience of stomas and Broviac lines, and she said, "Yes, I did." Yes. And she was asked the following question. "Were you comfortable dealing with both of those features?" She answered, "Yes, I was. Can I clarify, though, that we didn't do anything with the Broviac line. It was just present. That was cared for once a week on Friday, and that was dealt with by registered members of staff." Yes. So that was her evidence, and it was never suggested to Nicola Dennison, was it, that she in some way lacked competence or experience to deal with a stoma? I don't recall. I just know that in my time at the unit, Child J was the only baby I'd ever seen with a stoma. Within those present years, there was no other cases of stomas on the unit. But you went further than that, didn't you? On May 16th this year, in answer to questions from your own counsel. You were asked these questions. Is there a particular band that nursery nurses are at? You replied, they're a band 4. You were then asked a question, can they do intensive care? You replied, No, they can't, nor high dependency. Then you were asked this question. So far as you understand, should they be involved in handling and recycling stoma bags if that is required? You replied, no. And particularly as nursing staff there were unfamiliar, nursery nurses would have been even more so unfamiliar than nursing staff. And then this question, is there any reason why you had a band 4 dealing with something that presented the problems that stoma bags did? You replied, I think the unit was very busy and we had to use staff where we could. Do you remember that exchange? Yes. Were you there suggesting that the reason for Nicola Dennison being put in charge of Child J was because in effect you were short-staffed? No, I wasn't referring to Nicola Dennison specifically. It was generally nursery nurses having Child J over this period of time. Well, let's not worry about the period of time overall. Let's deal with the time that she collapsed. Okay. Are you suggesting there was something wrong with Child J being looked after by a nursery nurse at the time she collapsed? No. Well, in the light of that answer, I just want to revisit something else you said then in answer to your own counsel. You were referred to tile 56, if we can just look at that. Let's do 55 first to give you the context. This is Nurse E to you. Apparently Arian said she would have been okay. Jenny's having Child J, but others would need to do recycling, etc., but she was one performing it. And then the next tile, please, you replied. I said, okay, that makes sense, but Jenny was actually doing it. Don't know when to stop, do they? Who didn't know when to stop? Sometimes I felt that the nursery nurses would undertake roles that they weren't experienced or trained enough in doing. You were complaining here, weren't you, that Jennifer Jones-Key was recycling the stoma? Yes. Yes? Yes. Do you remember your counsel saying this? Having read that tile together, we'll deal with all the ones that he dealt with to put this in context. Tile 57 next, please. This is Nurse E to you. Nope, Laura and Nurse B thought it was terrible. Then tile 58, you to Nurse E. Could you read this? It's shocking, really. They are willing to take the responsibility for things that they have no training or experience, etc. on. Don't think they appreciate the potential difficulties. So you were complaining again, weren't you, in your evidence in answer to your own counsel, that this nursery nurse shouldn't have been doing this job? Yes, I don't think it was fair to put that onto a nursery nurse, no. Do you remember this was then said to you by your counsel? Pausing there, should nursery nurses take on tasks for which they have no training or experience in the case of babies like this? Do you remember your answer? No. You said no, and you said it was potentially dangerous. That's what I believe, yes. So the impression you were giving to the court was, first of all, that Band 4s were not qualified to do this job. Is that right? Not to do their job, to handle stoma care. Yes, and that the hospital was knowingly cutting corners with care by assigning unqualified staff to deal with patients who should have had trained staff. Yes. Do you know what the guidelines are for stoma care? No. I'm going to show you. Can we put up the BAPM guidelines on the screen, please? These are the BAPM guidelines. Okay. I'm going to go straight to the point. But if you want to see the context, we can go back. Can we turn the page, please? And again, please. And again. Right. Definition of a special care baby. What does it say, please? Special care is provided for babies who require additional care delivered by the neonatal service, but do not require either intensive or high dependency care. Definition of special care. Any day where a baby does not fulfill the criteria for intensive or high dependency care and requires any of the following. And then we cut to care of stomas. She was a special care baby, Child J, wasn't she? Yes. What category of nurses deal with special care babies? Nursery nurses, Band 4s. But I think you need to appreciate the context in that the unit itself was not familiar with stomas. Other nursery nurses in units, where they care for them a lot, yes, I think they could manage that. This nursery nurse was familiar with stomas, wasn't she? In her opinion, yes. Who are you to contradict her? because I know that in the 4 years that I was on the unit, I'd never seen a stoma before, so she had not dealt with one in 4 years. How do you know? Well, I don't know 100%, but I certainly can't recall any other baby in that time having a stoma. I'm going to make a suggestion to you, that you were deliberately creating the impression with the jury that child J, the care provided to child J, was in some way deficient. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Yes? I do think that. I don't think she had a high standard of care. Well, what was the deficiency then? Where did it come short? I don't feel anybody on that unit was overly confident and able to say, this is what we do with a stoma. We were asking the parents, there were people coming around checking what we were doing or learning from the experience. There was nobody there that clearly said, this is what we need to do for child J. The nurse who looked after her was sitting where you're sitting now. Yes. She said that she was confident and capable to do the job. Well, that's her assessment of herself. Why wasn't she challenged? I can't answer that. Do you accept the evidence of Dr. Gibbs that prior to arriving at the Countess on the 10th of November, child J had no respiratory problems? Yes. Do you accept that she was taking most of her feeds from a bottle by the time of her collapse? Yes. Let's go back to tile 140, please, just before we get to that. The BAPM guidelines were quoted repeatedly to Dr. Evans and Bowen when they gave evidence. Do you remember? Yes. Have you ever read them? Yes. Had you ever read that bit about stomas that I've just shown you? I can't recall specifically, no. Let's look at tile 140. In answer to questions from your counsel, you said, this was a very busy shift and the doctors were present for quite a lot of the shift. Do you remember saying that? Yes. Let's look at how busy it was at the beginning. You were in nursery 3, weren't you? Yes. With 2 special care babies. I can't say what designation of care they were, but they were in nursery 3, yes. There was plenty of space in the intensive care and the high dependency, so plenty of space in both those, if either of your babies have been either intensive or high dependency. Yes. So can we take it that your 2 were special care? Yes. Child J and NW being looked after by Nicola Dennison in nursery 4. Yes. Vicky Blameyer with 2 children in transitional care. Yes. Laura Eagles with 2 in nursery 1. Yes. And your friend Mary Griffith and Caroline Oakley with 1 each in nursery 2. Yes. Together with 2 children whose location cannot be confirmed. Yes. You didn't like being in nursery 3, did you? No, I disagree. Were you upset that Laura Eagles was in nursery 1? No. Would you rather have been in nursery 1? No. Do you accept the evidence of Nicola Dennison that because child J and NW were due to go home, the policy was to leave them in the room in the dark at night as much as possible? Yes. You did have contact with child J on that shift though, didn't you, before she ever collapsed? I think so, from looking at the charts, yes. Yes. If we go to tile 149, please, it's also at tile 150, the same information. Do we see that you were, together with your friend Mary Griffith, giving sodium chloride oral supplements to child J? We would not have given them because oral supplements go in with the milk feed, but yes, Mary and I would have drawn them up, checked them and left them at the cot side with Nicola Dennison to put into the milk. Yes, I see. But we wouldn't have actually given those ourselves. I'm going to take things slightly out of order for reasons that will become clear. All right? So far as child J was concerned on this shift, there were 2 pairs of incidents. Do you remember? Yes. The first pair happened in nursery 4, and the second pair happened in nursery 2. Yes. Do you remember that? So the first 2 incidents were documented as having happened at 0440 and 0503. Okay. Are you with me so far? Yes. There were then incidents just either side of 0700 hours, Okay? So the first of those was at 0656. The second of those was at about 0724 or thereabouts. Yes. You remember all that? So just that you have the full picture before I start asking you questions about all this, can you go back to the neonatal review, please, and go to page 8? If you go right to the end of page 8, we have the population distribution at the end of the shift, right? Yes. Just to jog your memory, you'll see that child J, first of all, had moved at the beginning from nursery 4 to at the end nursery 2. Yes. But also there, on the right-hand box in the bottom right-hand corner of the page as we look at it on the screen, we have EC and FC, who were twins who had been born at home and were admitted as an emergency at 6:10 and 6:30 respectively. Yes. Just to jog everyone's memories, one of those children had a cleft palate. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. So that's the bookends of the time parameters, if you like, of the population. In answer to questions from your own counsel, so far as the first pair of events in nursery 4 were concerned, you said that you had no memory at all of them. That's right. Having thought about it, was that answer accurate? Yes. Well, I want to give you every opportunity to review what you have said, all right? Do you remember that following the second of the first pair of incidents, child J was moved from nursery 4 to nursery 2? No, so from my memory, child J had a seizure in nursery 4, and that was then she was moved up, but that was my memory. You were involved in an incident in nursery 4, weren't you? Yes. And that happened either at 0440 or at 0503. I can't say without checking now. Well, that was the evidence, you see, that following those two incidents at 0440 and 0503, she was moved. Okay. So it would follow, wouldn't it, that if you have a memory of anything that happened in nursery 4, it must have been one of those incidents. Or I've been mistaken in my memory and it didn't happen in nursery 4. Well, let's start with those events. And so if we can go please to tile 161 of the sequence of events and keep open also the neonatal review. We see here Nicola Denison's note, don't we? Yes. This ties in actually with the information on the previous tile 160. This is Nicola Denison's handwriting, she told us. Do you remember? Yes. It records two events, one at 0440 and one at 0503. Are you with me so far? Yes. Okay, so two events in nursery 4. The reason I suggested to you that it was following that child J was transferred is what Dr. Verhees told us. Do you remember Dr. Verhees? Yes. The gentleman with a Northern Irish accent, I think? Yes. His notes are at tile 165 of the sequence, please. Not going to examine these notes in detail, but these record the desaturations and the investigations that Dr. Verhees undertook and asked for. Yes. With me so far? Yes. Now, with that time frame in mind, if we could look at the neonatal review, please. The first desaturation was at, if we look at line 77, 0440. Yes. We could see that between 0447, which is line 79 and 81, you were making a nursing note entry on a computer for the child LF who was in nursery 3. Yes. So in other words, the desaturation happened 7 minutes before you started to make the nursing note. Yes. And the second desaturation happened about 4 minutes after you made that note. Yes. And you have a memory because you have told us that you and Mary Griffith went into nursery 4. Yes, but child J was fitting at that point from my memory. It wasn't a desat, she was fitting. Well, at tile 177, we'll start at 175 actually to get the context. Nurse E at 0624 sent you a text. Good night? Do you remember that? Yes. And you replied at tile 177 at 0628. Could you read it for us, please? No, child J in 2, screened. Had profound DSATs and just got 32-week twins born at home, one with cleft lip, and only 5 staff. So it follows, doesn't it, that by 0628, as I suggested to you earlier, child J had been transferred to nursery 2. Yes. Otherwise, you'd be looking into the future, wouldn't you? Yes. That's precisely the language Dr. Verhees used, profound DSATs. Did you copy his language from the medical notes? No. Tile 165. Can we just go back, please? Two profound DSATs. Do you see that at the beginning of his note? Yes. At the time you were sending that text to Nurse E, that's tile 177, the one we just looked at, I'm suggesting that you were in Nursery 2 with child J. Okay. What do you say? I can't recall where I was when I was sending that message. We also see in tile 177 the reference to the twins, don't we? Yes. Who we have already established were admitted. If we're looking at the neonatal review at line 114, the first one at 6:10. Yes. The second at line 131 at 06:30. Yes. As you say in that text at tile 177, only 5 staff. Yes. So it was all hands to the pump, wasn't it? Yes. For the twins. Yes. Yes. So resources in the neonatal unit at about 6 a.m. on November 27th would all have been concentrated in Nursery 1. Do you agree? Not all efforts, but yes. A lot of it, yes. Yes. But you were not part of that effort, were you? I can't say from my memory, no. Well, you don't need to rely on your memory, because if we go to the text, we will see. The next one, please. This is, bearing in mind, first twin in at 6:10, second twin in at 6:30. You at 6:29 receiving a message from Nurse E saying, "Oh shit, 5 staff on today, you mean?" And you replied? Yeah, 5 today. And you sent that at what time, please? 06:31. So you were not in Nursery 1, were you? No. Just pausing there for a second, how many of the nursing staff would it have taken to look after 2 babies that were already in Nursery 1, and these additional 2 who were an emergency admission? Ideally, they would have all been 1-to-1. Yes. So can we say at least 3? No, because that wouldn't have been manageable. We didn't have the staff for that, and I think Laura had 2 babies in Nursery 1 to start with. Yes, absolutely. So Laura had 2 to start with, and the other qualified staff were Mary Griffith, Caroline Oakley, and you. Yes. The children in Nurseries 3 and 4 were special care? Yes. There were 2 nursery nurses working that night, Nicola Dennison and Vicky Blameyer. Yes. And they could have looked after the kids in Nurseries 3 and 4. Potentially, yes. Yes. And so if each of the twins who admitted as an emergency had a nurse each, that would leave only you left of the qualified staff to look after the children in Nursery 2, including child J, wouldn't it? No, because Mary wasn't intensive care trained, so she wouldn't have been able to go into Nursery 1. It would have been me if there was a third member in 1. We know you weren't there, though, don't we? No. Well, yes. So yes, but Mary wouldn't have been in there either. We know you weren't there because you were texting your mate, weren't you? Yes. If we carry on, we will see what I'm talking about. So this is a message sent by you to Nurse E at 06:31. Tile 180 next, please. She says within the same minute, "We closed again." And then at 06:40, tile 185, "Jesus, this will be an interesting allocation then. Are we closed?" Then what did you say at tile 186? Yeah, closed, trying to get someone in. Cleft baby being tubed, I think. Let's just look at where you were at this point, okay? Let's go back to the neonatal review, please. Can we go to the bottom of page 4? This is just before your text conversation with your friend Nurse E started. So at 6:15, in other words, after child J had been moved to Nursery 2, where were you? With baby FB. Yes. Nursery 2? Right. Well, do you agree? Yes. Let's look at where you were at 06:22, over the page, lines 122 and 123. With baby KB? Yes. Who was where, please? Nursery 2. Yes. So you were in Nursery 2, weren't you? Yes. When the emergency was unfolding relating to the twins who had been admitted? Yes. There would have been lots of distractions, wouldn't there, with these two emergencies? I don't know what you're implying. I'm implying, I'll make it clear, that the medical staff would have been having their attentions focused on the twins. Do you agree? Yes. And that any nursing help that could be spared would also have been focused on those twins. If needed, yes. Yes, well, such was the emergency that Dr. Gibbs came in early, didn't he? Yes. Yes. So do you accept that a lot of help was needed? I can't say without looking at the twins specifically, but it would be normal practice to get a consultant in when we've just had 2 new admissions and we've only got a registrar, yes. So if there's any doubt about it, if we go back to the sequence of events, please, at tiles 181 and 182, there we see Dr. Gibbs' arrival, don't we, at 0633 and 0634. Yes, I believe he'd been in earlier in the night as well, I think. At 185, we had the message that we just saw from Nurse E about it being an interesting allocation, and then your response at 186, please. Would you read it? Yeah, closed, trying to get someone in. Cleft baby being tubed, I think. Yes, so you were keeping an eye on what was going on in Nursery 1. Well, I can't say I was keeping an eye, but I was aware that potentially the cleft baby's being tubed, yes. She responded, what a nightmare, what a bloody nightmare. And 187, and then, please tell me Elsa's not in charge today, at 188. Then you responded, what, at 189? You are having twins until we can find someone. Yes. And then she asked you, what, the one that's being vented? And then you responded, what, please? They are holding off at Mo. And it's all a bit tits up. Then your text messaging stopped, didn't it? I can't say. I don't know. Well, it did. If we move on to the next tile, that's Nurse E to you at 194, 0650. Yes. And the next one, 195. Yes. 0652, her to you, but you were not responding. No. Because you were in Nursery 2 sabotaging child J. Weren't you? No, I was not. No. Well, we know from Dr. Gibbs' note, if we go to it please, at 197, so it's 2 tiles on, the first desaturation was at 0656. Yes. In other words, 7 minutes after the last text you'd sent your mate Nurse E saying it's all a bit tits up. Yes. Just look at that half an hour between, 6:28 and 6:56, which is the time of the first desaturation. Were you recorded as doing anything in that half hour? No. No. We know that you were texting your friend, Nurse E. Yes. And we know that you were in Nursery 2 at line 123 at 0623. Yes. And we know from the records that the twins were, one had just been admitted and one was about to be admitted. Yes. So things were very busy, weren't they? Yes. But despite the fact these twins were posing an emergency, Dr. Gibbs' attentions were deflected to deal with child J, weren't they? Yes. If we just go back to his note, please. What we see in his distinctive writing is his record of the first desaturation to what he says are unrecordable levels at 0656 and 0724. Yes, don't we? Both associated with clenching of hands, stiff limbs, and on 2 occasions, eyes deviated to the left. Yes. Took 10 minutes to settle on the first occasion and 3 to 4 on the second occasion. This was your doing, wasn't it? No, it was not. This was a serious emergency for child J, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Yes. Yes. So serious that it diverted Dr. Gibbs from the emergency admissions. Yes. Happening to a baby in Nursery 2, and you were in Nursery 2. I don't know that I was there at that exact moment in time. You weren't anywhere else, were you? We can't say that. We don't know. Well, you were there. You tell us. I did not do anything to Child J. I can't say where. I don't know if I was with Child J at that time. Is that what you're referring to? Oh, I'm suggesting you were with Child J because it was you who sabotaged her. No, it wasn't. No. And you took your opportunity when all the other resources of the NNU were concentrated on the two twins that had been admitted as an emergency. No. Do you remember Dr. Gibbs and Dr. Breary saying that there was no explanation for what had happened? Yes, to Child J. Her blood sugars were normal. Yes, her electrolytes were normal. She had no bacterial infection. Do you remember? Yes. Her blood test was normal. Her brain scan, normal. X-ray, normal. No rise in CRP or white cell count. The only abnormal thing was you sabotaging her, wasn't it? No. Do you remember in your evidence you were taken to the following night shift, November 28th? I don't recall that, no. No? Well, I'll remind you. Tile 324, please. This was the following night, okay? Yes. This is your note? Yes. And it was pointed out to you that you had Child J on the following night shift and nothing had happened to her? Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. Was the implication that if you had done something to her the previous day, you would have done something on this shift, and because you didn't, it shows that you didn't do something the previous night? Sorry, can you rephrase that? Yes. Was the purpose of your answers to suggest that because nothing happened to Child J on this shift, if you had been trying to do something to her on the previous shift, you would have done something on this one? I don't quite understand, but what I'm saying here is that I've looked after Child J and nothing happened to her. Yes. There is a detail that you weren't pointed to, though, and I'd like to go to the original note that's behind that, please. It's in the bottom right-hand corner. You see there? Who else was on the unit that night with Child J that nothing happened to her? Parents? Yes. Can we just go to your interviews, please, because there's one matter I'd like to ask you about. It's the second interview bundle, please, interview bundle 2. Do you remember me asking you about being in Nursery 2 before? Yes. If you read up from the bottom of the page, about 3 or 4 inches, there's a question. You were asked a question, so you weren't her designated nurse. Were you required to treat her, other than obviously from the 2 pages? And you say, from my memory, there's an occasion when Child J was transferred into my nursery. Yes. And then you said, I'm not sure specifically on the date, but there was a date that she was down in Nursery 4 and she was moved up into Nursery 2. Yes. And that is your recollection of being in Nursery 2 when these events were happening, isn't it? I don't understand. I'm suggesting that's you saying to the police that you were in Nursery 2 when these events happened. Yes. Yes. And that was the truth, wasn't it? I don't know. I'd like to move on now to the case of Child F. I don't know where you put them, ladies and gentlemen, on Friday, but the defence statements, please. I'll start with that. We'll have to rewind a few pages back to Child F because I've taken this one out of the chronological sequence. You deal with this case as follows. Paragraph 79. I did nothing to hurt Child F. Then paragraph 80. I did not administer insulin to him or interfere with any of the total parenteral nutrition bags as to make this happen. Because I know I didn't do this, but I'm being blamed for it, I cannot accept that the material readings and measurements over the relevant period or blood analysis are necessarily accurate. If Child F did receive insulin that he shouldn't have received, I did not do that. At paragraph 81 you say, I wasn't the designated nurse for Child F on the 4th to 5th of August 2015. Paragraph 82. I do not specifically remember hanging up the TPN bag at 0025 on the 5th of August. I think I signed for the bag and Nurse A hung it. Then paragraph 83. If you change a long line, then you change the TPN bag. Finally, paragraph 84. The TPN fridge is locked. You have to get the key from the shift leader in order to gain access to the fridge. Is that what's in that document? Yes. And is that true? Yes. Do you dispute the readings and measurements over the relevant period? No, I accept them now. At this point I didn't, but I do now, yes. Okay, that's fine. And by readings and measurements, what are you talking about? The insulin level and the C-peptide level. The reason I asked you the question in that way is because there are a number of issues here. The principal issue, of course, is the one you have identified, which is the insulin and C-peptide. Yes. But there's another issue as well, isn't there? Which is the blood sugar levels of child F over the period with which we are concerned. Yes. So you've accepted the first point. Do you accept the blood sugar level readings? No, I think there may have been some discrepancies. Right, well, we'll go to the specifics. But what are you saying in general terms are the discrepancies? That there were values that were different on lab results compared to results taken either on the unit or on the blood gas machine. Well, there is only a single lab result, isn't there? I can't recall. Do you remember the evidence of Professor Hindmarsh, who told us there is always a discrepancy between lab results and blood gas readings because of the morphology of analysis? Yes. Because it's a spun sample. I don't off the top of my head remember the precise detail, but there tends to be about a 10 to 15% discrepancy. Yes, I wasn't aware of that until then. But putting that issue to one side, apart from that issue, are you disputing the readings of, in effect, the gas machine on the ward? No. No. All right. And just paragraph 82. I'd like to ask you a question about that. You say you don't specifically remember hanging the bag, but you think Nurse A hung it. Yes. It's probably me being a bit slow, but I don't understand how those two statements go together. You either remember it, or you don't. So do you remember? No. Well, why do you think Nurse A? Because I signed the bag with Nurse A. Nurse A was Child F's allocated nurse. I don't recall hanging up the bag, so to me the only person who could have done is Nurse A. So because you don't remember doing it, it must have been her. I'm not saying it must have been, but I think, yes. You'll remember, I'm sure, that on May 18th I asked you whether you agreed that Child F was poisoned with insulin. Yes. Remember that question? Yes. And you did agree? Yes. As you agreed that somebody must have given him insulin unlawfully? Yes. Do you still agree? Yes. Another question I asked you was whether somebody had targeted him specifically. Do you remember that? I don't recall, but... Right. Well, I am suggesting that somebody did target Child F specifically. Do you agree or not? I can't answer that. You did agree that a mistaken administration of insulin wasn't an option here. Do you still agree that? From the neonatal unit, yes. I don't think that could have happened on the unit. Do you accept that somebody put insulin into the TPN bag, or TPN bags, that was or were connected to Child F? I don't think I can say exactly what was in what bag, but I accept that he was given insulin at some point, yes. But the insulin has to have come from the bag, doesn't it, given the evidence we've heard? Do you accept that? Yes, if that's the evidence, yes. Yes. When you were arrested, you didn't know about C-peptide, did you? No. You didn't know that if a blood sample was taken from a child who was being given exogenous insulin, that fact could be proved by the disconnect in the ratio between the level of insulin and C-peptide. You didn't know that, did you? No. I didn't know anything about C-peptide results, no. But had you ever heard of C-peptide? No. No. Under questioning from your own counsel, you were asked a series of questions about the insulin and TPN being in the same fridge in what is a busy room. Yes. But whether or not the room was busy, somebody put insulin into that bag, didn't they? If it's agreed that insulin was in that bag, I can't say where it went in, whether it was on the unit or elsewhere. I can't answer that. I'm sorry? Elsewhere? Where else? The bag comes from the CVAS unit. So it could have been done by somebody in the CVAS unit. Is that what you're saying? I can't say, but you're asking me if it was put in on the unit. I can't answer that. But potentially the bag has come from another area, and I can't answer what happened in that other area. So that you can bear this in mind as we go along. This is one of the reasons that I'm dealing with child F and child L together. All right? Yes. Because I'm going to suggest to you that the insulin that went into child L's dextrose bag definitely went in on the neonatal unit. All right? Okay. We'll come to the reasons for that in due course. The bag was changed, wasn't it, at midday on August 5th, after you had gone off duty. Do you remember that? Yes. And so given that the evidence shows that insulin continued to be administered to child F, either the giving set wasn't changed or a second bag was contaminated. Yes. Do you accept that? Yes. I'm going to come to the population distribution now, please, which is at tiles 100 and 101. Here we see, beginning with Nursery 2, that you were in Nursery 2. Child F was the designated charge of your friend Nurse A. Yes. You were with a baby ME. Yes. In Nursery 3 there was, so far as we can tell, a single child, CE, and 2 children in Nursery 4 being looked after by Valerie Thomas. Yes. There is an anomaly in the sense that there were 2 other children in the unit that day. Yes. One was JE, who was being looked after by Cheryl Taylor, who had a baby in Nursery 3. Yes. From a practical point of view, was it common for one nurse to have a baby in Nursery 1 and a single baby in Nursery 3 as well? Sorry, can you say that again? Yes. I'm going to suggest to you that normal practice would suggest that because CE was in Nursery 3 with Cheryl Taylor, the overwhelming likelihood is that so was the child JE. It's likely, but it's not. I can't ever say definitively. No, of course not. Well, there was certainly no shortage of space in Nursery 3, was there, on that information? No. All right. That leaves one other child, EJ, who was being looked after by Sophie Ellis, who I think on November 23rd told us that she couldn't remember where he was. Okay. But insofar as we can determine the location of these children, the child with whom we are principally concerned, child F, was in the same room as you. Yes. Are you suggesting that staffing levels have in any way contributed to the poisoning of child F? I can't say how the insulin got there. I can't answer that. But it's nothing to do with the staffing levels, is it? I don't know how the insulin got there, so I can't possibly answer how it might have happened, or why. Well, hasn't somebody deliberately put insulin into the bag? If the evidence is accepted it's gone in, yes. And that can't have anything to do with staffing levels, can it? Again, I don't think I can answer that because I don't know where that insulin came from or where it was put in to answer that. As you wish. Whether it was on the unit or elsewhere, I can't tell you that. When you were interviewed by the police, you were very keen to know whether they had access to the TPN bag, weren't you? Yes. Why? Because I was being accused of placing insulin in the bag, and I thought that if the doctors had raised an issue and these levels were so abnormal, that somebody would have thought to check the fluids, which is what we do routinely. As we've seen in other cases, we'll keep the fluid bag if there are any concerns. But even if an analysis showed insulin was in the bag, that wouldn't prove that you had put it in the bag, would it? No, I don't understand what you're asking me. Well, I think I wanted them to check the bag, yes. I felt that would be standard practice. If at the time the doctors had concerns about the results, then they would have checked the fluids, or made a point of looking and reflecting on the fluids. You wondered whether there was an issue with something else, didn't you? No. No? Can we look at your interview, please? Where is that, please? It's in the first bundle of interview transcripts, so interview bundle 1. Just to refresh our memories, particularly as we're jumping around in the chronology, the first interview took place on the 10th of June 2019. Do you see that? Yes. You'll remember that was a case we were told it was only referred to the police because of what had happened to child E. Do you remember? That's why the first interview is a year later. Oh, okay. Yes. So at your first arrest, 2018, you weren't asked any questions about child F or child L. No. Do you remember that? And the reason was, as Dr. Evans I think told us, he was then sent sibling cases from what he had identified as being suspicious cases. Yes. So lest anyone has forgotten, that is the reason why you weren't interviewed the first time. If you go to page 16, please, so midway down the page, you ask a question. Can I ask a question about this in terms of the bags and everything? I'm assuming they haven't been kept or checked, post-event. You knew very well, didn't you, that the bags hadn't been kept? No, I didn't know whether the bags had been kept. Did you think it was likely they would have been kept? No, not I kept the fluids for child A and other babies, but I felt that if the doctors had raised a concern at that time, then yes, potentially the bags would have been checked, yes. Well, let's see what you were saying in this interview back in 2019. It's towards the bottom of the page. Is it likely the bags would be kept? 5 lines up from the bottom. And what was your answer then? No. To be fair to you, at the bottom you are then asked, you have asked a question, so are there cases when they might be? And you say, if there's a baby there's been a concern about, we would keep the bag. Usually ask someone to check that bag or check the pump. But you knew, didn't you, that no concern had been expressed at the time, no I did not, about the bag, didn't you? I didn't know anything at this point, at this interview, no. Do you remember me asking you a few minutes ago about whether you were thinking there was another way out for you, whether there was some other issue with the bag or an issue with something else? Yes. And you said no. Yes. Just look at the bottom of the page. You were asked this question. Okay. Is there a reason why you've asked that question? What's going through your mind? Asks the police officer. And what did you answer? When something's happened in that time, you are asking me if I have given him insulin, and I'm wondering if there's an issue with something else. What was on your mind at that time? What was that something else? That the insulin had come from somewhere else other than the unit. How would the presence or absence of the insulin in the bag have assisted with the question of whether or not the insulin came from the unit or from somewhere else? It wasn't, but at this time I don't think it was suggested it was in the bag. We didn't know where. We didn't know where the insulin had come from. No, you did though, didn't you? No, I did not, because you put it there. No. Do you remember telling the police in interview that you were not aware of there being a concern of child F having blood sugar problems? No. You don't remember saying that? At police interview? Yes. No. If we go back a couple of pages from where we were, do you see that document? Yes. Almost exactly halfway down. Were you aware, Lucy, as to the concerns for child F regarding his blood sugar levels at the time? Okay. And you say, no. Yes. You were aware though, weren't you? At the time? No. Can we go to the sequence, please? Tile 222. This is after you've just gone off duty. Yes. Did you hear what child F's sugar was at 8? Yes. Do you still say you were not aware? No, I was not aware in this interview in 2019 about blood sugars. No. You were aware at the time of the concern for child F's blood sugars, weren't you? Yes, at the time, because I was there. And you were telling your friend Nurse A at tile 224, 1.8. Yes. And her response was, shit, if we look at the next tile. Had you ever seen anything like this before? Babies with low sugars? Yes. But being given all this dextrose and still having low blood sugars? Yes. You had? Yes. You were trying to put it down to natural causes, weren't you? I don't think I was trying to provide an explanation. I was just stating what the levels were. Let's look at tile 341. What does that say? Wonder if he has an endocrine problem then. Hope they can get to the bottom of it. What did you mean by an endocrine problem? The babies that I've previously seen needing the levels of glucose that child F was needing were babies that had endocrine problems, hyperinsulinemia. Does that mean natural causes? Sorry? Does that mean natural causes? Yes. So you were trying to suggest natural causes, weren't you? Yes, the only other babies I had seen like that had a condition, yes. And you didn't know about C-peptide, did you? No. Do you accept that the TPN bags are not secure? No, I don't. But the fridge is locked. I don't. At what point? I think the bags are secure, yes, in the fridge. Secure in the sense they're under lock and key. Is that what you mean? Yes. They're not secure from someone with the key who wants to tamper with them, though, are they? No. Do you remember the evidence of Mr. Allen, Ian Allen, on November 29th? Not in full detail, no. Do you remember him demonstrating how you can take the supposedly tamper-proof cap off a bag of TPN and inject insulin into the bag? Yes. And the tiny amount of insulin that's required to produce results like this? Yes, but the bags in the fridge are sealed, so you'd have to break the seal to do that. Yes, you either do it as the bag is being put up. And who was putting up the bag? Just remind us. Myself and Nurse A. Yes, or you do it once the bag is up. And you were there, weren't you? I was there when the bag was hung, yes. Yes, and if we look at the staffing arrangements for this shift and the shift we're about to come to with child L, only 2 people are common to each shift, aren't they? Yes. One is Belinda Simcock, and the other is... myself. Yes. So because the bags are in a seal, as you've just described, would that prevent someone from the previous shift having put insulin into the TPN bag without leaving a trace? I don't think I can answer that because I've never put insulin into a bag, so I can't say how it would or wouldn't be done. No, but in telling us about the security of these bags, you refer to the seal. You describe to us what the seal is, please. So the TPN comes with a cellophane bag. How did you get into the cellophane bag? You would tear it open at the time of drawing up the fluids. Yes. Yes. It may be on your behalf the jury would be invited to consider whether or not someone on the previous shift put insulin into this bag, which came up at 4 p.m. I can't answer that. Well, yes, you can help us with the likelihood of it, though, by just answering a few questions, if you would. First of all, do you agree with the evidence that we heard that these bags come up from the pharmacy at about 4 p.m? Yes. So this was a bag that, if it had not been tampered with in the pharmacy, must have been tampered with sometime between about 4 p.m. on August 4th and about 0100 hours on the morning of August 5th. Yes, if it was his prescribed bag, yes. If it was a generic bag, no. But prescribed, yes. This was a prescribed bag, wasn't it? Okay. That's the evidence. Okay. The replacement bag was a generic bag. Okay. So let's just think about this. A prescribed bag came up at 4 p.m. How robust is the cellophane covering for the bag that has to be torn open to get access to the bag? It's cellophane, you'd have to rip it. Is it completely sealed? Yes. Okay. You saw Mr. Allen demonstrate to us how the supposed tamper-proof cap isn't a tamper-proof cap at all, didn't you? Yes. So in order to get insulin into the bag once it's come up to the ward, if it's still in the cellophane wrapper, you have to get the insulin through the cellophane wrapper. Yes. You have to get the cap off the bag, still in the cellophane wrapper. Is that right? If it was put in through that port, yes. Yes. I don't know. The bag was... The jury may want to consider whether this is possible, you see. You don't have to get a needle through the bag and through the tampered cap. Yes. Inject insulin into the bag. Yes. Replace what was thought to be a tamper-proof cap. Yes. And do all that without leaving a trace on the cellophane wrapper. Yes, if that's how it went in, yes. Yes. Whereas the other way of doing it, if it came up to the ward without insulin in, is to do it once you've removed the cellophane wrapper. Is that right? Yes. Which is something that, given the timings that we're talking about, only a person on your shift could have done. Yes. Yes. And there are very few candidates for that, aren't there? Yes. Why would you not put insulin in one of these bags? Why would I not put insulin? Yes. Because that's against all practice. TPN does not have insulin in it. We do not add insulin to anything unprescribed. It is highly dangerous, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Life-threatening to a child of this age. Yes. And it is something that would never cross the minds of the medical staff that someone had done, isn't it? Well, did it cross your mind? At the time, no. No. All right. Let's go to the tile T151, please. This is the intensive care fluid chart, isn't it? Filled in by your friend Nurse A. Do you see that? Yes. There's an entry at 0100 hours, isn't there? Can you see that? On the right-hand side, yes. Yes. It says NG-ASP vomit, and there are 4 pluses here. Yes. I don't think we've seen 4 elsewhere, but here we do. Yes. That we heard in evidence was a large vomit by child F. Okay. And we also heard from Professor Peter Hindmarsh that vomiting is a classic symptom of low blood sugar. Okay. Do you remember that? I don't, but I accept that, if that's what he said. Yes. That vomit was because by this stage, do you remember what Professor Hindmarsh said about the half-life of insulin? No. That if it's in an infusion, because of the rate it's eliminated from the body, you get to the steady state in an infusion after about 25 minutes. Okay? Okay. Do you remember that now? Yes. And of course, this is about, if we're looking at strict timings, it's 35 minutes after, that's assuming that the 1 o'clock is bang on the 1 o'clock. It's 35 minutes after this infusion was started by you and your friend Nurse A, isn't it? Yes. Do you accept that insulin was either in the bag when it was hung, or it was put into the bag shortly after it was hung? Yes. So do you accept that child F was poisoned deliberately? I can't answer that because I don't know how the insulin got there or who put it in there or why. I can't answer that. I'll come back in due course to your searches on various parents in this case. But the mother of child E and F in particular was somebody who you were searching for all the time, isn't she? Yes, frequently, yes. Why was that? The mother of child E and F was somebody who was often on my mind. Child E's death did stand out to me, and I often thought of them as a family. I got on well with the mother of child E and F at the time. What about child F? I wanted to see how child F was doing. What happened with child F that made you think of him? Because I got to know the family, and obviously he was the surviving twin of child E. Right, I'm going to move on to child L and see where the parallels are between what happened to him and what we've just established happened to child F. Okay? Okay. I'd like to start, as I tend to, with your defence statement. This is paragraph 136 onwards. You begin by saying that you did nothing to harm either child L or child M. After the twins had been born on April 8th, child L and child M were put into Nursery 1. Amy Davies and I took them to the nursery and we looked after them on their first day. I looked after child L and Amy looked after child M. Then at 138, you say that child M wasn't in a proper space. At 139, child L had low blood glucose levels. There was a conversation with Dr. Bomick about why we were starting child L on fluid straight away rather than doing a feed. Normally, if the sugars are low, you feed a baby and move on to fluids if they remain low. Starting with fluids is against that policy, and it means a line is put in when it may not be necessary. Once Dr. Bomick explained why this was the reasonable course to take, we proceeded as she instructed us. And this is what? Is this the hyperglycemic pathway? Is that a reference to that? Yes. And this is an example, isn't it, of evidence that we've heard, that you were more than willing to challenge doctors if you thought they weren't doing the right thing. Yes, when they've deviated from a policy. Yes. Yes. We put the bag up at 11 a.m. on April 8th, and the infusion started at midday. I wasn't due to be working on April 9th, and I was asked to do the extra shift because the unit was so busy and we needed to get the skill mix right. We were exceptionally busy. I think I may have had 3 babies to look after. As a matter of fact, as we will see, you had 2. Yes. Is that right? Paragraph 142. From the medical notes, the second bag of 10% dextrose was put up for child L at midday on April 9th. I did this with Mary Griffith. As the blood sugar levels remained low, a bolus was signed for and provided by Mary and me at 15:40. And just to put that into chronological context, that's shortly before child M collapsed, isn't it? Yes. I cannot be sure precisely who administered the bolus. A new bag of 12.5% dextrose was signed for and given by Belinda Simcock and Ashley Hudson at 16:30. In 1900, a new bag was signed for and given by Belinda Simcock and Mary Griffith. Yes. Then at 1:43, child M collapsed as Mary and I were making up fluids for child L. His alarm went off, so we went over to him and he was apneic. When I look back, I'm not sure if he wasn't breathing or whether he had had a desaturation. You then talk about child M, so I'm going to skate over that for now because we're concentrating on child L. And to 150, please. I did not administer insulin to child L. I don't understand why child L's insulin test results were at the level they were. Also, I don't understand how the results can have been so abnormal, and yet there was no immediate investigation into this. Therefore, I am unable to accept the accuracy of these tests. Do you now accept the accuracy of the tests? Yes. If insulin entered child L via one or more of the bags that were used, I am not responsible for that. Okay? Yes. So that's what you say in the defence statement. Say for the correction in relation to your acceptance of the test results. Is there anything else in that information that is now on review incorrect? No, I don't think so. No. Right. So I just want to put child L into a bit of context very briefly. Born on April 8th, 2016. Is that right? Yes. As you said in the defence statement, you and Amy looked after 1 twin each. Yes. You had child L. Yes. Amy Davies is a band 6, isn't she? That's right. You identified straight away that the hyperglycemic pathway was not being followed. Yes. And I'm going to suggest to you that that was one of the reasons why you decided to attack child L. No. A departure from the pathway has nothing to do with somebody putting insulin into dextrose, though, does it? No. You told us, I think, that the dextrose bags are stored in Nursery 1. Yes. The insulin in the locked fridge in the room where the locked fridge is? Yes. But the fact that they're stored in different places doesn't help us, does it? Because somebody put insulin into the dextrose. Well, I can't answer that. Well, do you accept from the evidence that somebody put insulin into the dextrose? Yes. And do you accept that there is no legitimate reason for putting insulin into dextrose? Yes. That it is highly dangerous? Yes. And that the results of the blood test prove that somebody put insulin into child L's dextrose? Yes. I want to see if you accept any of these propositions. There was insulin in at least one bag of dextrose that was attached to child L. I'm not sure without looking. Well, at least one. We'll come to the precise number later perhaps, but given that you have just accepted there was, well, do you accept it was in a bag of dextrose at any point? Yes, if that's the evidence. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Do you accept that the first time it was done was sometime between midnight and 9:30 a.m. on April 9th? I don't think I can answer that. I'm just reliant on the expert opinion. I don't know. April 8th, 2016 was a long day, so far as you were concerned. Yes. We can see the blood sugar reading in the third column between 10:58 and midnight, can't we? Yes. And we can see the gradual, if you go to column 5, the dextrose rates don't change, or other event column, we can see a gradual decrease in the amount of dextrose being given to child L. Yes. And a gradual increase, albeit with some anomalies along the way, in the blood sugar reading. Yes. It's not a linear progression, it's not a straight line, but we go from 1.9 at the beginning of the day at 10:58 to 3.6 at the end of the day. Yes. Do you remember Professor Hindmarsh saying of the reading at 2400 hours at midnight, I'm quoting him now, one could relax seeing that evolve. In other words, the progression in the blood sugar. Yes, that's normal levels. Yes, exactly. And on this particular night shift of the 8th into the 9th, albeit she was a bank nurse so far as the Countess of Chester was concerned, the nurse was Tracy Jones. Yes. Who we heard is a band 8A. Yes, she is. Yes. That's a very, very senior nurse, isn't it? Yes. Yes. We can see by looking at the chart that you have there that that was the final blood sugar measurement taken until 1000 hours the following morning. Yes. And this is where we come back to a point that we've just dealt with in the context of child F about the half-life of insulin. Do you remember the 25-minute point? Yes. It's that point that led Professor Hindmarsh to say that by 9:30 on the morning of April 9th, somebody had put insulin into that dextrose bag. Okay. Do you accept that as a proposition, first of all? Yes, if that's what he said. Yes. I'd like to look at who was where and who was doing what at about 9:30, okay, that morning? Yes. The first point then. Do you remember me suggesting to you that this was a targeted attack against child L? Yes. Just so you understand, the reason I am suggesting it is a targeted attack is that the same bag was hanging from midday on the 8th to midday on the 9th. Do you see that in the table? Yes. It didn't have insulin at the beginning on the 8th. No. But it had insulin in it on the 9th. Yes. Yes. So it follows, doesn't it, from that the insulin was put into the bag whilst it was hanging, doesn't it? I don't know. Well, let's just take a step back. We've dealt with the readings on April 8th. Yes? Yes. They showed there was a naturally resolving hypoglycemia that was resolved by the administration of the dextrose. Yes. So it had resolved by midnight. Yes. But then there was an exceptionally low and series of low blood sugar readings from 1000 hours on the 9th. Yes. It was the same bag that was connected to child L from midday to midday. So it follows, doesn't it, that somebody has put insulin into the bag whilst it is hanging. If that's what the experts suggest, yes. Well, it is what the experts suggest. Okay. Therefore it follows, doesn't it, that it is a targeted attack. The victim has been selected. Well, I can't answer that. All right. Somebody has injected insulin into a bag that is connected to a specific child. Yes, if that's the evidence. Yes. Yes. Well, it is the evidence, just as child F got, on one view of the evidence, 2 separate bags that were contaminated with insulin. TPN bags, in his case. Yes. So let's look at the population distribution for this shift, first of all, please. If we go to, it's page 2 of 12 in a neonatal review, which shows the same information that we have at tile 88 on the screen. Okay? Yes. This shows 4 babies in nursery 1. Yes. Child L and M being cared for by your friend Mary Griffith. Yes. You with GT and TSB. Yes. Nursery 2, 4 more children, 3 with Ashley Hudson, 1 with Nurse B. Yes. Belinda Simcock with 3 in Nursery 3. Yes. And then Angela McShane with 3 in Nursery 4, and Nurse B with the 4th baby in Nursery 4. Yes. So it follows, doesn't it, that the only common nursing staff, the only nursing staff in common between the shift on which child F received insulin and the shift on which child L was to receive insulin were you and Belinda Simcock? Yes. Now, bearing in mind the question or the issue identified by Professor Hindmarsh as to the timing at which the insulin was put in, overnight, under the care of Tracy Jones, child L had done very well, hadn't he? Yes. If we go to the jury bundle number 2, please, there at page 17948, we have the dextrose prescriptions, don't we? Showing Dr. Bomick's several attempts to resolve the calculation on April 8th, and also showing the replacement of the original bag at what you have entered as 12:10 hours. Yes. Albeit I think in answer to your own counsel, you said that actually reads 1200 hours. Is that right? I read it to be that, yes. You read it to be 1200? Yes. All right. Moving on in that document, we have the observation chart at 17978. Is that right? Yes. We have the lab blood results at 17997 with Dr. Yuko's manuscript additions at the back of the form at 17998. Then at 18000 we have the blood gas. Then following that we have the printouts, 2 printouts from the lab, yes, about which we heard quite a lot of evidence. Yes. I'm going to suggest that you put insulin into child L's dextrose bag at about 9:30 or just before 9:30 on April 9th. Okay? Okay. So if we just keep in mind who is where, if we could keep that on the screen, please, Mr. Murphy, and can we go to page 3 of the neonatal review? This shows events that were going on in the unit from the beginning of the shift, doesn't it? Yes. And we can see that child L's entries are in that sort of salmon pink type shading. Yes. And that child M's are in the yellow shading, which is used in other cases for the child in question. Yes. I just want to concentrate on you and Mary Griffith, as you were the 2 nurses that were in Nursery 1 with child L and child M. Okay? Yes. From 9 o'clock we see an entry for you in relation to the child GT, who is one of the children in Nursery 1, don't we? Yes. What I'm directing your attention to at the moment is what you were up to between 9 and 9:30. All right? Okay. So starting with tile 21 then, we see an entry made by Mary Griffith on child L's neonatal fluid balance chart, don't we? Yes. And at the same time, you are giving a feed to the child GT. Yes. At the same time as you are giving the feed, you appear to be co-signing medication for the patient AW. Yes. The child AW is one of the children in Nursery 2 who was being looked after by Ashley Hudson. Yes. Then in a couple of minutes after that, there's some more medication you are co-signing for AW. Yes. And then between lines 29 and 32 inclusive, 4 entries for the child GT, who was one of your 2 children in Nursery 1. Yes. Which you are signing and co-signing with Mary Griffith. Yes. Mary Griffith then left the room, didn't she? As we can see from lines 34 down to 39. I can't say that she left the room. Medications are predominantly drawn up in Nursery 1. I couldn't say where this happened. Well, this is Mary Griffith co-signing with a... Who is Angela McShane? She's a nursery nurse. Are nursery nurses allowed to give medications to children? Yes, oral medications. Oral medications? Yes. These are prescribed medications, aren't they? Yes. All signed for between 9:25 and 9:29. Yes. And for the 3 children, yes, ML, ND, and MB. Yes. And that was the opportunity that you took to poison child L, wasn't it? No. Are you suggesting that staffing levels caused or contributed to somebody putting insulin into the dextrose bag or bags for child L? No, I don't know how the insulin got there. Well, whoever did it deliberately, didn't they? If it happened on the unit, yes. Yes, well, we've already established it has to have happened on the unit, doesn't it? Because it happened sometime between midnight and about 9:30 in that bag that was connected to child L throughout that time. Yes, so then when the cannula is replaced, yes. And that's why it's a targeted attack, isn't it? What do you say? Not by me, it wasn't. If it's not by you, it's by somebody else then, isn't it? Yes. Poisoning a child in the same way that child F was poisoned. Yes. With the same substance. Yes. And is the reality that unless there is more than one poisoner, it has to have been either you or Belinda Simcock? I can only answer for myself and say that I've never put insulin into any bags. It was never suggested to her that she did it, though, was it? I can't answer that. I don't know. We can put the neonatal review away if we go back to the table that Professor Hindmarsh dealt with in his evidence behind Divider 6 in Jury Bundle 1. You asked several questions on May 16th about this table. Do you remember? Yes. I think you started by suggesting that the entry at what you have interpreted for as being 1200 hours on April 9th might have been a rate change. But I think you then decided, and I don't mean that in any pejorative way, but you thought that actually that was a change of bag at midday. Yes. Just for the jury's benefit, you're looking at the prescription there, aren't you? Yes. Thank you. So there we see, it's the entry where I asked you just to confirm what you'd said earlier. You're saying it doesn't say 1210, it says 1200 hours. Is that right? I would read it as that, yes. 10 minutes either way in this circumstance probably doesn't make any difference, but this in any event shows a different bag, and I think we heard from several witnesses that the practice is to change a dextrose bag every 24 hours anyway. Yes. But the giving set doesn't change. Is that right? Dextrose is changed 24 hourly without fail. It's TPN that's 48 hourly. Well, you tell us, the changing of giving sets with dextrose, what's the policy? They would be changed. Every time? Yes, I don't... Sorry, I'm confused with what you're asking now. A dextrose bag, as I understand you to have told us, is changed every 24 hours. Yes. The bag is hooked up to a giving set. Yes. Connected to a giving set? Yes. Does the giving set have to be changed every time a bag of dextrose is changed? Not every time, no. No. Well, that actually was the proposition I was putting to you, but there we are, we got there. Sorry, I misunderstood. It's all right, it's not your fault. Despite the fact that the bag was changed, so looking at the table that Professor Hindmarsh took us through, despite the fact that the bag was changed at midday, 1200 hours, the insulin kept being administered to child L, didn't it? Yes. Yes. And we know that because if we look at page 2, we see the time at which the blood sample was received in the lab, being either 1826 or 1829. Yes. And that blood sample contained exogenous insulin, didn't it? I can't recall. Well, that was the evidence from the lab. Okay. So I'm going to suggest for your comment or your answer that not only was child L targeted on the first occasion whilst the bag was hanging, but he also got a second bag that had insulin in it. What do you say about that? I'd have to be guided by the evidence, the expert evidence. We have a third bag hung, don't we, at about 16:30 or thereabouts? Yes. So a third bag hung at 16:30 and the hypoglycemia continued? Yes. Fourth bag hung the following day when you were not working, on April 10th. It's a 15% bag at either 2:30 or 3 o'clock. Yes. And the hypoglycemia gradually resolved, didn't it? Yes. We end up, as we go from the 10th into the 11th, 2300 hours on the 11th, which is right to the end of page 3, with a resolved episode of hypoglycemia. Yes. And the reason for the hypoglycemia was that somebody had poisoned at least 2 glucose bags with insulin, isn't it? Yes. And that was you, wasn't it? No. On Monday, before the midday adjournment, we dealt with 2 cases, child F and child L. Is there anything that you said about any of those children that you, on reflection, wish to amend? No. And so far as the wider case is concerned, in other words, questions that I've been asking you since we started this exercise, Is there anything that you wish to amend? No. Do you give that some thought at the end of each day, that issue? Yes. So it's not a criticism at all, but you reflect on the evidence you have given. As much as I can remember, yes. Yes. And you think about whether or not there's something that you have said, with hindsight, you might either wish to change, or re-emphasise, or add to, or take away from. Yes. Yes. And each time I have asked you that question, you have confirmed that, in effect, there is nothing you wish to change. Yes. Thank you. Now, if we move on to the case relating to child M, please, who is named in count 16 on the indictment, I'd like to start, as I have done from time to time, with your defence statement. All right? The jury now have a typed copy of the statement. The part I'd like to ask you about starts at paragraph 137, which in the jury's copy is page 17. I've dealt with parts of this already because, as we see from the document, this section of it concerns both brothers, child L and child M. All right? Yes. So on Monday, we dealt with the parts that refer simply to child L. Yes. And we will now turn to child M. At paragraph 137, you say that after the twins were born on April 8th, they were put into Nursery 1, that you and Amy Davies took them there and you looked after them on their first day. You had looked after child L and Amy had looked after child M. Yes. Then you say, I used the neopuff that was on the wall, but because of how child M had been fitted into the nursery, it wouldn't reach the cot and the mask pulled off. Someone brought me a new neopuff mask. Yes. So paragraph 145. We asked Belinda Simcock and Ashley Hudson to do the bag for child L while we dealt with child M. So the bag in that context, of course, is the more concentrated dextrose that Mary Griffith had started to put together. Yes. And then you say, we put a crash call out, Nurse B came and tried to turn the incubator round to get child M onto a proper monitor. Dr. J-Ram then came in and probably other doctors. Eventually, we moved child M to the intensive care side of the nursery because we needed a ventilator. You then say at 147, I didn't notice any change in skin colour in child M, although I have not dealt with many sick Asian babies, so I may not have been accustomed to the changes in skin colour. However, no one mentioned any changes in skin colour at the time. You then say at 148 you took care of child M once he came off the ventilator. He'd been given medication prior to his collapse. I can't recall if it was me or Mary Griffith who did this. And you then turn back in the document to child L at 150 and 151. Yes. Then paragraph 152. Sometimes when we do a resuscitation, we write notes on whatever is available. This would sometimes be a paper towel. That is what happened with child M. I wrote notes on the paper towel which then remained in my pocket and ended up at home with me. I just want to understand what you're saying. I've asked you some questions about this and I will return to it, but I just want to understand what it is you're actually saying in the document there. Are you saying in the document that once you had written notes on the paper towel, it went into your pocket and that is where it remained until it got home? I'm saying that I wrote notes on the paper towel, yes, and at the end of the day it came home with me in my pocket. And where had it been in between? Well, it would have been used during the shift to write up notes. All right, we'll come back to that. At paragraph 153, a number of my diary entries were written retrospectively. For example, twins resus. Matters like this were written after I'd been removed from the unit. I was documenting matters that I believed might be significant. LD stands for long day. And that's how you deal with the case of child M in this document. Yes. Was there anything that was particularly memorable about child M so far as you were concerned? The delivery of the twins stood out in my mind because that was the first delivery I'd been to where I was the allocated nurse for a baby by myself. So yes, as a pair of twins, yes, they stood out in my mind, yes. I want to see whether you agree with a number of propositions. All right? First, that child M was born in good condition. Yes. But within a few hours, his observations were being taken every 2 hours, and he was breathing for himself in air. Yes, if that's... Obviously, I can't see the chart now, but yes. Okay, well, if you want to look at the chart, please don't let me rush you beyond it if you want to. They're all behind divider 16 in that bundle that you have in front of you. I'm doing my best to reflect accurately the evidence that's been given, but it may be from time to time that I can make a mistake. So if you want to check anything, you say so, all right? Okay. But do you agree with those propositions? Could you repeat the last one? Yes. Observations every 2 hours, breathing for himself in air. That's within a few hours of his birth. Yes. He was not an intensive care baby, was he? No, I don't believe he was at this time. No. No. Is it your case that the staffing levels generally caused or contributed to Child M's collapse? I don't know what caused Child M's collapse, but the unit was very stretched that day with staffing. Yes. Yes, but you will understand, I'm sure, that it has been suggested on your behalf from time to time, and you gave evidence in answer to questions from your own counsel from time to time, that may have been taken as suggesting that there is a connection between staffing levels and collapses, all right? And I hope you understand that what I'm trying to do is to look at each case individually and see whether in fact there is a connection on your evidence. Okay. So putting to one side for a second the fact that you have told us that you don't know what the cause of Child M's collapse was, are you suggesting that there is a positive association between staffing levels and his collapse? I think that's a potential, yes. Well, a potential... What is the potential connection? Because I don't know exactly what happened to Child M, but I know we were very stretched that day in providing all of the needs on the babies on that unit to make sure that they were all cared for. It was very stretched for every child, and Child M wasn't in the correct space either. Are you pointing to a positive event which, had staffing levels been different, would have been dealt with differently? Potentially, yes. If Child M had been in a proper space and we hadn't been as stretched with staff, maybe things would have been acted on quicker. I don't know. What difference would the space have made? He wasn't on a correct monitor. He was just in a corner space, which isn't ideal. We don't usually have babies in that space. Well, we'll come to the population distribution in a moment. But you are postulating the possibility, are you, that had he been on a Philips monitor, there may have been an earlier alarm than in fact there was? Potentially, yes. Right. That doesn't have anything to do with staffing levels, though, does it? No. That's to do with the monitor. Yes. So at the risk of repeating myself, just going back to the staffing levels, what are you suggesting is the connection? Again, I don't know what happened to Child M, but as nursing and medical staff, we were very stretched that day. Sorry? What was I saying, sorry? I'm looking to give you an opportunity, really, of telling the jury what you are suggesting is the connection between staffing levels and Child M's collapse. As I say, I don't know what happened to Child M, but the unit was very busy that day. Staffing wasn't at a great level. The doctors were very busy, as were the nurses. Potentially babies on the unit at that time didn't have such close monitoring, as maybe they would have done if there'd been more staff or less babies. Are you suggesting that anybody's mistake contributed in any way to Child M's collapse? I don't know what caused Child M's collapse. So is the answer no? Yes. Are you suggesting that medical or nursing competence made a contribution? Again, that's hard to answer when I don't know exactly what happened to Child M. I know he had a few issues earlier on in the day. Maybe that could have been dealt with differently. I don't know. Right, well, when we get to them, if you are suggesting that things should have been dealt with differently, will you say so, please? Yes. And tell us what the difference could or should have been. Yes? Thank you. Now, I'm sure you will remember that Dr. J-Ram told us of discoloration that he saw on Child M at the time of his collapse. Yes. I want to put to you his description and ask whether you disagree with what he says. Okay? Okay. What he said was this. It was on the 22nd of February, if anybody wants to check. Because Child M was darker skinned, it was more obvious. He was generally pale, which one would expect in a cardiorespiratory arrest. There were patches of very bright pink, or certainly more obviously pink because it was on a darker skinned background on his torso that flitted around. It would appear and disappear, and then other ones would appear and disappear. I noticed them on his abdomen because that's the most obvious bit of his body that you could see, because the rest of his body had people covering his chest doing CPR. I noted them sort of when I got there during the start of the resuscitation. I can't comment on how long they continued to be there. Once circulation was restored and his heart rate came above 100, they vanished. And he said he had never seen that type of a discoloration before child A. Okay? Yes. Do you agree with his description? I did not see anything like that, no. Did the lighting in Nursery 1 make it difficult to see? No. Because you've told us, haven't you, that the lighting in Nursery 1 is bright? Yes. This was a daytime collapse? Yes. And so the lighting would have been on full, wouldn't it? It wouldn't have been on full, no, because no nursery light is on full unless you're actually doing a procedure. But yes, it would have had a fair level of lighting, yes. Is resuscitation a procedure? Yes, the lights would have been turned up then. Yes, sorry, I thought you meant during the day. I'm talking about when Dr. J-Ram speaks of having seen what I've just recounted to you. Yes. Do you remember what you said to the police about the lighting in this particular case? Yes, that it was poor where the space that child M was. If we just go to your interview, it's the first of the child M interviews. Do you have an independent memory of saying this, or have you been reading your interviews to see what you said before I ask you questions about it? No, I have a direct memory of that event and needing to move child M into a different space. Right at the bottom of the page, you're asked a question. Do you know why he desaturated? And you replied, no. Then you were asked the question, so when you attended him, there was nothing obvious that had caused this desaturation. You replied, not that I remembered, no. And then a different officer says, any more questions? And you give a reply, don't you? Would you just read your reply, please? I do remember that his colour was a little bit harder to assess with him being an Asian baby, and also he was in a corner space where there's poorer lighting. So were you suggesting to the police in this interview that the poor quality of the lighting during the daytime in Nursery 1 may have been a reason why you didn't see a change in coloration? Yes, so at the time that child M collapsed, the nursery was not in full brightness, so when I went over to child M, he was in a darker corner of the nursery. But a much lighter corner than Nursery 2. Yes. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? Yes. Yes. What am I going to say? That I was able to see child I. Yes. In the dark. Yes, well, not in complete darkness, but... So this time you're saying that although a nursery was in daytime, with the lighting on, the lighting wasn't good enough for you to have been able to see a change in colour. No, it was harder for me to assess because I was not used to caring for Asian babies, so the colour change, if any, was very difficult for me to see. I did not notice any colour change. I want to turn to the population layout, please, at tile 83. We can put the interviews away now, please. Here we can see that there were 4 children in Nursery 1. Yes. How many spaces are there in Nursery 1? 4. Why was it necessary to put child M in a corner space if there are 4 spaces and 4 children? The procedure is because we are an emergency unit. There always has to be one incubator free because obviously we don't know what might come through from delivery ward. So there is always a space set up that's available for any admissions. Okay. So is this a situation where, as you have told us, because child M was not an intensive care baby, he didn't actually need to be in Nursery 1 at all? Yes, there was just no room on the outside nurseries. Yes. Yes. We can see the layout there, can't we? Yes. We see that you were responsible for GT and TSB. Yes. And that your friend Mary Griffith was responsible for the babies L and M. Yes. As you have told us, 4 children in Nursery 2, 3 of whom being looked after by Ashley Hudson, 1 by Nurse B. Yes. Nurse B had a second child in Nursery 4, who was in there with 3 others being looked after by Angela McShane, and then Belinda Simcock had the 3 children in Nursery 3. Yes. Was the capacity at the time 16? Yes. So making the allowance for the emergency provision of a single ITU space, you were running in effect at capacity. Yes. Do you remember describing Mary as quite a junior member of staff? Mary Griffith? Yes. How many years' experience did Mary have? I can't answer that, but Mary only did band 5 roles intermittently. She was predominantly a nursery nurse on the unit and would sometimes go up to a band 5 on days when we were short-staffed, so she wasn't predominantly a band 5 at all times. Moving on to tile 88, please. Do you remember Dr. Yuko saw child M at 10:25 on the ward round? Yes. Did you have anything to do with child M at this stage? I couldn't answer that, I don't know. All right, let's look at what you were doing at the beginning of the shift if we can. If we go to page 4 to deal with the time at which Dr. Yuko was looking at child M, the notes of which you have on the screen, we see blue typescript showing what you were up to at about this stage. Yes. Just turn back a page to page 3. We see you doing observations for GT, don't we, at 8:30. Yes. Some medications at 9:05 to 9:11 between lines 29 and 32. Yes. Also checking some medications for AW, who was in Nursery 2, being looked after by Ashley Hudson. Yes. Then going to page 4, lines 44, 49, 58 and 66. Are you doing observations, feeding and making a note relating to the child TSB? Yes. Who was one of your 2 children in Nursery 1? Yes. The child GT was, if this document is correct, which we believe it to be, very low maintenance. Would you agree? No. Let's look at how GT was occupying your time then. At line 22, so back to page 3, do we see you feeding GT? Yes. At 9 a.m. That's the first thing you did on the shift that's been recorded by you. Yes. Lines 29 to 32, the medications that we spoke of earlier. Yes. At about the same time, the next entry for GT is at midday, isn't it? Yes. You see, that's why I'm suggesting GT is low maintenance, so far as you are concerned. I disagree, because the baby at that time was in Nursery 1. It had cannulation issues. She was recannulated during that shift. She would sometimes need suction. She had been transferred into Nursery 1 because she was unwell. That's why she had been moved into Nursery 1. She was initially in the special care nurseries. You've got an extraordinary memory for the detail of this child, haven't you? I was, because she was a very complex baby that was on the unit a very long time, yes. But no memory of child D? No. Who died in the same nursery that you were working in? Yes. Do you agree, just if we could put the doctor's note from 10:30 back up then, 10:25 I should say, that this examination of child M was unremarkable? Yes, I think he assessed the baby's L&M after the 2 other babies because they were more special care than the other 2, yes. You remember that as well? Yes, because I remember the baby GT needed a cannula replacing, and I do recall that with the doctor, and I remember the doctor coming to see TSB, who I was concerned about at the time. I'm not asking you to say it, but do you remember TSB's name as well? Yes. From 7 years ago? Yes. If we go to tile 98, please, we see there at 12:30 p.m. a note made by Nurse B. Can you see it? Yes. With her initials at the bottom referring to a nasogastric tube feed and the fact that she obtained an acidic aspirate. Yes. She said that child M was fine. Yes. Do you agree or disagree with her? Well, bile isn't a normal finding. Where is bile? So Nurse B has put partially digested stomach acid / bile, 1.5 bile stained. That's in Mary's entry at 2:30? Oh, sorry, is it not a continuation? No. Sorry, then, yes. Well, it's an easy mistake to make, but we'll move on to that because I was going to deal with that anyway. There we see, as you have already pointed out, Mary Griffith's recording of a 1.5ml bile-stained aspirate. Yes, apologies, I was reading it from Nurse B's writing. It's all right, there's no need to apologise. But you'll remember, I'm sure, that Mary said that Dr. Yuko put child M nil by mouth at that stage, and we can see that fact recorded, or at least the nil by mouth element of it, recorded just above, can't we? Yes. And a nasogastric tube was put onto free drainage. Okay, that was the evidence. What's the point of putting the NGT on free drainage? Bile is not a normal finding and that should not be in the stomach, so the tube would go onto free drainage to ensure that anything that is in the stomach comes straight out and doesn't sit within the stomach, and that we can monitor what's coming out. At 15:30, so we're moving on now please to tile 127, a dextrose bag was started for child M by you and Mary Griffith. Yes. And there is nothing to suggest, is there, that there was any insulin in that bag? No. No. You see, I'm asking you this question because I suggested to you yesterday that child L, who was receiving insulin from a dextrose bag at this point, was targeted specifically. Okay? Okay. There's nothing in any of child M's findings to support the suggestion that he was receiving insulin, is there? No. No. At 15:30, we are now about half an hour or so before child M collapsed. Yes. Looking at Dr. Yuko's, is that Dr. Yuko's prescription? Do you know? Or writing? It looks like his. I couldn't comment, sorry. I think he said it was, but it may not matter. Do we see your signature above that of Mary Griffith? Yes. The rate and the time of the infusion being started, is that your writing as well? Yes. Can we rely on that time? Yes. Can you remember what Mary was doing at about this time, though? No. Was she taking blood for the lab for child L? I can't say without looking. Well, we've all seen the paperwork relating to the blood test for child L, haven't we? Yes. Do you remember the evidence that she gave? That the podding of the sample was interrupted by the emergency with child M? Yes. How long in the normal course of events would it take between the taking of a sample and the podding of a sample? That would be dependent on staffing on the unit because it would require somebody to leave the unit to take the blood to be podded. If you had normal staffing, staff that could leave, it would be 5 or 10 minutes? Yes. There was another job going on, of course, at this same time as well, wasn't there? Do you remember? Are you talking about the 12.5%? I am. Yes. You do remember? Sorry? And you do remember? Making up the 12.5%? Yes. Yes. We've seen a video of the way it's done, haven't we? Yes. And one person, one of the two nurses involved, is the person who actually does the mechanical side of it. Yes. Is that right? That was Mary's function. Yes. What were you actually doing physically? Practically speaking, what did your role involve? So generally the role would involve opening up any equipment that Mary would need and dropping it onto the sterile field, and then watching everything that Mary does to ensure that the calculations are correct. And what does Mary do that actually has to be checked? Any volume that she's taken out of the bag, or it would involve using a dextrose file, which we would need to check. There's a calculation that's involved in making up 12.5%, so we would both be going through the protocol together and working out the calculations together. Yes. How long does that take? For 12.5%, it can take quite a while. It's an unusual thing to do, and there's quite a lot of processes to it. How long does it take? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give you a definitive time. How many times have you done it? Not that many. Did you not know how to do it off the top of your head? No, I don't think any nurse would. We had to use the protocol that was on the unit. Where was that? Nursery 1. So right where you were? Yes. How long would that take to find? I don't think I can quantify that. Mary and I would have both needed to go through the policy against the prescription charts and then got all the equipment ready. I can't tell you how long it would take to read the policy and work out the calculations. Can't or won't? No, I think it's unrealistic to think that I'd be able to remember exactly how many minutes something took to do. All right. Around this time, though, you were also involved in giving medication to child M, weren't you? Yes. How long would it have taken Mary to scrub up to be the sterile nurse? A few minutes. If we go to tiles 135 through to 138, we see the prescription and updates that were being made to the computer relating to the giving of benzylpenicillin and sodium chloride to child M, don't we? Those are all computerized times. Yes. So they're recorded by the machine when you put in the code. When we've both signed, yes. Yes. Plainly, Mary wouldn't have been sterile at that point if she's tapping in her code to the computer. No. Can we take it that it must have been after that, after 1545, that the process of making up the 12.5% dextrose started? Yes. And it was while Mary was getting sterile that you sabotaged child M, wasn't it? No. Do you remember what happened just before child M crashed? I recall that Mary and I were at the workbench. Do you remember what the mother of child L and M said happened in her agreed witness statement? Not from my memory now, no. About 10 minutes after we left the boys, a nurse called Yvonne came running up. She said I had to go back and took me down in a wheelchair. When we got there, one of the doctors was pressing child M's chest. Do you remember that bit of evidence? Yes. And so whatever happened to child M happened just after his mum and the family had left him. Do you remember them being there? I can't remember specifically. I know they had visited during the day and other parents for other babies were visiting. I don't recall the exact timings, no. So another case where the parents are there but leave, and then the baby collapses. Yes, if that's accurate. Yes. And that was your opportunity to sabotage child M, wasn't it? No, I was with Mary. And this was another case, wasn't it, where air was going in and carbon dioxide was coming out of child M, but his saturations were dropping. Yes. Do you remember that? And do you remember that during the resuscitation, notes were being made, yes, by several of you, several nurses? I can't recall that specifically. I know that we were writing the drugs down, yes. You remember the paper towel, don't you? Yes. Because it ended up under your bed. Yes. And do you remember the evidence of your friends, Nurse B and Mary Griffith, who said their writing is on the note? Yes. That's why I say several of you writing down. Oh, yes. And child M suddenly recovered, didn't he? Yes, remarkably. As quickly as he declined, he recovered. And whilst he was desperately unwell, he had a flitting pink rash on his body, didn't he? I did not see any rash, no. It was not discussed at the time either. If we go to tile 171, we come to the blood gas. You remember this one, don't you? Yes. If we click on it, we'll see Nurse B's writing at 1622, and we know that that information, or that data, replicates the printout that was found under your bed. Yes. Have you thought any more about how that printout got from what Nurse B says was the waste paper basket, or the sensitive waste, to a bag under your bed? No, but I know I've never taken anything out of the confidential waste bin. Well, putting the confidential waste to one side for a minute, how many blood gas records have you ever taken home? I can't put a specific number on it. I don't know. Is it a few? I don't know. Why would you take a blood gas record home? It's come home with the handover sheet. That's not an answer to the question. It is. It's got put in my pocket like a handover sheet does, and it's come home with me. Did Nurse B put it in your pocket? I don't know that. I don't know. Are you seriously suggesting that somebody else might have put it in your pocket? No, I'm saying I definitely did not take anything out of the confidential waste bin. Well, who put it in your pocket? Probably myself. Yes. It did not come from the confidential waste bin. Who took it out of your pocket? Myself. Who put it in the bag under your bed? Me. Why? Because I collect paper. But not bank statements. No. No. What's the difference from your point of view? What makes a blood gas record collectible, but a bank statement shreddable? Well, that's not in context. The handover and things came back with me and they were just put to one side and not thought of again. Dealing with a household bill is in the forefront of your mind. Handover sheets aren't. What's a household bill got to do with a bank statement? Sorry, I assume that's the same thing. A bank statement, a bill, it's things that are happening there and then. What do you mean by happening there and then? Well, a bank statement comes through, I pay a bill, I would shred the document. Straight away? Well, I can't tell you exactly when. Are you making this up as you're going along? No. What was the purpose of the towel that had the resus details written? What was the purpose of it? Yes. To keep an accurate record of what was happening during the resuscitation? Yes. And for whose benefit primarily was the accurate record? For the medical and nursing staff that would then need to document about the events? Yes. So as it happened in the context of this particular resuscitation, it was Dr. Yuko who needed the material, wasn't it? It would have been all of the doctors, so the drugs would have all been prescribed retrospectively, so it could have been any of the doctors, yes. Yes, but you know, don't you, that it was Dr. Yuko to whom the responsibility fell to make the meticulous record of this resuscitation. Okay. Well, you do know that, don't you? Yes, and Dr. Jairam also wrote some notes. He did. But it's Dr. Yuko who made the principal note, and I'm going to ask Mr. Murphy please to put up tile 149, which is one of the tiles that bears this data. Can we just scroll down please? So, cardiorespiratory arrest, underlined double, pale plus plus plus, then as we scroll down the page please, there we see what I have just described as the meticulous record. Yes. Intervention, underlined, then in Dr. Yuko's distinctive handwriting, cardiac massage commenced by him 1602, adrenaline number 1 1605, number 2 1610, intubation 1610, adrenaline number 3 1612, number 4 1619, and so on. Yes. Number 5 at 1623 or 27, and the final, the sixth and final and apparently successful dose at 1630. Yes? Yes. We can show you the paper towel if you'd like to see it, but that is the data that's recorded on the paper towel, isn't it? Yes. Therefore it follows, doesn't it, that Dr. Yuko must have had the paper towel in his hand. At some point, yes, to write the notes. Yes. And if we scroll back up the note, please, we see that Dr. Yuko had the paper towel at 2025 when he made the note. Yes. So at the end of the shift, wherever this paper towel from the resuscitation had been, we can say, can't we, it was in the hand of Dr. Yuko at 2025. Yes. And you hung around, didn't you, to get your hands on it before you left? No, I stayed late that night to cover all of the work that still needed doing. What work was that? I had to hand over child M, and I had 2 other babies that I'd looked after in the daytime that I also had to hand over. I had to write the medical notes, the nursing notes, for child M. Child M was handed over at the normal time, wasn't he? Yes, but my documentation was not completed at that point. No, you're right about that. If we go to tile 251, remembering that Dr. Yuko is making his detailed note at 2025, we see what you were doing at 2114. This is your note, isn't it? Yes. So you'd waited an hour and a quarter after the end of your shift to make this note? No, I disagree. I was busy with other babies on the unit as well. I was not just sitting waiting to do this documentation. And you were hanging around to get your hand on the paper towel used by Dr. Yuko. No. and to go rooting in the bin for the printout put there by Nurse B? No, I've never rooted in the bin for anything. Because you sabotaged Child M by injecting him with air, didn't you? No, I did not. I'm going to move on to Child N now, and before the break hopefully deal with Count 17. As before, we will start with your defence statement, please. This section of it starts at paragraph 154. I'm breaking this down to differentiate between what happened on June 3rd and what happened on June 15th. Alright? Okay. So we'll deal with the 3rd first of all, and then we'll move on to deal with counts 18 and 19, which are on the 15th. Okay. At paragraph 154 you say, I did nothing to hurt Child N. I had never encountered a baby with haemophilia before. So far as I am aware, no one on the nursing staff at the Countess of Chester NNU had either. It seemed that the doctors were in the same position. It appeared that no one knew specifically how to care for a baby with haemophilia. At various stages during his care, the problems seemed worse because no one knew how to deal with this. At paragraph 156, I can't recall who I was looking after on the night shift of the 2nd to the 3rd. I do not think Child N collapsed during this shift. He did require a little oxygen, but otherwise there was no significant concern. I do not think it is accurate to say he was screaming for 30 minutes. Is that what you said? Yes. I want to start then, please, with what you said in answer to questions from your own counsel. On May 16th, you were asked about the incident that happened at about 1:10 on the morning of June 3rd, and you said that you simply didn't have any memory of it. Was that true? Yes. Have I understood your case as it's set out in your defence statement correctly, that in reality this was a bit of a non-event? Nothing serious happened at all? Yes, I don't believe it was a collapse that needed resuscitation. No. If we go to the first of the Child N sequence of events, please, at tile 52, Mr. Murphy, we get to the population distribution, which you have helpfully turned up for yourself, and the neonatal review at paragraph 2 of 6. There we see that you had 2 children in Nursery 4. Yes. One was JBR and the other AF. Yes. Do you remember them? No. You also had responsibility for AC, who's in the bottom right-hand corner of that screen. Yes. That child was in with parents. Yes. Child N was in Nursery 1 with Christopher Booth, who had another child in there as well. Yes. In Nursery 2 there was a single child with Sophie Ellis, and in Nursery 3 2 others also with Sophie. Yes. And 2 in transitional care being cared for or supervised by Valerie Thomas. Yes. Who's a nursery nurse? Yes. Are you suggesting that the staffing levels on this shift caused or contributed to the events concerning Child N at 1:10 on June 3rd? No. Are you suggesting that anyone's mistake or incompetence made a contribution? No. Do you agree that Child N collapsed just after Chris Booth went on his break? Yes. Do you agree, as we see there, that you had 2 what have been described as feeders and growers to care for in Nursery 4? Yes. Did you find that boring? No. Did you find that you had time on your hands? No. Do you agree that Child N was in good shape at the beginning of this shift? I think so, yes. Well, just to satisfy you that I'm not misleading you, if we go to tile 65, please. These are Nurse Booth's notes written retrospectively towards the end of the shift. As you can read for yourself there, they present an encouraging picture, don't they? Yes. And he is an experienced nurse? Yes. I want to look at what you were doing at the beginning of this shift, please. So if you turn over in the neonatal review that you have in front of you, there at lines 2 of 7 we see, first of all, the blue-coloured font which denotes your involvement. Yes. And secondly, that the two children in respect of whom you were involved were the two for whom you were the designated nurse in Nursery 4. Yes. Do we see recorded there that the first thing you did was to take observations and feed AF? Yes. And you went on, having fed AF, to deal with medications together with Christopher Booth for the other child, JBR. Yes. And that was the order that you would have done things. Yes. Yes. I'd like to put up the feeding chart for AF, please, which is J30921. At the bottom, do we see your writing? Sleepy ++. No, that's not my writing. It's not your writing. All right. If we remove that highlight, please. What do we see so far as the feed at 2030 is concerned? At 2030, the baby has had a nasogastric feed because they're sleepy. Yes. 50 mil? Yes. Prior to that, trace aspirate, is it? Yes. And no entry so far as urine or... No, we don't do cares if the baby's asleep. Okay. 50 mil takes how long, please? Again, I can't put a definitive number, but 10 minutes or so. 10 or 15 minutes, depending on the baby. I think the baby's being offered a bottle feed there, were they not? 10 or 15 minutes, you say, for this one? Well, potentially. I can't put a... I don't think any member of staff could put a definitive number on how long anything takes. I would say around that region. Other estimates we've been given for this sort of quantity is about 20 minutes. Yes, I really can't say. And as you have told us several times when I've encouraged you, you pour 10 ml at a time into a syringe. That's right, isn't it? Yes. Yes. A two-handed job? Yes. How do you do that whilst you're texting your mates? Well, it's not done at the same time. No? You were texting your friends, though, right through this time, weren't you, that you were supposedly feeding this child? I don't know. You don't know? No. Have you not noticed? Well, let's look. I'm going to run through these quite quickly. If we start at tile 54, please, in the sequence of events, remembering that you have put this down at 2030, and it's before the medications that are given to the other two children in the nursery at 2037, making allowances for you being 5 or 10 minutes out, you started a text conversation with your friend Nurse E. Pretty much as soon as you came onto the ward, didn't you? Yes. Asking whether she was home. She responded within a minute. The next text, you responded to her again within about a minute at 2035, and then she sent a text message, "Aren't you in handover?" And responded to a couple more, and then at tile 61 you say, "Redacted had gone home, so I had a paper handover." Yes. So we're now half an hour before you feed AF. Do you agree? Yes. You send another message to Nurse E 11 seconds later, tile 62. She responded within seconds, tile 63 and 64. Tile 66, somebody doing child ends observations. If we move on to tile 68, as that is going on, you are telling Nurse E, tile 68, we've got a baby with haemophilia. Yes? Yes. So that's tile 68 at 2000 hours, tile 70, 24 seconds later, 34, which is an answer to Nurse E asking how many weeks was child N. Tile 72, a minute later, less than a minute later, everyone bit panicked by seams of things, although baby appears fine. She said, male. You say, yes. She says, factor 8. You say, not sure. I only know what's on the handover sheet as doctors are in with him doing a head scan. You then send another reply/message within 15 seconds. Oh, had a weird Facebook message from Dr. A earlier. Yes? Yes. She replies straight away, lad with haemophilia when worked in community with Leighton on placement. And you say, oh, okay, I'll have to Google it later. I don't know much about it. 2004. So this is 7 messages within 4 minutes. Yes? Yes. She then says, have to be careful with cannula. Then, give factor 8 or factor 9. have as an infusion for the rest of your life. And you reply immediately, wow. She then sends you 7 messages between 2008 and 2011, tiles 84 to 90. Just scroll through those, please, Mr. Murphy. You then reply at tile 91, complex condition. Yeah, 50-50 chance antenatally. You'd been Googling haemophilia, hadn't you? No. So when you say, I'll have to Google it later, I don't know much about it, you didn't intend to Google it? Yes, but not at this point, there and then. Why not? Because I wouldn't have been on the computer on Google in the unit. Your phone has Google though, doesn't it? Yes. What was in your hand as this was all going on? My phone. That's where you got that information from, 50-50 chance antenatally, isn't it? From Google, Dr. Google. No, the 50-50 chance is something that staff would know. I didn't know any details about the condition, other than it's complex, and that if mum has got it, then it's a 50-50 chance that the baby will have it. And the text continued, 93 please. How's Z? You reply at 94, 5 minutes before you're about to feed AF. Great in cot, alternate B bottle NG feed. Is that right? Yes. She replies R and says, is redacted better at tile 96. At tile 97, 4 minutes before you're about to feed AF. FFS. Mel asking me how to make up 12.5%. Yes? Yes. Were you really unhappy with Mel? No. You see, in answer to questions from your counsel, you said you only swore in very extreme circumstances. What does FFS mean? For fuck's sake. Yes. Were you unhappy with Mel? Yes, I was shocked that a Band 6 senior nurse was asking me how to make up 12.5% dextrose. And you know, don't you? Yes. That's why I was asking you questions in relation to child M. You were telling the jury that you need to look at all the paperwork. Yes. You knew, but the boss, the supervisor on the shift, was asking you how to do it. Yes. Yes. When she could have looked for herself. She could. But you still told her. I don't know what I said to Mel. You passed her the folder. Let's look, tile 98. Does she not know where the policy is? And your response? You read it, it's your answer. No, I've passed her folder, but now asking if can run via cannula. She needs to look herself. You were not happy with Mel, were you? No, I wasn't happy with Mel being like this, no, a senior member of staff. Yes. Tile 100, a minute before you're about to feed AF. Redacted is great, still on monitor but hoping to stop over weekend. Then your friend Nurse E, is she in charge? Referring to Mel, no doubt, is that right? Yes, I would assume so, yes. And then, other redacted gone? Then according to your record, you start to feed AF, but within a minute, tile 103. What are you saying? Yeah, in charge. And then 19 seconds later, what did you say? No, redacted slow with feed, but getting there. She replied within a half a minute of the previous text, 106, while you are feeding AF. What did you say? Oh, haha, I was talking about redacted. She replied, and then you sent a couple of emojis at 108. This is all while you're feeding AF, isn't it? How do you do that? How do you text while you're doing the two-handed job of feeding a child? You can't. No. Well, you can. There is a way of doing it, isn't there? To feed a child very quickly, isn't there? You think I pushed it in? I do. You told a jury. No, I did not. How do you push it in? How would you push it in, if that's what you wanted to do? Put the plunger on the end. Yes, that's what you were doing, isn't it? No. Your texts continue at 111, please. Your mind was not on AF, was it? No. Who was it on? Nursery. Oh, come on. Who was it on? Well, in this specific message, Dr. A. Yes. And Nurse E knew you were sweet on Dr. A, didn't she? There was nothing between me and Dr. A. Did Nurse E think you were sweet on Dr. A? What do you mean by sweet on? Had a crush on him? No. Well, let's see how she replied then. 112. This is about your weird, strange, message from Dr. A earlier. Did you? Saying what? And without me reminding you, can you remember what the next thing was she said? No. Really? Yes. Let's look. What does that mean? Is it a reference to the Royal Marines? I don't know. You don't know? Go Commando. You don't understand what that means? Well, you understood it because if we go to 114, you found it highly amusing. So what did you understand the message to mean? I don't know. I can't say right now. I don't know. Do justice to yourself. What did you understand Go Commando to mean? I don't know. Did you think this was an army reference? You being from Hereford? I don't know. These messages continued. I'll just concentrate on the ones from you. 115, that's 2039. 118, 2040. 119, 2041. 121, 2043. 124, 2044. 126, I don't flirt with him. That's a response to her message at 122 where she says, he's as flirty as you. Are you still saying you don't know what Go Commando means? Yes. So we've just seen there that you were, I would suggest, texting non-stop in the time window that you were recording having fed AF. How did you manage that? I couldn't feed a baby while texting, so it must have happened at a different time. What must have happened at a different time? The feed. The feed? Well, when? I can't answer that. I don't know. Or the alternative is, to use your phrase, you pushed it through. No. Is that a phrase in usage in the NNU? Pushing it through? No. Where did you come up with it from? Because that's been suggested to me many times. Not that phrase, pushing it through. Well, how else would you describe it? I'm more interested in how you describe it. To put the plunger on the end would involve pushing the feed through. Yes. If we go to tile 161, please, going back to child N, here we see Dr. Lochnane's notes timed at 22:55. Can you see them there? Yes. And by this stage, enteral feeds were being contemplated for child N, weren't they? Can I see further down? Of course. Mr. Murphy will help us. I think we need to go on to the next page as well. Actually, I think we've just gone past it. It's my fault being too eager. It says feed 60 kilogram day. That's 10% dextrose. Yes. Consider starting enteral feeds. Gas normal. Yes, exactly. Now we know that child N collapsed at 0100 hours and that's at tile 171. If we go straight to 172 after that, please. So that's the event marked. Sorry, just pausing there for a second. We see that Christopher Booth recorded some data at 0100 hours. Yes. Then if we go to his note, please, at tile 172, no doubt you remember his evidence, and we'll stay with this version of it, but we can go to the original if you want to. Whilst he was on his break, it says, child N crying ++ and not settling. Became dusky, desaturating to 40s. That's very serious, isn't it? 40s. Yes. Responded to facial oxygen within 1 to 2 minutes. In your experience, how long does it take for a child to desaturate right down to the 40s? That's dependent on the child. Sure. But in general terms. Sometimes they can drop straight away, or sometimes they have a continual drop in their saturations that would take several minutes. Yes, that's a collapse, isn't it? No. So desaturation to a life-threatening, as we've heard from experts, level of the 40s, you don't classify as a collapse. No, because the baby's needed facial oxygen, which is not a resuscitation measure, and has recovered within 1 to 2 minutes. So oxygen doesn't resuscitate a desaturating baby. Is that your evidence? I don't think you can class oxygen as resuscitation. We used facial oxygen on a day-to-day basis for babies like this. Well, child N collapsed, according to... Well, let's look at Dr. Lochnane's note, if we can, please. TAL 174. Do 173, just to put this into context. We see Dr. Lochnane coming into the NNU at 107. Do you see that? Yes. We see her note at 110. Yes. Just reminding ourselves of what it was she noted. Desat, unsettled, increased work of breathing. Got upset, looked mottled, sat down to 40% in 100% oxygen. On my arrival, 40% oxygen, screaming. Do you remember the look of surprise on Dr. Lochnane's face when she was sitting where you are, when she saw that word that she had used? Yes. Screaming is very unusual, isn't it, in a child of this age? Yes. Chris Booth had gone on his break, hadn't he? Yes. And you took that opportunity to sabotage child N, didn't you? No. This was your doing? No, it was not. Did you want to be in Nursery 1? No. We have heard other babies in this case screaming, haven't we? Yes, to some people, yes. Child I. 3 weeks later, one that we'll come to later today, hopefully, child O. Let's move on to June 15th, please. Counts 18 and 19. It's the second sequence of events for child N, please, if we start with TAL 7. These are events of June 15th, but I'm going to start with the night shift of the 13th to the 14th, all right? Okay. The 13th was a Monday, the 14th was a Tuesday. If we look at Dr. Henton's note and just scroll down, is this the preceding examination for the grand round? Or is this something else? No, that's right. This is the form that's completed on the Tuesday, ready for the Wednesday ward round. So looking to go home this week is the plan, isn't it, for child N? Yes. So that is a reflection, I would suggest, of how well he was doing at that time. Yes, I recall he was only in at that moment because he needed phototherapy. Yes, exactly. He was feeding well. Yes. If we go to TAL 25, please, your nursing note also recording the fact that he was due to go home, subject to his SBR level. Yes. Otherwise, ready for home, as you've just told us. Yes. On the early part of this shift, and this is a shift where you were looking after child N, isn't it? Yes. The mother of child N was breastfeeding child N. Do you remember that? Yes. We see it if we go to TAL 23. This is the feeding chart for him. Yes, so he was predominantly bottle feeding, but he was also going to the breast as well. Yes. PTB and EBM it says, doesn't it? Yes. So put to breast. So that's 11:50 on the 14th. Yes. So this is the day before the events that we're going to look at. The mother of child N, his mum, left at 14:20, which is TAL 26. This is taken from a note that you made, the note at 14:20 saying she'd left. Is that right? Or mummy visiting this morning? Yes, I put she aims to return later. We know she had gone by 14:20. Yes. And at 17:15, so tea time, this is TAL 29, you recorded the fact that child N took a 60ml bottle. That's a very good sign, isn't it? Yes. As he did subsequently at 2100 hours, as a matter of fact. Yes. I'm going to suggest that just before you handed him over that evening, you did something to destabilise child N. No, I did not. If we go to tile 78, we've got your friend Jennifer Jones-Key's nursing note relating to events in the early part of the shift. Yes. It begins with, baby very unsettled, early part of night. Yes. So you're saying this is a coincidence, that this happened just after you went off shift? Yes. Child N was seen by Dr. A at 01:45. If we go to tile 80, please, where he noted mottling. Do you see that? Yes. That was followed by some self-resolving desaturations, which we'll see in Jennifer Jones-Key's notes at tile 81, the very next tile. Do you see those? Yes. Child N's bloods were taken at 03:25 and 03:53. That's tiles 82 and 85. Do you accept, and we can go to them if you want to, but do you accept that the lab found nothing untoward about Child N's bloods? Could I just see the sheet? I can't recall specifically the results. Of course, that's all right. You're fully within your rights to ask me to show you, and I will. Tile 499, please. There's a text that Dr. A sent you a few days later. Micro all neg, that's microbiology, isn't it? Yes, that's the cultures, yes. Yes. Just going back to 03:53 then, that morning. This is the morning of the day when Child N collapsed twice. I think the information about the blood cultures is also at tile 85, if we go back to that, please. No bacterial growth after 5 days. Incubation. Yes. There was what Dr. A called a reassuring blood gas at 03:53, or thereabouts. Do you remember that? Yes. That's at tile 86. Blood gas may be the wrong way of putting it. This is one that actually went to the lab, isn't it? Is that right? Yes, sorry. I thought you were referring to the gas. There may well be a gas as well. It may be my loose use of terminology. This is a properly analysed blood sample, which gives us a reassuring picture. Would you agree? As much as I can understand those results, yes. Well, that was the evidence from Dr. A. Okay. Now, I'm then going to come to some of your text messages. You had had Child N on the previous day shift. Yes. I'm suggesting that you did something to him before you went off duty that destabilised him in the early part of the shift, all right? Okay. I know you dispute that, but at 5:10 that morning, you were texting your friend Nurse E, who was working on this shift. Is that right? It's tile 92. It's probably impossible for you to carry this in your head, but let's go to tile 92 to remind you. Do you see that? Yes. And just to make the point that I'm seeking to make, that she was working, if we go to tile 93, please, the very next one. Okay? Yes. Then you ask the obvious question, if I may say so, tile 94, why? And she replies at tile 100 a short time later, and you respond, OMG. Then I'm particularly going to direct your attention to tile 104, please, which is a few minutes later. Child N. Of course, he hadn't been given a first name at this stage, had he? No. Child N screened. Looks like shit. We know as a matter of fact that the screening revealed perfectly normal results, don't we? Yes. You responded at 106 and 107. Really? And, oh no. I'm going to suggest to you that you saw this as an opportunity to sabotage him on the day shift. No. The reason you had done something to him before you went off the previous day shift was to give the impression that there was a progressing decline that you could take advantage of on the day shift of June 15th. No, that's not what happened. At tile 112, your friend Dr. A sent you a text or a Facebook message apologising for having filled a neonatal unit and talking about an issue he had with hypoglycemia, a personal issue, is that right? Yes. And talking about an issue that you had with thyroid function. Yes. And signing off saying, have a good breakfast, I think your day may be busy. Yes. Were you looking forward to being in Nursery 1? I didn't know where I was going to be placed on this shift. Were you thinking that you might be in Nursery 1? I had no idea. Let's look at tile 118. Is that where you wanted to be? No, but the chances are I probably would have been in Nursery 1 if the unit was that busy. Well, from that point, this is 6:04, you were texting both Dr. A and your friend Nurse E, both of whom were working, weren't they? Yes. The text continued until 6:27 at tile 128. This was a response to Nurse E sending you one saying, "Yeah, I've been about 12:30 both nights." You were talking about when you took your breaks? Yes. Do you remember that conversation? Yes. So just to put this into context, you and she were talking about when to take a break. She said that she was habitually doing it at about 12:30 on nights, and you had actually said, "Yes, I've started going 12 sometimes on nights." Yes. All right. I think the gist of the conversation was if you got a break in early, you were less likely to lose your break. Yes. Child N was in good shape, I'm going to suggest. If we look at tile 134, this shows that at 7 a.m, Child N was getting some fluids. Is that right? Yes. His bowels had opened. Yes. Scroll down to the bottom, please. Nothing else untoward there, is there? No. And so far as the readings are concerned at the beginning of your shift, of course these things have to be looked at as a trend, as we know, but so far as the 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock readings are concerned, there's nothing concerning there, is there? No. No. And I'm going to suggest that when you took over Child N that morning, so far as the charts were concerned at least, there was nothing suggestive of there being a problem, albeit we know there was an issue when you went in shortly after 7 o'clock. Yes, so I agree at this point his observations were normal, yes. All right, let's look back at what happened as you were arriving. Going back to the sequence of events, please, at tile 135, Nurse E, who was working, was telling you that Mina Lapalainen was in charge for your shift. Is that right? Yes. And if we go to the very next tile, 136, do we see that you go into the neonatal unit? Yes. At 7:10. The next tile, 7:12, has you going from the labour ward to the neonatal unit. So that's 2 minutes later. Yes. What route would you have been taking to have gone through those doors at those times? Do you know? So I've come onto the neonatal unit and then gone through to the labour ward and then have to come back in. Come back in? Yes. Any reason why you'd go to the labour ward? The labour ward is where the scrubs are kept, where the toilets are. I couldn't say definitively now why I went to the labour ward, but it's common practice. We do go to the labour ward for things, yes. So this shows, doesn't it, that you are certainly in the neonatal unit by 07:12. Yes. And within 3 minutes, Child N, as he had done in the early hours of the 3rd of June, had both desaturated and was crying. I don't recall if he was crying. Well, I'm going to suggest to you that was the evidence. But what do you remember? I don't really remember. I just remember being in the doorway talking to Jennifer, and I just arrived and his alarm went off. Just as you arrived? Yes. While she was feeding another child? Do you remember that bit of evidence? Yes. Presumably, if she's feeding a child, her attention would be directed towards that other child in the room. Yes. Dealing with the first collapse at about 7:15, 3 minutes after you arrived, are you suggesting that a medical or nursing mistake caused or contributed to that? No. So far as his subsequent collapses during the shift were concerned, are you suggesting that any mistakes or negligence or incompetence caused or contributed to those? I don't know whether the issues with gaining endotracheal tube access made a difference. I don't know. Why did you head straight for Nursery 3 when you got in? To talk to Jennifer, who was my friend. But you had been, as we have just shown from references to the text messages. You'd been talking to Nurse E, hadn't you? Yes. Wouldn't you normally have gone to speak to her, given what you'd been talking about? No, I'd spoken to Nurse E via text. I've gone through to speak to Jennifer. Of course, Nurse E had told you that, to use her phrase, Child N looked like shit. Yes. And you saw that as an opportunity, didn't you? To sabotage him? No. And you also saw it as an opportunity to make it look like you had inherited a problem from the night shift. You sabotaged him, in effect, on the night shift by going in early? No. You'd set him up to fail at the end of the previous day shift, and you were in there before your shift started, making a beeline for him to make it look like he came from the night shift with a problem. No. Do you remember Jennifer Jones-Key's evidence about the circumstances in which child N collapsed at about 7:15? Not in its entirety, no. What she said was that you said to her that child N looked a bit pale. Do you remember her saying that? No. That's what you said to Ashley Hudson with child I on October 13th, wasn't it? Yes. Let's just look at your defence statement if we can, please. It's paragraph 158 that I'm particularly interested in. But if you want to refer to anything else, you say so. Just take a moment to look at it in its entirety so far as child N is concerned, in case I miss something out. You tell me when you've read through the whole child N section for yourself. Okay. I'm going to concentrate on starting at 158. I was on the day shift for June 15th when I went in around 7:15. I went to chat with who was present. There is nothing unusual about this, it's what we do at the start of a shift. I went to Nursery 3 to speak to Jennifer Jones because she's my friend. I did not go in specifically to check on child N. Jennifer and I were talking in the doorway. Well, she wasn't in the doorway, was she? No. No. The doorway to the nursery and child N was on the right-hand side. I hadn't actually had the handover at that point, and we heard his monitor go off, and when I looked over, he was blue. So not pale, but blue. Yes? Yes. He wasn't breathing. I shouted for Dr. A. I started to neopuff child N, and Jennifer came over to help. First of all, is that what it says? Yes. Secondly, is that an accurate summary of your memory insofar as it goes? Yes, other than it was just myself that was stood in the doorway. Why did you say Jennifer was in the doorway? I didn't mean it as in both of us were stood in the doorway. I think it's just how it's come out makes it read that way. Jennifer and I were talking in the doorway. Comes out that way? Yes. When you were being asked questions by your own counsel, you said this. I went to speak to Jennifer Jones-Key as she was a good friend of mine. I was ready to start to talk to her. I was going to talk to Jennifer. I'm not aware that handover had been allocated. Do you remember saying that? What did you mean by, I was not aware that handover had been allocated? So at that point, the formal handover process had not happened, so I hadn't had a full handover on the unit of who was looking after who at that point. Weren't you saying, in answer to your own counsel, that you at that point didn't know who it was you were going to be looking after? I didn't know until I got onto the unit, no. I can't remember at what point Kate Percival Ward told me I'll be having child N. You knew as soon as you got in, because if we go to tile 138, I've escaped being in 1, back in 3. Yes, so I must have been told at that point I was going into Nursery 3. Yes, as soon as you'd come through the door, you knew that's why you went to Nursery 3, wasn't it? No. Just think about that. Are you really saying that that wasn't the reason you went to Nursery 3? No, I went to talk to Jennifer, which is what I would do on most shifts if she was in. Going back to your evidence, you then said, within minutes, child N's monitor went off. I was in the doorway. Yes. As soon as you arrived, it pretty much went off, didn't it? Yes. Because you sabotaged him. No, I did not. I cannot remember where Jennifer Jones-Key was. She was in the room with another baby. I had not gone into the room at this point. I was in the doorway chatting. Yes. She was attending to a baby that was not child N. Yes. He, presumably child N, was bluish and not breathing properly. Yes. Jennifer Jones-Key finished with her baby and came over to help. Child N recovered, but within minutes it happened again. This was a serious event, wasn't it? Yes. It happened within a minute or two of you arriving in that room. Yes. Just bad luck, is it? Yes. Do you remember saying in evidence that the first blood seen orally was during intubation? Did I say that? Yes, in evidence, in answer to questions from your counsel. I can't recall now. Well, do you remember? You were asked lots of questions about the IGL airway. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. And you were taken to your interviews, the detail of your interviews, and Mr. Myers was seeking to elucidate from you what you meant. What you were saying to the police in interview about when it was you had seen blood in child N's mouth. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. And you understand the importance of this point, don't you? Yes. Yes, because if there was blood before anybody tried to intubate child N, that potentially could be worse for you, couldn't it? Yes. Because it might suggest, and you know that I will suggest, that you did something to cause the bleeding. You understand that's the prosecution case, don't you? Yes. So the swelling to the epiglottis, the swelling to the throat, the blood coming up from under the vocal cords, all features that we have seen in other cases, but are features of child N's case on this day. Yes. And you know, don't you, that we suggest that was because you sabotaged him. Yes. Right, okay. So we know where the battle lines are, if you like. You understand, don't you? Yes. Okay, what I want to understand before the break, if we can please, is I'd like you to tell us when you are saying blood was first seen orally on June 15th, in the case of child N. So the only time I remember definitively seeing it was at about 3 o'clock that afternoon with the IGL airway. I can't remember specifically when else I've seen blood. But of course you've, in preparation for me asking you questions, looked at the notes, haven't you? Yes. You've looked at what you have said in interview. Yes, in interview I was referring to the 3 o'clock incident. Well, I know that's what you say, and you will understand that we don't accept that. You understand that, don't you? So when you say definitively, what do you mean by that in this context? Sitting here now, I cannot say with 100% accuracy when I saw something. Okay, what about if you've written it down at the time? What does that tell us definitively? That's what happened around that time. Right. So if you've written down in the paperwork that you saw blood much earlier than the IGL airway was used, would you accept that as definitive evidence from you that there was blood at that time? Yes, although it may not have been seen by myself. That might have been information I was told that I've then written onto the chart. And who else would be giving, before we start going through these records, which we will, who else was in a position to be telling you, the designated nurse, about blood? The medical team that were dealing with child N. Right. So initially, at least, on this particular shift, are we talking about Dr. A? Yes. And do you accept what Dr. A says about it, or do you not accept it? Well, I can't recall all of his evidence now, but if that's what he says, I can't say whether that's true or not. I didn't look down his throat. Well, Dr. A is not one of the gang of 4, is he? No. Did Dr. A have it in for you, as far as you knew? No. He was a good friend of yours, wasn't he? Yes. Who you say you loved as a friend? Yes, as time went on, yes. Do you accept what Dr. A says about this initial desaturation, about the handover time, about it being concerning, to use his word? Yes. Can you remember what you said to the police about what you remembered about these events when they questioned you about them? No. Let me just remind you, if we go to interview bundle number 2, please. You say, "Oh, did I have the baby from 7:30? About halfway down. Do you see that?" Yes. They say, "Something's happened for him to be moved." And you say, "Something's changed there because he's gone from just temperature obs to full obs," which is what we looked at before at 0100 hours. Yes. And then over the page you say, "The first observations are at 9 o'clock. You were then asked a question, "Do you remember when the first attempts to intubate were?" You say, "No." And you say, "When I've taken over at 9 o'clock, the line was occluding." Yes. And you then go on to refer to the further entries on the chart. Yes. Had you completely forgotten about the serious, or concerning, to use Dr. A's word, concerning desaturation at 7:15? Yes, at this point, I did not connect child N with this baby. No, I was reading purely from the notes, and it looked like at 9 o'clock I had taken over care. I see. I had no memory of who child M was at this point. Let's just look at your nursing note, please, at tile 151. As always, if you want to go to the original behind this, which has more information in it, you please say so. Okay. But let's look at what we've got on the screen for now. This is you writing it up at 13:53 that afternoon. Yes. When things would have been very fresh in your mind, wouldn't they? Yes. You would not have forgotten about the desaturation at 7:15, would you? No. No. What you write is this. Written for care given from 07:30 to present. So you're not referring at all to events at 7:15, are you? No, because at that time he was still under the care of Jennifer Jones. Well, he was. But who discovered him? Well, we were both there. Who discovered him? We both heard his monitor. I went over to him. He was looking a bit pale, your words to her. This has echoes, doesn't it, of Child I and Ashley Hudson? I don't recall commenting he was pale, but... Well, just thinking about Child I for a second. You wrote that one up, didn't you, in the nursing notes? Yes. Why? Because that was a serious life-threatening collapse that required resuscitation. I then took over Child I's care. This was concerning, that the child continued to collapse throughout the day, and then you took over his care. So why didn't you write it up? I don't feel that it's the same context at all of having some desaturations compared to finding Child I and her needing full resuscitation. The answer I'm going to suggest to you is because you were hoping to create the impression in the paperwork that these were all events that had happened before you arrived. No, I disagree. It says, infant transfer to Nursery 1 on handover. Mottle desaturating requiring neopuff and oxygen. Capillary refill 3 to 4 seconds. Cold to touch. You had written out the events of your arrival in Nursery 3, hadn't you? Yes. Why? I've taken over Child N's care from 7:30. Let's go to the original, please. What time is this note written? 14:10. Decision made to intubate. Drugs given as prescribed. Unable to intubate. What does the next few words? Fresh blood noted in mouth and yielded by suction ++. Who does the suction? Doctors during intubation. Not the nurses? No. You were there? Yes, I was there. Do you remember me asking you when you first noted blood? Yes. What does this note, made at 13:53, suggest was the time you first saw blood? After attempts to intubate. Yes, but the eye gel doesn't come into play until a good hour or two after this note is made, does it? No. No. What's your explanation for that? For what? The disconnect between the evidence you gave to the jury that the first time you saw blood was when the eye gel was used, and the note that you have made between 13:53 and 14:10, please. The first time I definitively remember seeing blood was prior to the eye gel insertion. The first time you definitively remember seeing blood was prior to the eye gel insertion. Well, this is prior to the eye gel insertion, isn't it? Yes. It's a good hour before the eye gel insertion. Yes. Child N was bleeding from when you first got involved with him that day, wasn't he? No. You will remember, just before the break, that I was asking about the nursing note that you made at just before 2 p.m. Yes. One of the issues that we began to deal with before the break was the point at which you first saw blood. Yes. And the suggestion from the prosecution that that was before Dr. A tried to intubate Child N. Yes. And your counterposition that the first time you were aware of any blood was sometime immediately before the eye gel insertion. From my memory, yes. I know there was blood before that. Yes. Yes. Well, there was a lot of blood before that, wasn't there? Before the eye gel, wasn't there? Yes. Yes. Because you'll remember, and I think we dealt with this as well before the break, that I reminded you about a series of questions and answers that passed between you and your counsel, where there was an analysis of the interview and what you meant by saying various things at various times with relation to the appearance of blood. Yes. Am I correct in suggesting that the position you reached as a result of the questioning and answers you gave was that the blood was just before the eye gel? Yes, because that's what I thought was being referred to in this interview. Yes. Right. And for example, one of the parts of the interview that was referred to was page 20. So it's the first of the Child N interviews on the 10th of June 2019. So this is your second arrest. Yes. So this is a case that made itself known to you, or an accusation that made itself known to you on your second arrest, not your first. Yes. If you look at page 20, the officer is asking you about blood and says, so if what you just said, Lucy, you're happy in your memory that there was blood present before attempts to intubate, is that what you've just said without the tube, before you've tried to put in the tube? And you say, yeah. Yes. Then this question, and that's from your memory because it's not clear in the notes there, is it? And you say, no, but because I have documented it here, haven't I, at 9 o'clock when I've done his cares, that there's fresh blood when I have checked the tube. That's a reference to the NG tube, isn't it? Yes. But what you're saying there clearly, I suggest, is that before 9 a.m. on June 15th, you saw blood. No, I disagree. The intubation I'm referring to is the 1500. Where does it say that? The whole line of questioning is regarding the IGL. When I get further on... Oh, I see. I don't refer to the handover intubation at all. The use of an IGL airway isn't an intubation. It is, yes. No, it isn't. It is. It's a secure airway. It doesn't go through the vocal cords into the lungs, does it? Well, I'm not sure exactly where it goes, but it's a mechanical airway that we never usually use, so it is a form of ventilation. We heard evidence from Dr. Breary and other doctors. It is not an intubation. Okay. You disagree with that? Yes, I was referring to it as an intubation. Yes, I see. Do you remember Dr. A's evidence about all this? About events from shortly after 7 a.m? Not in its entirety, no. He said to the jury that he saw blood in Child N's throat before he started the intubation process at about 8 o'clock. Do you remember that? Yes. TAL 155, please. This is you co-signing with Bernadette Butterworth for morphine, isn't it? Yes. At 156, sodium chloride? Yes. And at 158, atropine? Yes. And at 160, succinylphonium? Yes. And these are all drugs that are given within a 6-minute period? Yes. For what purpose? Intubation. There was an attempt to intubate at about 8 a.m. Yes. Do you remember Dr. A also saying he saw swelling at the back of Child N's throat? Yes. Do you remember him saying, it must have been unusual for me to have remembered it? Yes. And the clear import of his evidence, I'm suggesting to you, is that he was saying this was all before he intubated or tried to intubate Child N. Do you agree? No, I don't think I can comment on what Dr. A saw. Well, let's look at TAL 171. Your note, please. Unable to intubate, fresh blood noted in mouth. That's what we referred to before. Yes. What does that mean? The doctors were unable to intubate and fresh blood was noted in the mouth and on suction when trying to insert the tube. Yes. They can't see, can they? The doctors cannot see because of the blood. Well, I think you'd have to clarify that with them because that's not a view that I would see as a nurse, so I can't possibly comment on what exactly Dr. A saw. Do you agree that Professor Kinsey, in effect, eliminated the possibility of a spontaneous hemorrhage? Yes. Do you remember what you said to the father of child N? No. At what point? At about this point? No. He said this in a statement that was read to the jury. I was at work. I then received a phone call from child N's nurse, Lucy. Yes. Lucy said that child N had been a bit unwell in the night, but she said, he's okay now. I told Lucy that the mother of child N would be in a bit to see him as usual, and that was that. She, this is you, didn't give me any other information. I didn't get the impression that he was still unwell or that we needed to be concerned. About 10 minutes later, the mother of child N rang me. We needed to go to the hospital. You rang the father of child N, didn't you? No. Why was that evidence agreed? I don't know that it's agreed. It was. Okay, I think there's a written note by Bernadette Butterworth to say that she spoke with the parents. Is there? You think about that. Well, I don't recall speaking to the parents myself. Tile 169, please, as you've brought it up. Can we have the original, please? The bottom right-hand corner, Mr. Murphy. Thank you very much. So this is Bernadette Butterworth's note, is it? No, it's my note referring to Bernadette Butterworth, and I would not have put her name in there had that not happened. Because you don't make false notes. No. I think there's a note by Bernadette Butterworth to say that she spoke with the parents. That's what you just said. Was that true? No, I said, I think, and I understand now that it was myself that wrote that. Oh, you knew very well it was you that wrote it, didn't you? I do now I am seeing it, yes. Because you study these papers in advance of me asking you questions about them, don't you? I look at them, yes. Yes. What have you written at 14:10 to 14:12 that afternoon? Parents were contacted by staff nurse Butterworth during intubation. Both mobile phones switched off and no answer on landline. Message left. Call returned shortly after and parents were asked to attend. Have been present since. Both understandably upset. Support given and fully updated by myself, consultant Saladi and medical team. Aware of support needed and plan of care. Mummy expressing milk frozen. I was at work and then I received a phone call from child N's nurse, Lucy. Lucy said that child N had been a bit unwell in the night, but he's okay now. That was the agreed evidence. How does that agreed evidence live with your note? There's a difference in recollection. No, because the agreed evidence is the truth. Well, I can't answer that. Well, the answer is, your note is a lie. No, it's not. In her agreed evidence, the mother of child N said this. On the 12th day, the 14th of June, we were told by a consultant that he, that is child N, was able to go home the next day. So that's the 15th of June, the day we're talking about, isn't it? Yes, she was talking on the 14th, yes. I was due to go and collect him on the 15th of June around 8 a.m. I had a phone call from child N's dad to say that there had been an issue at the hospital and child N had had a bleed and was unwell. This is information coming from you to the father of child N, to the mother of child N. No, I disagree. But it's agreed evidence. Well, I disagree with it now. It's yet another account from a parent that has been agreed, and you are now saying is untrue. Is that right? Yes, I have no recollection of speaking to the family on the phone, and I would not have put Bernadette Butterworth's name in there had that not been the case. Were you sitting in the court when this agreed evidence was read to the jury? Yes. What did you do about it? Well, with respect, there's been a lot of evidence gone over, and I've relied on my legal team. I can't say any more than that. We've seen you firing out post-it notes from the dock. Yes, which I think I'm entitled to do. You are? Absolutely. Absolutely you are. That's the whole point of you being here. Have you raised an issue with these agreed statements being read? I'm not sure. No. Well, is the answer no? I can't say now whether it's something I've ever raised with my legal team. No. Well, if you did raise an important issue like that and they didn't pursue it with the court, what would you do? Well, I think we're getting beyond that. I don't want to comment on what ifs and buts. I don't know. Well, we've heard you interrupting the mother of child E and F, for example, when she gave evidence saying you couldn't hear. We saw you interrupt Dr. A when he first came to give evidence and you tried to get out through the back door of the dock. Yes, because I felt unwell. No. You didn't like hearing your boyfriend giving evidence, did you? That's not fair. You told the father of child N 2 lies, didn't you? No. First of all, you minimised how ill child N was and said he'd just been a bit unwell in the night. And secondly, you told him that child N was okay now. That's right, isn't it? No. And the third lie is you attributing the conversation to Bernadette Butterworth. No. And this is part of your pattern of behaviour, distancing yourself from and making misleading records. No, Bernadette's name is in there because that's what happened and all the staff on the unit have access to those notes. If anybody disagreed with that at the time, they could have looked at that. Well, that would presuppose that Bernadette Butterworth had a reason to go and look at the note, wouldn't it? A lot of the nurses look at any of the notes at any point, that's up to them. Yes, absolutely. But do you ever suspect your colleagues of making false notes about you? No. Do you spend your time reading the notes of other children? Yes, sometimes, yes. You do? To familiarise myself with who else is on the unit, yes. Is that because you're so busy, you haven't got any time? I don't understand. That doesn't make sense. Well, you've repeatedly told us how busy things are on the unit. Yes. Have you got time to be reading the notes for children who you are not caring for? Yes, at times. It's important all staff know about the babies on the unit. If we can go to page 29 of your interview, please. This is the interview on the 10th of November 2020. This is what you were saying in 2020 about this telephone conversation, all right? Yes. The officer asks, I've got a statement from the father of child N, and he evidences a telephone call which he received from you on June 14th, saying that child N had been unwell in the night, but he was doing okay now. He says 10 minutes later, child N's mum called him, saying child N was poorly and they needed to go to the hospital. Do you understand what he said there, Lucy? So he's saying there that he received a call. And you replied, and was it from me? You would then ask the question, why did you tell the father of child N that he was doing okay? You replied, I don't recall the conversation. No, I don't. When this call was made, did you know that Jennifer Jones-Key was going to say that you had been at the scene of the first collapse? I didn't make the phone call. You carried on making false entries, didn't you, in the paperwork? No. Let's see if you're saying that these are true or untrue. Can we look at J19316, please? 0900. That's your writing, isn't it? Yes. Is what you've written there true? Yes. What does it say? So I've written the drip reading at 9 o'clock and said that it was occluding. I can't see what the 10 mil is in reference to. Right? What does the 10 o'clock reading say? Again, it's got the drip readings, then it says 1 mil fresh blood, not past urine, green stool. 1 mil fresh blood. Which column is that in? I'd have to see the top of the page, please. The NG vomit asp column, is it? Yes, I believe it would be, yes. How did that blood find its way coming up out of the NG, as a vomit or as an aspirate? I can't say from reading that which it was, whether it was a vomit or an aspirate. Child N had had a serious desaturation at about 7:15 or thereabouts, is that right? Yes. Dr. A had tried or made preparations for intubation at about 8 o'clock. Yes. At 1000 hours, well, you knew that child N had haemophilia. Yes. And at 1000 hours, you were making a note that there was a milliliter of fresh blood in the NG asp vomit column. Yes. What did you do about it? I can't say from my memory now. Well, you know what's in or isn't in the notes, don't you? No, I don't recall my notes word for word, no. Well, given that background and given the particular issue that this child had, what should have been done about the fresh blood in the mouth? I don't know that it was in the mouth. Fresh blood would be escalated to somebody, whether that's the nursing staff or medical. So who did you escalate it to? I don't know. There is no record of you escalating it to anybody, is there? No, if that's the evidence. No. Well, I'm suggesting to you that there is no record anywhere of you escalating this issue with this child at about this time. Okay. Do you dissent from that? I agree there's no written record, yes. Whether there is any verbal conversation, I can't say. Well, this was potentially very serious, wasn't it? 1 ml of fresh blood is not normal, but it's not a life-threatening event. For a child with haemophilia who had desaturated to very low levels a couple of hours earlier, it was serious, wasn't it? I don't agree that 1 ml of fresh blood would require crash calling or anything like that. Would it be a concern? Yes. And to whom would the concern be escalated? A senior member of the nursing team or medical staff? Let's go to, so this is 10 o'clock, let's go to tile 185. Dr. Saladi was on a ward round at 10 o'clock, wasn't he? Yes. There was no mention of this to Dr. Saladi, was there? I can't say. Is it in his notes? I can't recall his notes, but if you said that it's not in there, then no. Well, let's look. Would you like to see the original? Any mention of blood? So, attempt intubation ×3, blood in oropharynx. No mention of anything coming up the NG tube, is there? No. Dr. Henton's note, tile 188, please. Is this a note made on the day? Do you know? At the bottom, possibly, it will have a time. I think usually this is. Oh, so the grand round form would be present, yes. At the time, yes. See written notes, yes. Yes. Again, no mention of this blood at the NG tube at about this time. According to your note. No. That is why I'm suggesting that at 10 o'clock, if there really was blood, you would have done something about it. And the fact that you haven't done anything about it shows that you have invented the blood at 10 o'clock. No, I disagree. Well, what did you do? I can't tell you exactly what I did. This is all designed to give the impression of an ongoing problem in a child who had haemophilia, isn't it? No. Do you remember the explanation that you gave to the police about it? No, I don't remember, no. Do you see there, about a third of the way down, the police were asking you about this very point? Yes. You were able to answer the question then that I asked you earlier. I've obviously checked his tube, and 1 ml has come out. Yes. You were then asked the question, would that be concerning, fresh blood? You replied, yeah. They then asked, you explain what you did about it, Lucy. You replied, I don't remember. Is that right? Yes. Then over the page, just at the bottom of that page, you were asked this question. Just in your experience, Lucy, the fresh blood, what can cause that? You replied, is this when he was first born? They reply, no, this is on the 15th. You then reply, so any sort of trauma to the airway. Is that right? Yes. He's having some sort of an abdominal issue, an abdominal bleed, something like that. If the NG tube's being inserted forcefully, it can cause a bit of trauma going down. Yes. Is that true? Which part? Well, yes, it's all true, yes. Is it true that the NG tube can cause bleeding in the throat or the mouth? Yes, a small amount, yes. Do you remember it being suggested to Dr. Evans on your behalf that that was a ridiculous suggestion? That the NG tube, for a very large amount of blood, yes. Yes. Do you remember the expert evidence of Elizabeth Morgan, the expert nurse, which was agreed? Not in the entirety, no. That any unusual occurrence should have been escalated verbally to the medical staff, particularly where it was relevant to a particular issue to which the blood was relevant. So, a haemophiliac child bleeding. Yes. You didn't escalate it, did you? I cannot say that I didn't escalate it verbally. You were telling your friend Dr. A about it, though, weren't you? Do you remember? Yes, I remember at some point Dr. A asked me how he was. Let's just look at tile 199, please, which is a Facebook message you sent him at 11:29. Read that out, please. It's your message. Small amounts of blood from mouth and 1 ml from NG. Looks like pulmonary bleed on X-ray. Given factor 8, wait and see. Apneas have improved and gas is good. Colour and perfusion still not great. If deteriorates, we'll try to intubate. As a matter of fact, the X-ray had been at 0908, which is well before your record of the blood, isn't it? The 10 o'clock, yes. Yes. If we go back to tile 176, please. This is an X-ray taken at 0908, reported on by Dr. Wright, the radiologist. Presumed haemophilia A. Profound desaturation and blood at oropharynx on intubation. Query pulmonary hemorrhage. That was the reason for the X-ray, is that right? Yes. But Dr. Wright's report says the appearance is more in keeping with infection than with pulmonary hemorrhage. Yes, this information comes sometime after the X-ray though. It's not available at that time. So I'm suggesting to you that you were creating the impression with your colleagues that child N had a problem which, if it existed at all, was being caused by you. No. Can you rephrase that, please? Yes. I'm suggesting two things. Either there wasn't a problem at all and you were making it up, as evidenced by the fact you didn't report it through the normal chain of command, or if there was a problem, you were causing it. No, I disagree with both. Do you remember the parents of child N arriving? Not in clarity, no. Well, you referred to it in a text message you sent to your friend Nurse E. Yes. Tile 232, that's her question to you. Child N's parents been in? Asks your friend. Yes. And your response comes 3 minutes later at 13:54. Tile 235, please. So Nurse E, had she gone off from the night shift? Yes. So she would have gone, what, sometime after 8 o'clock and probably before 9 o'clock? Is that right? Yes. So the father of child N's statement is correct that they came into the NNU as a result of a phone call. Yes, they did attend, yes. Do you remember him saying in his statement that they went to get something to eat? Yes. Do you remember what he said happened when they went to get something to eat? That there was a deterioration with child N. Child N collapsed again. Yes. To be fair to you, he puts the time of that in the statement as earlier than the time of the collapse. Okay? Right. But he says such was the dramatic and extreme nature of the collapse that they were offered a priest. Do you remember that? Yes. And therefore that has to be, doesn't it? The collapse at 14:50. Yes, if that's the time of the collapse, yes. Well, let's look at tile 244, please. Your note? Yes. Desaturation to 44, heart rate below 100 at 90. Fresh blood. So more fresh blood? Yes. Noted from mouth and 3 ml aspirated from NG tube. Yes. So the source on the face of it, not the stomach, not the lungs I should say, because the NG tube is in the stomach. Yes. What had you done to child N to make him bleed? I hadn't done anything to him. This is very similar to what happened to child E, isn't it? Do you agree? Child E had significantly more blood, but yes, he did have fresh blood, yes. Do you remember telling Dr. Maybury about this? No. It's tile 245 in his note, if we look at that, please. This is written in retrospect, of course. Crash bleep to NNU due to sudden desaturation following 3 ml aspirate of blood from NG. Yes. So we're talking about the same event, aren't we? Yes. One attempt at intubation by myself. Cord seen but obstructed by swelling in airway. Yes. Do you remember what he said about that? I remember him saying it was unusual. He had not seen anything like that before. Exactly. Unlike anything I had encountered previously. Yes. You had shoved some foreign object down Child N's throat, hadn't you? Absolutely not. No. That's why he was bleeding. No. Dr. D saw swelling in the throat. Yes. Dr. Breary saw blood in the throat about this time. Do you remember? Yes, if that's what he said. Yes. And it's all your work, isn't it? No, it's not at all. Do you remember some assistants having to be called from Alder? Yes. And you were agitated by that, weren't you? Yes, I'd never known anything like that. It was, yeah. Did you think eyes from the outside might work out what you'd been up to? No, there was nothing to do. I wanted them to come and help Child N because at that point, nobody on our unit could do that. Do you remember saying to Dr. D, "Who are these people?" Yes. Who are these people? Yes, I did. I had no idea who these people were. The nursery was full of people, and I didn't know who they were. I'd never experienced staff coming from another department or another hospital before. So that's your reason, is it? You didn't know who they were? No, I didn't know who they were. No. You didn't know where they'd come from. I knew where they'd come from. I didn't know who they were or who was doing what. I've never known staff come from different hospitals or different departments. It was a completely new experience. Do you remember the evidence from the doctors that as Child N collapsed the final time, they were all away from him? As in every doctor? Yes. Dr. Potter and Dr. Lakin were in a different room preparing Dr. Potter's equipment, I think, and Dr. Gibbs said they were in effect in a huddle discussing what they were going to do. Okay. And that was the point at which Child N collapsed again, wasn't it? Yes. And you took advantage of, as we have seen in many other cases, them being distracted to try to kill him. No. You did try, didn't you? No. Were you telling the truth when you told the police that the only thing you could remember was what was written down about these events? Yes, at the start of the interview before I realised it was Child N. Yes. We're going to move on, please, to count 20, which concerns Child O. As before, I'd like to start with the contents of your defence statement. It reads as follows. I did nothing to hurt Child O. At paragraph 169, on the 23rd of June 2016, I was allocated Child O, Child P, and another baby called J. Rebecca Morgan, the student nurse who was with me, fed Child O at 8:30, 10:30 and 12:30. I signed the notes for this, but she fed him down the NG tube and did his observations. Shortly after the 12:30 feed, Child O vomited. He didn't look right, and his observations were yellow on the charts. At paragraph 171, it had not been a profound vomit. However, because Child O didn't look right, I got Dr. A to review him. This will have been around 13:50, and nil by mouth was entered in the medical notes. At that point, there was a change in his appearance, but it was not dramatic. Child O remained in Nursery 2. So far as what I've read to you there, is that what appears in the document? Yes. And is it correct? Yes. At paragraph 172, at 14:40, Child O's monitor went off. He was not breathing well, and his tummy was red and distended. I'd done nothing to cause this to happen. I called Dr. A from Nursery 3, and he used a Neopuff. He checked the blood gas, which was not good, and so he moved Child O to Nursery 1. Too many babies in there, and so we had to move some out. Again, is that what it says? Yes. And is it correct? Yes. At paragraph 173, when Child O collapsed, people were panicking. The unit was very busy. We had to move another baby to make space for Child O in Nursery 1. Is that what it says? Yes. Is it correct? Yes. Paragraph 174. When Child O was put on the ventilator in Nursery 1, he stabilised but then deteriorated rapidly. Again, is that what it says? Yes. At paragraph 175, I didn't notice a rash to the right side of Child O's chest. No one mentioned such a rash. His hands and feet were pale, and his stomach was red and purpuric and getting bigger all the time. At one point, Dr. Breary put a needle into his stomach to see if anything could be drained. My recollection is that his stomach stayed red the whole time. I was present when we were resuscitating Child O, and it did not go. So again, is that what it says? Yes. And is it correct? Yes. At paragraph 176, Child O's abdomen was very swollen and the doctors were struggling to get access to a vein. One of Child O's lines had tissued and we were struggling to get lines into him. His peripheries turned white. He was so poorly it couldn't be done, and the only option was to inject his shin and put a line into his leg. Is that what it says? Yes. And is that correct? Yes. Are you there suggesting that intravenous access was lost? I'm saying that one of his lines are tissued. Yes, one of the lines. Are you saying that intravenous access was lost? I can't say. From that I've read one of Child O's lines had tissued. You know the significance of intravenous access in this case, don't you? No. Well, we'll come to it. Paragraph 177. Dr. B kept going outside to smoke during the collapse. I appreciate it may seem a small matter in all the circumstances, but she didn't wash her hands when she returned. Is that what it says? Yes. And is that true? Yes. Then finally, Sophie Ellis had raised a concern about Child O and the appearance of his abdomen during the night shift, before my shift commenced. I do not accept that this was dealt with adequately at the time. Is that what it says? Yes. And is that true? Yes. And is that your position? That you do not accept it was dealt with adequately at the time? Yes. When did you come to that conclusion? By the time this statement had been written. What was it that caused you to reach that conclusion? Reviewing all of the medical records. So that is sometime at or before, I think it was the 11th of February that this document was signed off. 2022? Yes. All right. One thing I've overlooked is the question I ask you usually at the beginning of every day or every session. Namely, up to this point in your evidence, is there anything that you want to amend or change or put a different emphasis on? No. So taking yesterday as the most recent example, is there anything you said yesterday that you now wish to review? No. Anything you felt you couldn't answer yesterday, that having thought about it overnight, you now feel that perhaps you can answer? No. Have you given that some thought? Yes, I thought about it overnight. Yes. Yes. You have thought about what you said yesterday and whether or not in fact you made a mistake. Is that right? Yes. I want to deal with the background to Child O's death, please. We know from the evidence that we have heard that he was born on Tuesday the 21st of June at 1424. He died on Thursday the 23rd of June at 1747. All right? Yes. At the time of Child O's birth, you were abroad, weren't you? Yes. You were with Nurse E and others in Ibiza. Yes. You had gone there on the 20th of June and you returned on the 22nd. Yes. And you were very interested in the triplets, even before you had seen them, weren't you? I received information about the triplets, yes. Would it be fair to say that they were big news in the unit? Yes, it was very unusual to have triplets on the unit, yes. Naturally conceived triplets. Had you ever in your experience come across naturally conceived triplets? No. If Mr. Murphy would help, please, and we start at tile 21. This is your friend Jennifer Jones-Key telling you about their arrival. Is that right? Yes. In the next text, you make it clear that, as a matter of fact, you already knew. Yes. Is that right? Yes. Then we have tile 24, where you say, probably be back in with a bang. Yes. Within 72 hours of that text, Child O and Child P were dead, and child Q had collapsed. That's right, isn't it? Yes. And all happened when you were there? Yes. Yes. You then texted your friend Dr. A at tile 62, please. I say text, it's a Facebook message, still on the 22nd, where you were asking him for further detail about the triplets. Yes. Any reason why you were so interested? It was just general conversation. Triplets were unusual. Jennifer had obviously texted me to say they were born, as had Dr. A. It was just general conversation about something that's quite unusual. Did you want to get involved with them? No, I'm just making inquiries about something that's unusual on the unit that other members of staff are talking to me about. Do you accept the evidence of the boy's mother, the mother of child O, P and R? That all went well at their birth? Yes. Do you accept that overnight, the day they were born, the 21st into the 22nd, Amy Davies told us there were no concerns for either child O or child P? Yes. Do you accept the evidence of Samantha O'Brien from the day shift on June 22nd, so the day that you were sending the text that we've just looked at, when she said that child O in particular was fine on that day shift? Yes. And Yvonne Farmer, who said he was moved into nursery 2 because he was doing so well on that shift? Yes. Do you accept that overnight from the 22nd into the 23rd of June, both child O and child P were clinically well? Is that on the 22nd? This is the night shift before you came in on the 23rd. Yes. And do you accept that they were moved from CPAP to Optiflow on that night shift? I'd have to check. I can't recall that from memory. No. We'll come to the charts. Chris Booth told us that his impression was that child O would sail through. Until child O collapsed, did you see anything to undermine that as a reasonable impression? No, not up until that lunchtime. No. Sophie Ellis actually looked after child O in particular that night and said there was nothing concerning about his presentation. Do you accept that? Yes. If you go, please, to Jury Bundle 2, you will find the charts and other documentation for child O. If you look at the second page, which is J23657, there we have the observation chart for child O from about the time of his birth. Do you see that? Yes. And thus the clock went from the 21st to the 22nd, about halfway across the page where we get to midnight. Do you see that? Yes. It ran to 1300 hours on the 22nd at the far right of the page. Yes. Then turn over the page 23658. We have a chart starting at 1400 hours on the 22nd and moving through to the early hours and then ultimately the time of death of child O on June 23rd. Yes. In answer to questions asked by your counsel, I just want to confirm that you identified your handwriting on that chart. In particular, where we see what looks like 1330. Is that right? Yes. Is that a time that's been changed as a matter of interest? It looks like I've gone over it in some way, yes. It looks like there was a 4 there at some stage, doesn't it? I can't say for definite. Well, it's your writing. What does it look like to you? 1330. I would say it's gone from a 2 to a 3. Right. So no 4 under there. That's my opinion. It's a 2 to a 4. Anyway, we know that problems for child O started, give or take, at about lunchtime, at about 13:15. All right? Yes. We'll come to it in the sequence, but looking at the readings, the observations, is there anything concerning from your perspective on that chart prior to that time that I've just drawn your attention to? His temperature's a little bit unstable at times. Yes. Someone appears to have put a reading into the temperature chart at 12:30 and then crossed it out, don't they? And put a different one in? Yes. Was that you? No. How can you say? That's not how I document a temperature. That's not my writing. That dot is not your writing. I don't believe so, no, because I join up. I usually join up the arrows. Like you didn't do at 14:30 or 13:30. because they're not a continuation. When there's two side by side, usually you would join them up, which is what's been done in the yellow bit. They actually join up. Child O, according to that chart, had been very stable overnight, hadn't he? He's had some temperature issues, but yes. If we can look at the bottom part of the page, please, Mr. Murphy. That's it, thank you. That left-hand column under where it says calling infant, do you see it? Yes. It says SATs and then fractional oxygen. Yes. Then what does it say? Optiflow. Yes. And this is the point I made to you earlier, that child O had been on Optiflow for quite some time, hadn't he? By the time... Yes, I couldn't recall that from my memory, so thank you for showing me. It's quite all right. It may be important, all right? Okay. His ECG leads had been removed, and that would be in keeping with this picture, wouldn't it? Yes, if that's what happened, yes. That was the evidence. Okay. His antibiotics had been stopped, and we know from tile 175, if Mr. Murphy would help please, that in a sample taken after his first collapse at 1339, after 5 days there was no bacterial infection. No. Then if we go please to tile 52, the aspirates in the output section under the NG asp vomit column show that child O was tolerating his feeds very well, don't they? Yes. Going back to your defence statement then, and what you wrote at paragraph 178, what are you saying is the point that you don't accept that the appearance of his abdomen overnight was dealt with adequately? I think concerns were raised about his abdomen and feeds were continued. But what was actually going on shows that there wasn't a problem, doesn't it? I don't know. Well, you do know. You're a Band 5 QIS qualified nurse. Where looking at the data is the problem? I can't say without looking. Well, you take your time and look, and you tell us where you are saying this problem was. He's still having milky aspirates. You give us the page that you're looking at, please. 23676. So if we carry on in the documents to the final document behind divider 20, what's the problem? There's not a problem, it's just that he's still having aspirates and he hasn't had his bowels open. Doesn't it say bowels opened, for example, at 5 o'clock, and he passed urine as well? I think that's a BNO. BNO? Yes. Well, you see, this is one of the reasons I went to your defence statement first, because you raise an issue, and I'll just remind you of what you said at paragraph 178. Sophie Ellis raised a concern about child O and the appearance of his abdomen during the night shift. I do not accept this was dealt with adequately. What is the inadequacy? I don't know. You don't know? No. So you are suggesting that there was a problem, but you are not in a position to tell us what the problem was. Is that what it comes to? Yes. And there's no apparent problem recorded in the paperwork, is that right? Yes, not on the charts, no. Do you accept Dr. Maybury's account of examining child O at the end of the night shift, and that all was well? Is this the night when he reviewed him but didn't write the notes? So, yes, on his word, yes. Well, are you suggesting we shouldn't accept his word if he didn't write it down himself? No, I'm saying there's no way of definitively knowing if he reviewed him or not. Well, Sophie Ellis wrote down that he had because, as you remember, I'm sure, he had been called away and didn't have time to make the note himself. Yes. So when you say there's no way of definitively knowing if he didn't examine him, would it follow you're suggesting there must have been some sort of cover-up between Dr. Maybury and Sophie Ellis? No, I'm saying there was no formal note, so therefore I was not there. I cannot say definitively what happened. Right, well, do you accept the nursing note that he did it? Yes. Right. Do you accept that Dr. Maybury essentially excluded the presence of the subcapsular hematomas in child O's liver at the time of that examination? Yes. If we could go, please, to Sophie Ellis' note at tile 105. So, abdo looks full, slightly loopy. Appeared uncomfortable after feed. Registrar Maybury reviewed. Abdo soft. Does not appear in any discomfort on examination. Has had bowels open. So there's a note made by your colleague that his bowels had opened. Do you agree? Yes. To continue feed, but to monitor. Is that note, in effect, the foundation for your assertion in your defence statement that there was some sort of inadequate treatment? I think I've stated, because the doctor didn't actually write anything down, I don't know that he was fully reviewed. Right. So because Dr. Maybury personally didn't make a note, you do not accept that any issues there may have been with child O was adequately dealt with at the time? Yes. So it comes down to the personalisation of the note. That's the basis for your concern. Yes, because it's been pointed out where something's not written down, you don't know that it happened. And who's pointed that out? Sorry? You say it's been pointed out. By who? You. Me? When's that? Well, people have stated that if something's not written down or somebody writes something, it might not be correct. If I can help, it was the suggestion made in the case of Dr. Beeb's afternoon review of child I, when in the nursing note it was pointed out that Miss Letby had said there was a review at about 1500, and the prosecution pointed out that there was no note, and that's what she is referring to, that it's been pointed out before. Is that what you meant to say? Yes, so therefore it didn't happen, yes. I'm very grateful to Mr. Myers. Do you accept that at 9:30 Dr. Cook examined child O and actually felt the liver area and excluded there being an injury at that point? Yes. So does it therefore follow that the liver injury child O did sustain happened in effect on your watch? Yes. Yes. Do you accept therefore that somebody must have inflicted that liver injury on child O during that day shift? I agree that it's happened during that shift. I don't know how it's happened. Well, we've heard expert evidence from Dr. Marnaridis about how these things happen, haven't we? Yes. Yes. Your case is you don't know how it's happened, and I assume you will say that you deny that it happened at your hand. That's right. Well, let's go to the population distribution, please, at tile 106. There we see that you were the only nurse in Nursery 2. Is that right? Yes. With child P, child O, and a child JD. Yes. The third triplet, child R, was in Nursery 1 with child Q, BM, and YM. And the nurses in there were Samantha O'Brien and Christopher Booth. Is that right? Yes. 3 children in Nursery 3, ZZ, MB, and FG with Mel Taylor and Nurse C. Yes. Then another couple in Nursery 4 with Nurse C. Is that right? Yes. So it follows that you were the only nurse in Nursery 2 on this shift. Yes. Are you suggesting that the staffing levels caused or contributed to child O's collapse or death? No. Are you suggesting that any doctor's mistake caused or contributed to his collapse or death? No. Are you suggesting that any nursing mistake caused or contributed to child O's collapse or death? No. You, of course, were supervising, was it Rebecca Morgan? Yes, the student on this shift. But she wasn't always in the nursery with you, was she? No. She was off doing other things with other people and having a chat to some of the mums. Yes. We can see you telling your friend Dr. A about that at tile 149 at 10:20 that morning, can't we? Yes. Is the fact that you had 3 children in Nursery 2 a reflection of the fact that they were all doing very well? Yes, it would suggest that they're not all high dependency. Was child O high dependency? I don't believe so. No. It's just in your evidence on May 17th, you suggested that he was. Well, I'm not sure about clarifying with the guidelines. I can't remember. Or was it that on the 17th, you were trying to create the impression that things were rather more fraught and difficult than really they were. No, I can't recall now what access he had and what would make him an ITU or non-ITU. Do you agree that high-dependency babies should never be left unattended? No, they are left unattended, but somebody would be aware that you're leaving the room, yes. So somebody would keep an eye out. If you're going to be away for a period of time, yes. And what do you mean by a period of time? So if I was leaving the nursery to say, leave the unit, then I'd get somebody to listen out. If I was going to get medicines from another nursery, then I wouldn't necessarily do that because I would still be able to hear the monitors. Okay. I want to start with tile 121, please. These are Dr. Cook's notes of an examination that she undertook of child O at 09:30. Yes. Dr. Cook told us that the designated nurse, which we know was you, told her that there were no concerns for child O. Do you accept that? Yes. She told us that reported to her were trace of aspirates but none bilious. Do you accept that? That I told her that? Yes. I don't recall saying that, but there's no bile on this chart, no. Well, you were either completing the chart or supervising the student completing the chart, weren't you? At this point, there is only one feed, but yes. Dr. Cook said there was absolutely nothing abnormal with child O at this stage of the morning. Do you accept that? Yes. And she positively excluded the possibility of there having been an abdominal issue at that point. Do you accept that? Yes. Did you leave the unit shortly after this? I've left the unit at points, yes. I think I went to go and get some donor milk out of the freezer. Where is the freezer? It's on the corridor outside of the neonatal unit doors. I'm just interested in a sequence of text messages that you then started to send to your friend Dr. A. All right? Can we start at tile 123 on the basis that you're the only nurse in Nursery 2, and if you're going off the unit, you get someone to listen out. You say boo at 123. Is that trying to get his attention? I think it's in response to a previous text where he said he's not on the unit, I think. Yes, you're quite right. He texted me first, and I think this is my response to him not being on the neonatal unit that day. He was in the clinic, I think it's tile 119. Were you disappointed that he wasn't there in the unit? Yes, I enjoyed working with Dr. A, yes. Did you want to get his attention? No. Is that the reason you sabotaged child O? No. If we go to 124 next, please, Mr. Murphy. In answer to boo, he says, I thought something similar. Then 3 minutes later, 125, you sent another message, then added a correction to that at 126. At 127, are you here this afternoon? And he replied, yes, back after the clinic. So at that stage, you knew he would be back in the afternoon, didn't you? Yes. You then said, have fun, 1:30, my student is glued to me. He commiserated, saying, could be a challenge. Then, this is what my morning is looking like. I say my, because of the next text. You responded, how exciting. He said, no, it's a load of. And you said, now, Dr. A. Then at 9:45, bit rubbish that you couldn't stay on NNU. Were you missing him? No, this was my first day back at work. At 9:47, tile 138, it's okay, Tony would have had the whole day of clinic otherwise. Clearly, fridge sales must be low. And then you sent 2 further messages about the Eskimos at 139, and then whether or not he would get lunch. And your text continued at tile 142, 09:55. You said you'd lost your handover sheet and found it in the donor milk fridge. He replied, and you continued texting him on and off between 10:00 hours and 10:39. Was that a busy morning for you? Sorry? Was that a busy morning? It was a fairly busy shift, yes. Not exceptionally busy. Given that you don't text in the clinical areas, you have told us, where do you get the time from to be sending all these texts? A lot of the staff are often on their phones. No. I'm not asking about when you're not doing something directly with the baby. I could be on my phone. In the clinical area, I wouldn't be at the cot side, no, but I might be on the unit using my phone, yes. I wouldn't have used a phone in the clinical area. A non-clinical area would be somewhere like the nurse's station, the equipment room, the break room, the corridor, anywhere that's not the cot side. At tile 158, please, 10:36, Dr. A was offering to get you lunch and saying he thought clinic should be done in an hour. So in other words, by about 11:35. Is that right? Yes. And when he arrived, we know he came to see one of the babies, child Q. Yes. So that shows, doesn't it, that Dr. A was on the neonatal unit at 12:10. Yes. At 12:30, you fed child O, didn't you? Could I just see the chart, please? It's tile 167, please, Mr. Murphy. That shows you feeding child O, doesn't it? No, that's not my writing. I signed the bottom, but the actual feed content is not my writing. Whose initials are at the bottom? Mine. Yes. So you fed child O? No, it's not. No. That's not my writing. That's Rebecca's writing. And as her mentor, I have to countersign that she's done anything. Yes. But she should sign it as well, shouldn't she? If she did it. Or if I've done it first, she wouldn't need to. No. If what, sorry? If I've signed as well, then she doesn't need to, necessarily. No. Why is that? Because if she's fed back to me that she's fed the baby, I would take her word for that and document it myself, the initials. There were no problems at that feed, according to the data that's recorded on the form, were there? No. Trace aspirate? Mm-hmm. And your initials? Yes. And it was about this time that you deliberately overfed child O, wasn't it? No, I did not overfeed child O, and I did not feed him this feed. Do you remember that it was around this time that Mel Taylor was in Nursery 2? Yes. If we look at line 57 of the neonatal review, we can see that at 1300 hours she made an entry of having fed the child JD. Yes. And JD was one of your children in Nursery 2, wasn't he? Yes. So Mel was in there, in Nursery 2, in the aftermath of your record that you had fed child O. Is that right? Yes, so Mel was with the baby JD at 1 o'clock, yes. The point is, she's in Nursery 2. Is that right? Yes. And you know the significance of Mel being in Nursery 2 at that time, don't you? Because she said she made a comment about child O not looking well. Yes. She said to you that child O didn't look well. What else did she suggest? From her recollection, that we should move him into Nursery 1. Yes. And you refused. Insistently, didn't you? I don't recall the details of the conversation, no. Well, do you recall a different conversation? I don't recall any specific details about talking about going into Nursery 1. I know that Nursery 1 was very full. I don't remember being very dismissive to Mel about where child O needed to be. She told the jury that you were undermining her authority. That's Mel's opinion, if that's what happened. Well, I'm going to suggest to you that from what we saw yesterday with child N, you weren't getting on with Mel at this point, were you? Yes, I got on well with all my colleagues professionally. FFS, do you remember that? Yes? Yes. You were angry with Mel, you accepted that? Yes. Was it your place to refuse if a senior colleague made a suggestion? No, I don't recall doing that, but if I had, Mel would have been perfectly within her rights to override me and take the baby off me. But she didn't. No. You had sabotaged child O, hadn't you? No. And that's why you didn't want him moving outside your control into Nursery 1. No. Because as we can see from the population distribution, if a child went from 2 to 1, it would necessarily involve a child coming out of Nursery 1 and in all likelihood being swapped into Nursery 2. Yes, keeping you in Nursery 2. I can't answer that. That would be up to how the shift leader would have allocated. Well, it would, but 2 of your charges remained in Nursery 2. Yes. This would have meant child O escaping your influence, wouldn't it? No, I disagree. I can't say how the allocation would have worked had child O moved. We've looked just now, and it may be that the jury still have open chart 23676 behind divider 20. So that's an examination by Dr. A in the aftermath of what I'm going to suggest was a collapse for child O at 13:15. Okay. You'd have been giving this information to your friend Dr. A, wouldn't you? Yes, most likely. He gives the amount of milk that child O was receiving, a vomit post-feed, no bleed, small meconium plug, heart rate 160 to 170, etc., doesn't it? Yes. 160 to 170 isn't tachycardic, is it? It's higher than we would want it. Well, it's the higher end of normal. Yes. Well, if we go into the paper bundle 23656, we see that the yellow area starts at 180, doesn't it? Yes. If we look at your nursing note at tile 169, we see that you were recording at this examination that child O was tachycardic. That wasn't an accurate reflection. Yes. Is that an accurate reflection in reality? Yes, he's had an increasing heart rate over the period of time, and when I've got him reviewed, it suddenly spiked up further, so... He was not tachycardic, was he? I think he was, in my nursing opinion. All right. In your nursing opinion? Yes, I see. Do you remember saying on the 17th of May that this was not a concerning vomit? It was a standard baby vomit? Yes. Do you remember the lying false entry you made in a different chart at about this time? No. Let's look at tile 170, please. It's J23667. Right at the back, one from the back of the paper documents behind divider 20. You see there you're writing at 1320? Yes. What's the false entry in that line? I don't know. You don't know? Do you remember Dr. Bowen telling us about it? No. CPAP? Yes. Do you remember now? I think he had some CPAP pressure at that point, did he not? No. He'd not been on CPAP for hours and hours. You were covering for air you'd given him, weren't you? No. Let's look at tile 197. This is an X-ray that was taken at about the time of child O's second collapse at about 1440. Okay? Okay. Do you remember Professor Arthur's looking at this and telling us about it? Yes, I know he looked at it, yes. Yes. And he said that the level of gas in the bowel was more than would be expected in a normal baby. He gave two possibilities as being the reason. One was NEC, and the other was air down the nasogastric tube. Do you remember that? Yes. That's the reason you wrote CPAP in the gas chart, isn't it? So that anyone looking back might think, well, if he was on CPAP, that might account for why he's got gas in his bowel. No. Well, why did you write CPAP in the gas chart? I can't answer that now. I don't know. Were you upset that he wasn't on CPAP? He wasn't on the full CPAP machine. I can't say whether he was having CPAP via the Neopath. I don't know. That's a medical decision, isn't it? Yes. It's not for a nurse to put a child on CPAP. No. No. Going back to the observation chart, which is 23658. No mention of CPAP there, is there? No. Optiflow, as we saw before. Yes. Yes. Did you forget to make a false entry in that chart as well? No. Do you agree that Dr. A left the neonatal unit after the review of child O? If that's what he says, yes. I don't have any recollection. Is this the first collapse or the second? That's the first collapse at about 13:15. I know he was back on the unit by the time of the second event. And we can also see, if we look at the neonatal review document at line 91, you were making nursing notes in the case of JD at 14:30. Yes. And it was shortly after that, and shortly after the departure of Dr. A, that child O collapsed again, didn't he? Yes. At 14:40. Yes. Can you remember what you told the jury about this collapse when you were answering questions from your own counsel? Not in great detail, no. Well, I'll remind you. You said that you heard the monitor alarming. When you went into the nursery, you found it was child O, and you called for Dr. A, who was in a nursery next door. Yes. So he'd come back by this stage, had he? Yes, I recall that Dr. A was on the unit at the time, yes. I think you then suggested that you weren't on the unit at all, by reference to tile 193, if you remember that. If we look at tile 193, this is door swipe data, it shows you going from the labour ward into the neonatal unit. Right. I think you told us yesterday that there's a doorway there. I think this is when you came in and saw child N on the 3rd of June at 7:12. Do you remember? We had the same sort of data. Yes, I've entered the unit via the maternity ward, yes. So where were you at around this time? I can't say definitively, but I've come through the labour ward. Had you just nipped out to make it look like you weren't actually around when child O collapsed? No. One of the things that we see in the X-ray report that I showed you before, it's tile 197 please, Mr. Murphy, is that the NG tube was in a satisfactory position. Do you see that? Yes. At tile 199 we have Dr. A's note, just to remind you of what he said. He refers to being called to see child O at about 14:40. Was it you that called him? From my memory, yes. Were you trying to get his attention? Yes, I wanted him to review child O, yes. But his personal attention as well for you? No, Dr. A was on the unit that day. If we look at tile 200, please, what we see there is some of your handwriting. Is that right? In the second column, yes. Yes. So it's the second row, is that right? Yes. 23rd of June, saline 0.8, 20 ml bolus intravenous. Prescribed by Dr. Cook much earlier that morning, wasn't it? At about 9:30. I'm not sure what time she prescribed that. But not given until this time. Any reason for that? How do you know it was prescribed earlier? I think Dr. Bone referred to it. Well, I can't answer that. There's no way looking at that sheet to say when it was prescribed. It may be that I have introduced a level of confusion about something which I want to resolve, if we possibly can, all right? We need to look at several documents, please. The first is tile 200, the one we were looking at before. If we just look at this, please. Do you remember me showing you this before? Yes. So in the second row of data, you have co-signed with somebody else. Is it Samantha O'Brien? Yes. For giving a saline bolus, we can see, of 20 ml. The time you've put, that's your writing in the time and date, isn't it? Yes. The time you've put in there is 14:40. I suggested it was prescribed by Dr. Cook because we see Dr. Cook's signature in the column immediately to the left of your signature. Yes. I think where I fell into error was attributing that event, the prescription that is, to the 9:30 examination. Whereas in fact, if we go to Dr. A's note, which we looked at earlier at tile 168, we see just above where it says observations, Plan 1, Gas 2 if temperature instability, apnea, bradycardia, PO, PR aspirated, blood, abdominal X-ray, IV fluids, 10 ml kg bolus, and then abdominal X-ray. Yes. Is that right? Yes. So 10 ml per kilo, we know that when he was born, child O was 2.02 kilos. So even my maths can work out that's a 20 ml bolus. Yes. So it appears that it was Dr. A that in effect made the order, but Dr. Cook who wrote the script. Yes. Would that fit? Yes. Would you agree that the reason as you understood it as the designated nurse for the order from Dr. A was because this was a child that needed a bolus of saline because he had just vomited? I don't think the saline was in response to the vomit. I think it was his poor blood gas. All right. Whatever the reason, there was a fairly important need for it. Yes. So the question, please, is why you delayed giving the bolus for such a long time? He needed to have access obtained. He didn't have a peripheral line, I don't believe, at this point. Right. Well, who put the peripheral line in? I think Dr. A did. Is that the reference in the text? Yes. I see. And so it follows, you'd been on a break when he was doing that. Is that what you're saying? You left the child? Potentially. I don't know that I was definitely on a break, but I was not with child O because Dr. A was texting me. Potentially is a word you use rather a lot. Because I can't say 100% that I was on my break at that point. There's no way of ever being able to know what time somebody's break was definitively. No. But if a child had desaturated significantly, sufficiently to require the attendance of Dr. A, who you appear to have been looking forward to seeing, would you have chosen that moment, as he was treating and putting a line into the child, to go on your break? Yes, breaks are allocated by the shift leader, so would have been guided by them. Anyway, the fact is that you gave the bolus to child O just before he collapsed, didn't you? No, I believe that the bolus was given as a result of the collapse. Well, we may never get to the bottom of this, but if we go to tile 199, it was something that Dr. A was asked about. It says, plus 10 ml kg, 0.9 sodium chloride bolus already given. Yes. You're saying that's a different bolus? I'm saying the bolus that I've documented is the 1440. That's the only bolus that I've written anything against. Yes, but I'm asking about the coincidence between the second collapse of child O and you belatedly, for the reasons you have described, administering this bolus of sodium chloride. Again, I don't know what time that was prescribed, whether it was for the previous sodium chloride bolus, or whether it was for the 10% that needs to be given now at 1440. Well, who of the nursing staff has principal responsibility for child O at this stage? Me. And this second desaturation was very significant, wasn't it? Yes, more so than the first one, yes. Profound. Would you agree? Yes. That was the word you used at tile 201. Go there, please. You record profound desaturation to 30s followed by bradycardia and mottled ++. Abdomen red and distended. Transferred to Nursery 1 and neopuff ventilation commenced. Perfusion poor. This was a life-threatening event, wasn't it? That level of desaturation. Yes. Before the events that the jury have been hearing about during the course of this trial, which event started at the beginning of June 2015, had you seen lots of desaturations like these? Yes, frequently babies desaturate, yes. But to this level? Yes, they can do. I know they can do. I'm asking you whether it happens very often. Yes. Do you remember what you said about the mottling, as you have described it, or mottled as you've described it in that nursing note? What you said about that in interview? No. I'll just remind you. It's the second interview bundle, please, and it's the first of the child O interviews. You say, so I remember it well. He was mottled all over, and he had a red abdomen. So the mottling is a sort of blotchy purpley red rash and a red abdomen as well. Is that how you remember it? Yes. Had you seen that sort of mottling before? Yes, mottling is common. This isn't normal mottling, is it? The redness to his abdomen was abnormal, yes. The mottling is abnormal as well, isn't it, that you're describing there? No, I would say that's my description of mottling. So serious was this event that child O had to be intubated, didn't he? Do you remember? Yes. And that happened at 15:03 that day. Do you remember what Dr. Breary saw when this was going on? The intubation? Yes. No. You really don't remember what Dr. Breary saw on child O? No, I cannot remember what every witness has said with every baby. No. I don't doubt that, but I'm going to suggest you do remember very well what Dr. Breary saw. I'll remind you of what he said. He said, I noted during the intubation that child O had a rash on his chest, on the right side of his chest wall, exactly 1 or 2 centimetres in size. I haven't said the size there, and he's referring to the note, but I mentioned it in my statement. It was an unusual rash. It initially appeared like a purpuric rash, so it was a little concerning and clearly noticeable. That, if anyone wants to check, is the evidence he gave on March 15th at page 29 of the transcript. He went on to say that the rash disappeared later on. Do you remember now that that was what he said? Yes. And that is what you saw as well, isn't it? No. Did you have to think about that? Yes. Do you agree that that's what was there? Again, I don't believe that's what I saw. I saw mottling, but if that's what Dr. Breary saw... If that's what Dr. Breary saw, what was at the end of that sentence, please? If that's what Dr. Breary saw, and that's what people take as being true, then yes. Do you remember Dr. Breary telling us that at this stage child O had a mild non-metabolic acidosis? Okay, yes. And that was explicable by blood loss? Yes. Do you agree with that? I don't think as a nurse that I can comment on what has caused a blood level result. All right. Do you remember that when Dr. A had intubated child O, he went to see child O's parents on the maternity ward? Yes. And when Dr. A disappeared, child O declined again, didn't he? Yes. And at 15:49, he, Dr. A, and Dr. B were together on the stairs. Do you remember them saying they met on the stairs by chance? Yes. And their bleeps went off. Do you remember that? Yes. Just to remind us, please, Mr. Murphy, these are tiles 214 to 217. We can just scroll through the carousel, thank you. There's the entry of Dr. B back into the neonatal unit, okay? Yes. This was child O's final decline, wasn't it? Yes. Do you remember it happening? This specific moment where I've put out a crash call? Yes. No. Do you remember it? No. It was a very dramatic death, wasn't it? Yes, I remember his death. I don't remember this exact moment that he declined. Do you remember how you felt when this child, who had already collapsed twice, collapsed for a third time just after your friend had gone to see his parents? Yes, I was concerned for him, but you don't remember it? Not with any detail, no. I remember the death, but not this precise moment that he desaturated and needed a crash call, no. You remember this was another case of the doctors establishing good air entry into child O's lungs, and yet he was, that is child O, desaturating. Yes. He was intubated again. Do you remember that? Yes. He was given CPR and 2 doses of adrenaline. Do you remember that? Yes. And do you remember that his spontaneous circulation was restored? Yes. And the rash that had been there earlier had disappeared. Do you remember that? I don't recall the rash disappearing, no. You see, Dr. Breary and Dr. B both said that this sequence is something they had never seen before. Had you seen that sort of thing before? I didn't see what they saw. He had a red and distended abdomen. When did you pull the nasogastric tube out of child O's stomach? I don't recall pulling a tube out of his stomach. Let's look at tile 246, please. This was an X-ray taken to establish the position of the ET tube. Do you see that? Yes. It says ET tube in situ in satisfactory position. NG tube, so the nasogastric tube in situ with its tip close to the cardia, it says. Got that? Yes. It should be advanced, in other words, put in by 10 to 15 millimeters. Is that what it says? Yes. I showed you an X-ray report earlier that was taken at about the time of the second collapse, 1440. Yes. In which Dr. Wright reported that the NG tube was in a good position. Yes. In terms of a child with a distended abdomen who may have had air in his stomach, what effect would pulling the nasogastric tube back have? I believe it would still drain because it's still in the stomach. It's not in a good position, is it? No, it needs to be advanced, yes. Yes. To be effective, it needs to be further in. Do you agree? I don't know that the tube is not working at that position. I agree that it needs to be advanced, yes. In a child who's intubated, how would the NG tube come out? During the intubation, the taping that's on the baby's face securing the tube would need to be taken off to allow for the NG tube to be put in and secured, so potentially it slipped a little bit while that's being done. Did you take that as an opportunity to make sure that the tube wasn't draining Child O's stomach? No. All as part of your efforts to kill him? No. By pumping him with air. Going to ask you about descriptions given by the parents of child O, P and R, alright? And like many of the other parents' evidence, this evidence was agreed, alright? So I'm going to ask you whether you still agree it. Do you remember the mother of child O, P and R saying that child O was changing colour with discoloration and prominent veins, and that she saw something similar with her other son, child P, the next day? Do you agree with that description? I didn't see that. I didn't see that myself. The father of child O, child P, and child R. Do you remember the father of child O, P, and R? Yes. Do you remember his video? Yes. Played to the jury. What he said was this. You could see, talking of his son, all his veins, bright blue, going different colours. Looked like he had prickly heat. You could see something oozing through his veins. Do you agree with that? I didn't see anything like that, no. So we've got Dr. Breary with the disappearing rash, and the father of child O, P and R talking about a moving pattern of colour. Yes, that's the truth, isn't it? I can't comment on their truth. I did not see anything like that myself. What you saw was a sort of blotchy purpley red rash and a red abdomen. Yes. Do you remember you were asked by your counsel about the CPR that was given to child O? Yes. And do you remember what you said about it? No. You said it was done by others, but not by you. Okay. Do you remember? I don't remember, no. You don't remember saying that? Well, let's see what you said to the police, if we can. So the same interview that we had before. This is the very end of what we have of the interview on July 5th, 2018. The police asked you, okay, so CPR commenced at 16:19, medications, fluid given as documented. What was your role in his CPR? You said, I think I did some chest compressions, and I think I did some drugs, but I'd have to check. Right? Yes. What's changed your mind since that interview? I've been able to look at the charts to see that I was doing the medications. Yes. What's changed your mind about the CPR? Because if I was doing the medications at those times, I would not have been able to be carrying out the compressions. Well, why didn't you say that here then? Because at this point in the interview, I didn't have any details of seeing what I had done during the resuscitation. You said, I think I did chest compressions and I think I did some drugs. Which is standard practice, yes. Yes. Nurses rotate, don't they, on these occasions? Yes. Particularly with prolonged resuscitations. Yes. Because it's important to keep the CPR going at the right rate. Yes. So it'd be... Many staff would be involved, yes. Yes. I'm going to suggest a reason why you are now saying it wasn't you doing CPR. Because you don't want to have any connection between you and the liver injury, because you're now running a case that it was the CPR that caused the liver injury. No. You don't agree with that? No. Of course, when you gave this interview, this was well before Dr. Marnarides ever wrote a report, wasn't it? Yes. Yes. How did child O get that liver injury? I don't know. Do you accept the evidence of Dr. Marnarides? Yes. Because he also told us that child O didn't have any bowel disorder. Do you remember that? Yes. So no bowel disorder to account for all the gas in his bowel. Professor Arthurs told us that if a bowel disorder was excluded, we're left with air going down the NGT to account for the gas in the bowel. Do you accept that? If that's what he said, yes. That's why you made the false entry about CPAP, isn't it? No. To account for the gas. No. You injected child O's stomach with gas down the NGT, didn't you? No, I did not. You injected air into his circulation, causing an air embolus. No. And you, through some violent mechanism, inflicted that liver injury on him, didn't you? No. These things happened on your watch, didn't they? Yes. Do you dispute that Dr. Breary tried to persuade you not to come in after child O's death? Yes. Why did you want to come in after that? I didn't feel, if that's what Dr. Breary had offered, that I needed time off. Were you not bothered by what you'd witnessed? Of course I was bothered, yes. I would like to deal with a few texts that you sent in the aftermath of child O's death, please, starting with tile 331. It might be better to do 330 actually, because you need to know what Dr. A said to deal with this. So this was at 21:13, an hour and 13 minutes after your shift had ended. He was sending you a message saying, "Your notes must have taken a long time. Had you documented anything from this morning?" And you responded, "Only a little. Had the other two to write on as well, and sorting out the FFP." Is that a blood transfusion? Yes, fresh frozen plasma. Fresh frozen plasma, etc. Left signing for drugs until tomorrow. Which drugs are you referring to as being signed the next day? I couldn't say definitively. I'm assuming any of the drugs that were given that afternoon. Are these all drugs that are, when they're signed, they are electronically stamped with a time signature by the computer? No, it could be computerized records, or it could be any paper drugs as well. I couldn't say which drugs exactly I'm referring to. So we're not going to be any the wiser by looking at the records, are we? No, because I'm not sure whether it means signing electronically or signing by hand on a paper form. Okay. The notes for child P as a matter of record, and we can come to this in due course if we go to tile 23 on the child P sequence, took you about 3 minutes to write between 2024 and 2027. We'll look at that in due course. I want to just move on though to tile 332, please. This is a conversation that you were having with Nurse E, who had asked you what had happened about a minute earlier. There she is asking you what happened in graphic terms at tile 332. You replied, "Can't think straight, so took a while." And then the next one, please. "Blew up abdomen, think it's sepsis." Is that a phrase you use often? Blew up abdomen? No. How many cases of blew up abdomen have you seen? I've seen a few over my time. I'm going to suggest that you were also telling your friend Nurse E lies in these texts, okay? So if we go to tile 342, please. Would you just read that, please? Had big tummy overnight, but just ballooned after lunch and went from there. That wasn't really an accurate statement of what had been happening with child O the night before he died, was it? I believe he had had an enlarged abdomen overnight. This is one of the reasons why at the beginning we went through what had happened on the night shift. Yes. There was nothing wrong with him when you took him over in the morning, was there? He had just been reviewed by the doctor for having a loopy bowel. Yes, but that's not big tummy overnight, is it? I disagree. I think I am referring to some distension that was there prior to me taking over at 8 o'clock. Then tile 403, please. It begins with Nurse E saying, "We don't have any luck with 33-34 weekers." You agree, and you may remember the police asked you questions about that in interview. And the conversation goes on with Nurse E saying, "Hope other two have an easy ride now for the parents' sake." That's a reference to the other two triplets, isn't it? Yes. And you say, "Yeah, worry, she's missed something." Then you say, "Home at last," that's to Dr. A at tile 401. To Nurse E you say, "Fingers crossed," and then "worry" as identical. So this is a text that you are sending at the same time or within the same minute as the text you were sending to Dr. A saying that you just got home. Yes. Were you setting up a false narrative here? Do you understand what I mean by that? Yes, and no, I wasn't. No. You were trying to create in the minds of other people that because child O had died of some unspecified problem, there was a likelihood that the same thing was going to happen to one of his siblings. No, that's not what I'm suggesting at all. Because that's what you were planning, wasn't it? No, it was not. And you had already put into motion your plan by pumping air into child P before you left. No. Do you remember the Datix form that you put in relating to child O's death? Yes, I think there was something in relation to equipment, was there? Well, we'll come to this, all right? I'm trying to deal with things chronologically. We will come to a text that you had stored on your phone that was never actually sent. It was in effect a note to yourself. Do you remember? Yes. It was on a date right at the end of June, reminding yourself to put in Datix forms. Do you remember that? Yes. One of those Datix forms was the Datix form that you put in for child O. Do you remember? Okay. We'll just look at it, please. It's tile 497. So what we see is that on the 29th of June 2016, at 08:36, this form was submitted. Yes. And I think you've already told us that you go into the child's records, there is a drop-down menu, you can select a Datix form, which then gives you various options that you fill in as you go along. Is that right? Yes, you'd open up the Datix sort of app and it would produce you with this, with drop-down pieces throughout, yes. So you fill in the child's details, is that right? No, that I believe comes from the system. Okay, so clinical incident is what you are suggesting, is that right? Have I filled in this form? Well, okay, we'll establish that first. Can we just scroll down? There we are. So employees involved. Yes, the incident reporter though was Arian Powell. I see. Arian Powell, of course, wasn't on duty on this shift, was she? No, she wasn't. So where would she have got the information from? From any of the notes that were available, medical and nursing notes, word of mouth. Word of mouth? Well, the deaths would be discussed, yes. This was one of the things on your note to self-submit, wasn't it? A Datix, yes. Yes. So you had a hand in this, didn't you? Not in this Datix, no. I believe it was about equipment I was filling in the Datix for. Do you remember Dr. Breary telling us that the information in this Datix is untrue? In this one here? Yes. Yes. Do you remember what the untrue statement in the Datix is? He didn't believe at any point that IV access was lost. Yes, exactly. So Arian Powell, if what you're saying is right, is making a report of an incident at which she was not present. Yes, because she's the ward manager. Yes. I'm suggesting to you that you, in effect, were giving her the information. And that's why your name features as the employee involved. No, the employee involved would always be the designated nurse, so yes, it was me. Yes. If we scroll down, please, to what's actually been reported, it should have situation. One of the spontaneous triplets born died suddenly and unexpectedly. Then it says incident reporter. You found it, thank you. So there we have triplet 2 born, and it gives his details. Is that right so far? Yes. On the 23rd of June at 13:15, he vomited undigested milk, became tachycardic. So that's taken directly from your nursing notes, isn't it? Yes. You were the one who said he was tachycardic. He was reviewed by the registrar, septic screen, 1440 profound desaturation, followed by bradycardia. Transferred to Nursery 1, put on Neopuff. Doctors crash called at 15:51. This is Dr. B and Dr. A, is that right? Yes. Due to further desaturations down to 30. Chest movement and air entry. We've just dealt with all that. Responded to treatment, back onto the ventilator, 17:15 baptised. CPR following further desaturation. 6 doses of adrenaline and other drugs. Decision made to stop. Child O passed away at 17:47. Right so far? Yes. Is that how you remember it? I don't recall writing this, no. I don't think I filled it in. Okay, let's keep going if we can. Scroll down, further again please. That's all behind the scenes information, is that right? Yes. Down again, a meeting, an instant review group, is that right? Yes. If we scroll down, please. So, infant had a sudden acute collapse requiring resuscitation. Peripheral access lost. IO access required. Resources not available. Right? Yes. Do you remember this? Do you remember completing this? Oh, no, this isn't me completing this, but no. I know I put the form in, yes, because we didn't have the IO access on the unit. Okay, let's just carry on, please. The patient details are child O's details, yes? Yes. You are the instant reporter on this, yes. Then a report further down, please. So, infant had sudden acute collapse requiring resuscitation. Peripheral access lost. That was not true, was it? I think at the time, yes it was. No. Dr. Breary has told us it was not true. Okay, that's Dr. Breary's opinion. Well, it is Dr. Breary's opinion, you're quite right. But it's also what's in the medical records. How child O was being given some of the resuscitation drugs was through the peripheral access that was not lost. Do you agree? Yes. Thank you. Incident investigation, reviewed on July 25th. Patient did not lose peripheral access. IO access required for blood samples only. I accept that, and the form was written with regards of we did not have that equipment on the unit. No. But you understand the allegation here, or part of the allegation, is that you injected air into child O's circulation, don't you? Yes. If there was no peripheral access, that would not be possible, would it? No. And that is the reason you are suggesting that when this child had his fatal collapse, he did not have peripheral access. That's not what I was suggesting. I'm saying it was lost during resuscitation. That wasn't true, was it? Why were you making an untrue statement in a Datix form? I don't believe it was untrue at the time. Is it just a coincidence that you were making this report at pretty much the time that you were being removed from the unit? I hadn't been removed from the unit at this point. When did you leave the unit, as you remember it? Sometime in July. Right at the beginning of July. Okay. You were very worried that they were onto you, weren't you? No. Well, we'll come to the texts. Do you remember those panicked texts you were sending to Dr. A because Arian Powell had phoned you up at short notice to cancel you coming in for a shift? Yvonne Griffiths, yes. So you do remember? Yes. And you were very worried they were onto you, weren't you? No, I was worried what was happening, yes. We're going to move on to child P, please, if I can just deal with some of the background. Can we look at the defence statement, please? Count 21, please, ladies and gentlemen. Paragraph 179. It begins with you denying having hurt child P. At paragraph 180, in the evening of June 23rd, Belinda Simcock asked me if I wanted to look after child P on the 24th. I said I did. I wanted to do this as continuity for the benefit of the parents, rather than them seeing me working with other babies after what had happened with child O. I don't recall having an argument with Kate Percival Ward about wanting to be in Nursery 1. On June 24th, child P was in Nursery 2. A little after 09:35, I was talking with Rebecca Morgan when child P stopped breathing. Just to remind us, Rebecca Morgan is the student, is that right? Yes. Dr. Yuko was in Nursery 2 already because he was writing up his notes. The monitor sounded and I shouted for Dr. B because she was already on the unit. I also called Dr. A to assist. At paragraph 183, Dr. B came, a crash call went out. A lot of doctors and nurses came. It was chaotic. Child P was too ill to move to Nursery 1, so he remained in Nursery 2. When Dr. Rackham arrived, he took control of what was happening. Paragraph 184. Events during the collapse and resuscitation are difficult to remember. At paragraph 185, Child P's stomach was distended when he collapsed, but it was not as red as Child O's had been. I don't recall Child P's skin being mottled. Paragraph 186. After Child P died, we talked about dressing the twins. I was asked to dress them in the same outfits. Christopher Booth and I did this in Nursery 2. Sophie Ellis took photos of Child P with Child O and Child R. There's nothing strange about this, it's part of the bereavement pathway. I did the bereavement pack and memory box. At paragraph 187, at some stage during this, I pricked myself on a cannula needle which had been put into Child P's leg. I went to the accident and emergency department, as was standard procedure with a needle stick procedure, and I was there for about an hour. Whilst there, I fainted, and I had to be given medical attention. I think this is because of the stress and upset of the past 2 days, and because I hadn't eaten. I completed the bereavement procedure and the memory box after returning from A&E. At paragraph 188, on the 23rd of June 2016, I had been looking after Child P, Child O, and another baby. I kept the handover sheet from June 23rd so I would know what I was doing. I had written notes on the back of the handover sheet. I took it home to bring it into work the next day to write up the notes on the unit. The sheet stayed with me, and after Child P died, I forgot about it and brought it home with me, and it stayed there. Although I had forgotten about it, I did not decide to keep it. Do you accept that Child P was born in good condition? Yes. The day after his birth, Wednesday the 22nd of June, do you accept that he was doing well, and at 11:45 that morning he was taken off CPAP by Dr. B? Yes. Do you accept that that day his blood gases were excellent? Yes, I haven't reviewed them myself, but yes, I accept that. Thank you. On Thursday the 23rd of June, which was the day Child O died, and if we could just look at tile 22 please, I'm going to suggest this shows that Child O was taken off Optiflow at 6 a.m. If we scroll down please. Can you see? Yes. You'll remember that this day, or the time at which Child P was taken off Optiflow, became a subject of confusion when some of the witnesses were giving evidence. Do you remember that? Yes. Dr. Gibbs, for example, thought that he'd been on Optiflow much closer to the time of his death than in fact was the case. Yes. Yes. And Dr. Gibbs therefore mistakenly attributed the distension of his stomach and bowel to Optiflow. Yes, yes. But in fact, he wasn't on Optiflow at all for many hours prior to his death, was he? No. No. At 10 a.m, and this is tile 64, so we're still on the 23rd, the day Child O died, the day you were in Nursery 2 with Child O, Child P and the other child, an examination by Dr. Cook and Dr. A was unremarkable. Do you agree? Yes. And do you accept that throughout that day, there was nothing unusual at all so far as Child P was concerned? Not in the daytime, no. No. Events, I suggest, started to take a turn for the worse just after Child O had died. Child O having died at 1747. Do you agree? Yes. Do you remember that Dr. Gibbs examined Child P in the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of Child O's death? Yes. That's tile 133, please. This is you feeding Child P, isn't it? At 1800 hours. Do you remember? No, again, that's not my writing. Sorry? That's not my writing. What's not your writing? The 1800 feed. All right. Whose signature is it at the bottom? Possibly mine. Possibly yours. Who else's might it be? I can't see for definite, but it looks like mine. Yes, but that's not my writing. As a matter of interest, do you remember what you said in interview about this when the police asked you questions about it? No. No? Well, we'll come to it. You think about it over the break. Do you remember Dr. Gibbs saying that when he examined Child P, he was remarkably well for a triplet baby and very well grown? No, but if that's what he said, he did. If we go to tile 145, please, we see that a blood test was also taken at about this time. Yes, and that came back as normal. Do you accept that? I think the results may be further down. Yes, the culture is negative. Yes, 5 days later, tragically several days after he died, of course, Child P's blood at the time you were coming to the end of your shift on which we suggest you had murdered his brother was entirely normal. From a blood culture perspective, yes. Yes. What other perspective would be relevant? So this is purely looking at if there's any bacterial growth within a venous blood source. It doesn't describe CRPs or any other blood issues. There weren't any other issues at this stage, were there? Okay. Were there? I can't say without looking, I've only seen this. But you've told me more than once that you do look at the papers in advance of giving evidence about these cases. Yes, I can't remember it all. No. No one would expect you to remember everything. But have you identified an issue that was ongoing at this time with Child P? No. No. You overfed Child P sometime between 1800 and handing him over at 2000, didn't you? No, I did not. We'll just deal with that point that I asked you about earlier, about Rebecca Morgan and the feed at 1800 hours. Go to the Child P interviews, please, to the very first interview. Do you see there the police are asking about the feeding chart that we just looked at? Yes. Can you see that you say, at 10 o'clock he received a further feed via his NG tube? Yes. You say, by the student nurse, countersigned by myself. Then 12 o'clock nappy care, small vomit. All done by the student nurse, co-signed by me. Another feed at 1400 via the NG tube, done by the student nurse, co-signed by me. Another feed at 1600. Just read what you say there then, please. Via his NG tube, that was signed by the student nurse and then by myself. And there was a feed at 1800 via his NG tube, and that's signed by myself. Then, is there a reason why Rebecca hasn't signed after 4 o'clock? What do you say? Students usually only work an early shift, so potentially she had gone home. Potentially she had gone home. Is there a reason why you've got entries for 4 and 6 o'clock? I replied, when a student does a feed, they have to inform somebody that they've done it to get a co-signature. I have co-signed that one, and then I believe I may have done this feed for somebody at 6 o'clock. Can I just point out that I did not have the chart at this point? You've done it for somebody. Is that common practice then to sign on someone's behalf? And you say, no, I mean, I've done the feed. Yes, but I've done it on behalf of somebody and they've had to leave. You say you didn't have the chart. Can you go to the bottom of the previous page, please? What's your reply at the bottom? So this is the feed chart. He's been fed at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that's via the student nurse and co-signed by myself. So this is his feed chart here. What did you mean by that? Sorry? Okay, so this is his feed chart here. What did you mean by that? That's his feed chart for the 23rd. Yes, you've just told the jury that you didn't have the feed chart. But So far as your evidence before the break was concerned, having thought about it over the adjournment, is there anything that you would like to amend or add to? No. We got almost to the position, or pretty much to the position, where you were handing over Child P to one of your colleagues at the end of the day shift of June 23rd, on which Child O had died. All right? Yes. You said in answer to questions from your own counsel that so far as Child P's position at handover at between 1930 and 2000 hours on the 23rd, there were no problems. Yes. Is that your position? Yes. But do you remember the evidence of the X-ray? The radiograph that was taken of Child P just after 8 p.m? Yes. And do you remember the evidence of Dr. Arthur's about this? No. Do you remember it being suggested to Dr. Arthur's on your behalf that the reason for the abdominal distension was because Child P had been on CPAP? I can't recall, but if that's what he said, then... As a matter of fact, the last time Child P had had CPAP was about 36 hours earlier, wasn't it? Do you remember that? Again, I can't say without looking definitively, no. Well, would you like to look at the chart to see? No, if it's agreed, then that's okay. Well, it can be checked. It's J23820. I'm suggesting that the last time child P had CPAP was 11:45 hours on Wednesday the 22nd, so just before midday the previous day. If we put up tile 173, please, Mr. Murphy, we see there that the NG tube is in a satisfactory position, but there are gas-filled loops throughout the abdomen through to the lower rectum with no evidence of obstruction and no signs of perforation. And that was because in the aftermath of his brother's death, you had pumped air into child P just before you handed him over, isn't it? No. This was a significant change from the position with child P in the preceding 48 hours, though, wasn't it? Yes. Yes. And it happened just as you were handing him over, didn't it? That's when the X-ray was taken, yes. Yes. It's very similar, isn't it, to what happened to child O the previous night. Just as you handed him over, child O was having problems. Do you agree? Yes, child O had problems on into the night shift, yes. So 24 hours later, problems for a child who had had no problems during the day. Yes. Yes. And Dr. Arthurs, you may remember, told us that this image was quite unusual in a baby of this age and gestation. Do you agree that the gas was there because somebody put it there? I can't comment on how the gas got there. I just know that it wasn't me that put it there. Look at tile 171, please. We can see that throughout the day when you are signing or countersigning the feeding record, there are no significant aspirates, can't we? Yes, that's right. Yet we see the moment, literally the moment he's handed over, a 14 ml aspirate. Yes. And that was your doing, wasn't it? No. And on your way home, you were sowing the seeds with your colleagues. Do you remember that text I showed you at tile 403 on the child O sequence? Worried because they're identical, or words to that effect? Yes. Yes. Just as you got home. Do you remember you were in a two-way conversation, one with Nurse E, the other with Dr. A? Yes. You were feeding a false narrative to your colleagues, weren't you? No. Trying to divert attention away from your homicidal activities? No. Do you agree that Dr. Maybury put child P nil by mouth in the light of those aspirates? Yes. Yes, after midnight, yes. After midnight. Do you remember being asked about this sequence of events, so far as feeding was concerned overnight, by your counsel as part of your evidence in chief? Yes. This shows, doesn't it, and we heard evidence from her, that Catherine Percival Ward got an aspirate at 0400 hours. Yes. And do you remember saying in answer to your own counsel that the material that was drawn out in the aspirate wasn't there when the earlier aspirate was taken, because when the earlier aspirate was taken, they would have emptied the stomach because the syringe has a resistance. This was your evidence. Yes. Do you remember saying that? Yes. But what we can see if we look at it, just examining your explanation, your assertion that this is a developing problem and the reason you've just given for why that is, what we see looking at the chart is that at 7 a.m, 0700 hours, do you see that Sophie Ellis got 5 ml of air and 2 ml of milk at 7 o'clock? Yes. How much milk had child P been fed overnight? I think he had had 2 feeds prior to midnight, 28 ml was it, or something? Yes. But he'd been fed nothing at all, had he, during this day? No. So unless somebody was surreptitiously feeding him milk when you weren't there, the obtaining of that milk shows that the stomach hadn't been emptied by Catherine Percival Ward, doesn't it? No, what I was suggesting is that air would come out when you're aspirating milk. Milk obviously sits in the stomach and would depend how close it was to the end of the NG tube, but air should come out regardless. Well, it all depends where the end of the NG tube is, doesn't it? If the NG tube is in the stomach, air will come out. No. If the NG tube is in the liquid in the stomach, it wouldn't take any air out at all until the liquid it's actually dipped into has been emptied, would it? No. It's common sense. You don't need to be a nurse to understand it. It's like emptying a pond with a hose pipe, siphoning a can of petrol. The point I'm trying to make is, so that you understand, is I'm examining your assertion, and the reasons for it, that Catherine Percival Ward had emptied the stomach with that 25ml aspirate, and I'm suggesting that she hadn't. Okay. Well, do you agree or disagree? I disagree. Do you agree that by the end of this shift on which child P had problems, he was comfortable, settled, and seemed like a well baby? At 8 o'clock in the morning? Yes. I'm not sure. You're not sure? He had just been reviewed by the registrar. I'm not sure. Do you agree that whatever had been the problem when you handed over child P, it had resolved itself by the time you got him back at 7:30 the following morning? No, because he's been placed nil by mouth. Yes, but he was a well baby by the time he was handed over to you, wasn't he? No, I disagree. A baby nil by mouth is not a well baby. Okay. Do you remember saying in evidence that Sophie Ellis was quite concerned about child P in view of what had happened to child O, and that he'd been reviewed several times overnight? Yes. Do you remember what you said to the police, though? No. Well, can we look at your police interviews, please? It's the child P interviews. Can you see the second question on the page says, OK, but in terms of your view of his health on this day, on the 24th, when you first took over his care, was he stable? Was he well? And your answer, please? He appeared so, yes. I think it was just we were keeping an eye. He was nil by mouth at the time and keeping an eye on his abdomen. I have just made that suggestion to you that he was stable and he was well, and you said that he wasn't. Why did you say that he was in the interview? I didn't say he was stable. I said that he wasn't a well baby, being nil by mouth. Was he stable? Was he well? Yes, this is the time of the interview. Yes. He appeared so. Yes. Yes, I agree. This was fresh in my memory, more so than today. Are you trying to make the position of child P appear to be worse now, to explain what happened whilst you were looking after him on June 24th? No. Let's go to the sequence of events at tile 258, please. There we see the population distribution, don't we? Yes. I just want, if we can, to go back to the previous tile, which is 257. What I'd like you to do is look at the staff who were on, the registered nurses, and tell us from whom the shift leader would have been selected. The shift leader for this shift had been selected by the shift leader of the night shift previous to this. I understand, but which of those names would have been sufficiently qualified to have been a shift leader? Nurse D and Chris Booth. So it's got to be either one or the other. Yes. All right. Can we go back to 258, please? Now, looking at the population distribution layout, we have Nurse D with 2 in Nursery 1, yes, together with your friend Mary Griffith, Chris Booth with a single baby in Nursery 2, and you with child P, yes. Then Mary Griffith and Angela McShane sharing the babies in Nurseries 3 and 4, yes. Does it look like, therefore, that the shift leader on this shift was Christopher Booth? Yes, it was Christopher Booth, yes. Now, whilst you were conducting safety checks at the beginning of the shift, you told the jury, in answer to questions from your own counsel, that child P's abdomen was quite loopy, that you could see visible loops of bowel, that you spoke to the nurse in charge, who we now know would have been Christopher Booth, yes, and said, quote, "We were going to wait for Dr. Yuko to review him." Yes. Do you remember saying that? Dr. Yuko did that and was still in the nursery when child P had an apnea and you were there at the time. Yes. And you said you thought Rebecca Morgan was there too. Yes. So that was, in broad terms, your explanation for the first event. Before we get to the detail, I just want to ask you the questions I have asked you in relation to all these incidents. Are you suggesting, looking at the population distribution, that staffing levels caused or contributed to child P's collapse and death on June 24th? No. Are you suggesting that anybody's mistakes caused or contributed to child P's collapse and death? No. Is there anything you can point to about the circumstances of child P's care that, in your view, caused or contributed to his collapse or death? I think from the evidence there was potentially some issues with the chest drain, but I can't say what effect that had on child P, if any. Do you accept that when you took over child P, the NGT, the nasogastric tube, was on free drainage? I can't say from my memory. That would be standard practice. Yes. Well, let's look at the document. I was just wondering if you could remember. It's 249, please. This is Sophie Ellis' note. So it's about 50 minutes before you came into work, isn't it? Yes. Abdomen has been soft and non-distended. 25 ml of air aspirated by senior nursing practitioner Kate Ward, which is what we saw on the form. Is that right? Yes. Then NGT placed on free drainage. Yes. And that would have remained a position, all things being equal, wouldn't it? Yes. Do you accept the evidence of Dr. B and Dr. Maybury that they discussed child P at the handover this morning and there were no concerns about him? Yes, that's their discussion, yes. Why was it then that you created a false nursing note, which I will show you at tile 263? NG tube on free drainage, do you see that at the bottom? Yes. Trace amount in tube, abdomen full, loops visible. Yes. This is not the picture in a note of Sophie Ellis at 6:39, is it? No. No. Abdomen full, loops visible. This is a carbon copy, isn't it, of Sophie Ellis' note from the previous day for child O? No. Let's go back to child O's sequence, if we can, tile 105. Abdo looks full, slightly loopy, abdo soft. What you wrote the next day for his brother, abdomen full, loops visible, soft to touch. Yes, that's what I saw. It wasn't what Sophie Ellis had seen 50 minutes earlier. No. No. This was a danger sign, wasn't it, if it was true? Yes. So what did you do about it? I informed the nurse in charge and the ward round was about to begin, so we waited for the ward round. So you waited an hour and a half for a doctor to attend? Yes. You are lying, aren't you? No. If you go to the interview, please. So the first page of the child P interviews, it's bundle 2. Here you were being asked questions about this, weren't you? Can you see? Yes. The second question. Right, and what was the time between you making these observations about his full abdomen and loops and the ward round and the further observations? You say, I think the abdomen being full was from when I took over care at 8 o'clock. Yes. So this would have been apparent to Sophie Ellis as well, wouldn't it? Yes. And yet, no note made by her? No. If this was true, you would have escalated it urgently and immediately, wouldn't you? I did. I spoke to the shift leader. Do you remember what you were telling your friend, Dr. A, at this time? No. Well, I will remind you. Tile 264. So this is following on from a message that Dr. A had sent you just before 8 o'clock saying that he had overslept, all right? Yes. Do you remember? Yes. You responded, Eek, not like you to be late. Have you made it in? Yes, I think they know, but they want to talk to Dr. B today. That's a reference to the triplets' parents, isn't it? Yes, I think so. Yes. I've got babies R and P. That wasn't actually true, was it? No. Well, I don't know. Well, we've just seen the population distribution, haven't we? Yes. We saw that child R was being looked after by Christopher Booth. Yes, the shift leader. Why were you telling that falsehood to your friend Dr. A? I can't answer that. I'd have to see if perhaps I was doing anything with child R in the charts at that time. I don't know. Child P has stopped feeding as large asps. Yes. I've got my student again, but might see if she can work with someone else as I don't feel I'm in the frame of mind to support her properly and got loads of paperwork to finish off. Then this at 266, please. Not far away, should be in just before the handover. Large asps. I wonder if they've all been exposed to a bug that benzylpenicillin and gentamicin didn't account for. Are you okay? See you later. Then you, so this is now 8:19, tile 267. 20 minutes after you've spotted these loopy bowels in a child whose brother had died the previous day. Yes. What do you say? Maybe. I'll be watching them both like a hawk. I'm okay, just don't want to be here, really. Hoping I may get the new admissions. Guess what? Wanted me to go to MRI, as Mary looking after baby, but has metal, so can't go. I've escaped, though. Phew. Did your Hawkeye miss the loopy bowels? No. Why didn't you tell Dr. A, who was about to arrive? No, Dr. A was not present on the unit on this day. Well, he was on his way into the hospital, wasn't he? Yes, the children's ward, yes. What should I do, Dr. A? I've got a child here who's exhibiting exactly the same symptoms as his brother did yesterday. No, I disagree. I raised it with the shift leader and Dr. Yuko was about to start the ward round at that time. The reason you didn't raise it is because your note is a fabrication, isn't it? No, Dr. Yuko saw loops as well. 267 we've just looked at. Do you remember telling him you wanted the new admissions? Hoping, yes. 267. Don't want to be here, really. Hoping I may get the new admissions. What does that mean? I didn't really want to be in work on that day after what happened with Child O, and I was hoping that maybe I would go into a different nursery where I wasn't with the triplets. You say Dr. Yuko saw a loopy bowel, yes? I think, well, I can't recall his exact note. I just said to you, the reason you didn't raise it is because your note is a fabrication. You replied, no, Dr. Yuko saw loops as well. That's my belief, yes. Well, let's see what the evidence is. Told 289, please. On examination, mildly pale, no recession. Heart sounds normal plus very soft, systolic. Abdomen moderately distended, bloated, soft. No mention of loopy bowel there, is there? No. If we scroll down to remind ourselves, please, further down. Why didn't you tell him about the loopy bowel? It's something that it would have been visible at that time. Well, it wasn't, was it? Because he didn't see it. Or he's just not recorded it. Or you have misrecorded it. No. No real issue there, is there, in his medical note? He's slightly mottled. He's got a slightly distended abdomen. He's having some braddies and DSATs. Do you remember that as soon as he moved on to a different child, Dr. Yuko said that child P collapsed? Yes. So not only has the night nurse resolved the problem which emerges as soon as you take over, but the doctor who examined the child doesn't see what you say you saw, doesn't identify a significant problem, and yet within 5 minutes, the child has collapsed. Yes. And that has to be your doing, doesn't it? No. Do you remember Rebecca Morgan suggesting that you had left the room at this point? Yes. Was that true? I can't comment on Rebecca's statement. From my memory, I was in the room. That's all I can comment on. Were you trying to get out of the way, so you weren't immediately associated with yet another collapse on your watch? No, I think I've always been quite clear that I thought I was in the nursery at the time. Why would you have left the nursery? There could be many reasons why I would have left the nursery. Well, there could be, potentially. But you didn't have any other children to look after, did you? No. Were you worried that child P was high risk? When I took him over for the care that day? Yes. Yes. But you left him? No, I don't agree. I've not said that I've left him. If we look at your nursing note at tile 286, please, what you record there is what happened from 8 a.m. He was in an incubator, nil by mouth, you speak of the fluids, the IV fluids that were running at a certain rate, the line was occluding, the NG tube was on free drainage. Trace amounts in the tube, abdomen full, loops visible, which we've already dealt with. Then this. Registrar Yuko arrived to carry out ward round. Child P had an apnea brady DSAT with mottled appearance requiring facial oxygen and neopuff for approximately 1 minute. That's a rather different picture to what's recorded in Dr. Yuko's note, isn't it? I'm not sure without looking at his note. Okay, well, we'll go to it, please. Tile 289. He starts with the background, is that right? Yes, this is a note that he's made on the ward round. The apnea happened afterwards. I know, that's exactly my point. The impression you are creating in the nursing note is it's as Dr. Yuko arrives that all these events happened. Yes, he was in the room at the time. Yes. No. But you have missed out in your narrative the fact that there was a perfectly normal ward round, and it was only after the doctor had moved on that the child collapsed. I don't see what the difference is. He was in the room. Very well. Just going back to your note, please. That gives the impression, doesn't it, that it was the neopuffing that caused the abdomen to become distended. That it was becoming increasingly distended, yes. But it's deliberately written. I'm suggesting to create the impression that the distension is the result of the neopuffing. Okay. Do you agree? Yes. It's becoming more distended, yes. There was no mention of neopuffing to Dr. Yuko when he arrived, was there? Dr. Yuko was present. Do you remember Dr. Yuko saying that in the 5 minutes between the ward round examination and the collapse, Child P was in a very different condition? No. Different? No, I don't understand. Yes, the baby he saw at 9:35 was in a very different condition to the baby he saw at 9:40. Yes. And the only conceivable reason for that, I'm suggesting, is because you sabotaged him. No. He also said that you were very keen for Dr. A to be called. Yes, in his opinion. Yes. And you've just told us that Dr. A wasn't even due to be on the neonatal unit. No, he wasn't. No. Dr. B requested for me to call him. Oh, it was Dr. B who wanted Dr. A, was it? Yes, it was discussed that he had been present with Child O the day before and that Dr. A's expertise was needed. That wasn't quite the way Dr. Yuko put it, was it? No, that's Dr. Yuko's opinion. Yes. Well, he was there, of course, wasn't he? Yes. Were you trying to attract Dr. A's attention? No. So it was Dr. B. Let me get this right. Who discussed with who about getting Dr. A? I believe it was myself and Chris and Dr. Yuko, and she raised that Dr. A had been present the day before with Child O, so it might be worthwhile that he came as a senior registrar to assist. All right. The defence statement at paragraph 182 says this. A little after 9:35, I was talking with Rebecca Morgan when Child P stopped breathing. Dr. Yuko was in Nursery 2 already because he was writing up his notes. The monitor sounded and I shouted for Dr. B because she was already on the unit. I also called Dr. A to assist. Yes. No mention there of getting Dr. A being the idea of Dr. B. No. Why not? This statement doesn't cover every single point that I make. No. Did you enjoy being in these crisis situations with Dr. A? No. Did he give you something to talk to him about and message him about? No, Dr. A and I were friends. Something in common that you could share? No. Child P underwent full CPR with 4 doses of adrenaline. Yes. But he was brought back, wasn't he? Yes. And the reason he crashed was because you had injected air down the nasogastric tube. No. Do you agree with Dr. B that this cannot have been an infection because Child P recovered so quickly? Yes, if that's her medical opinion, yes. Let's move on to the second episode, please, which happened at 11:30 that morning. This was an occasion when Child P had further CPR. He was put onto a ventilator, but he, within a short period of time, was fighting the ventilator. Do you remember Dr. B saying he was very vigorous and breathing against the ventilator? Yes. Is that an accurate summary of what happened? I recall that he needed pancuronium to settle him. Yes. And the pancuronium is at tiles 391 and 392, if we can go to that, please. Recognise the writing? Yes. Whose is it? It's mine. And where was this found? In my house. Whereabouts in your house? Was it in the bag? I don't know. How did it get there? I put it there. Why did you put it there? I collect paper, and that's where it's ended up. I put it there. Why do you collect paper? I have difficulty with throwing anything away, particularly paper. Is there something comforting about paper? No, I keep paper, yes, from a variety of different sources, yes. But not bank statements. No. 1132. Pancuronium. How quickly does pancuronium take effect? I'm not sure entirely. That's something I've not used very often, so I'd have to ask a medical opinion for that. It's very quick, isn't it? A minute or two? I can't say that. Well, I don't know. The purpose of it is to, in effect, paralyse the patient, isn't it? Yes. It enables the machine to take over the breathing function. Yes. And it prevents the patient expending wasted energy by fighting the ventilator. That's right. Shortly afterwards, at about noon, you were with Dr. B and child P, and Dr. B told you that the transport team was on the way. Yes. Do you remember what you said? I know what she says that I said. I don't recall saying that. He's not leaving here alive, is he? That, as a matter of fact, was an accurate prediction, wasn't it? I don't recall saying that statement at that time. What did you say? I don't recall the conversation. Do you remember Dr. B told the jury that child P had just had a good blood gas? Yes. Was Dr. B correct when she said that people in the medical world just don't say things like, he's not leaving here alive, is he? Yes. It's just not the done thing. No. Do you remember that there was a further desaturation at 12:28? Yes. The third and what I called the tea room desaturation. Do you remember that? Yes. This is when Dr. B, and I think it was it Dr. A, had gone to the tea room. Yes, for a quick break. It was at 12:28 and you were still looking after child P. Yes, I was child P's nurse throughout the day. Yes. Child P had been given pancuronium an hour earlier. Yes, hadn't he? So he was fully immobilised. Yes. And the next thing that doctors A and B heard was you shouting for help. Yes. You, when they went into the nursery, were standing over child P, weren't you? I can't recall that now, but that's what they say. And there was a problem with his breathing tube. Do you remember that? I don't remember it from my memory now, no. This was a child that could not move. So he could not have dislodged his own tube, could he? No. This was a tube that had gone in at 9:50. Yes. So about 2.5 hours earlier. Yes. The problem, in inverted commas, with the tube happened just after the doctors had left the room, didn't it? Yes. Just after you had said, he's not getting out of here alive. I don't agree that I said that. Whether or not you said that. Is this yet another bit of bad luck that it happened just after everybody else left? Yes. And from this moment on, events have demonstrated that child P was in a terminal decline. Would you agree? Yes. The damage had been done, whatever it was. Do you accept Dr. Breary eliminated a heart issue? Yes. You will remember, I'm sure, the final terminal collapse of child P at 15:14. Yes. And you will remember, I'm sure, that his father, the father of child O, P and R, said that the circumstances of child P's death were very similar to child O's. Yes. Just as I am suggesting you had predicted, both in your text on the way home after child O's death and in your remark to Dr. B. No, that's not what happened. Well, certainly it's what was in the text, isn't it? Yes. That was a portent of doom, wasn't it? No, I disagree. You disagree? Did you enjoy making predictions when you knew what was going to happen? No. And you got very excited in the aftermath of child P's death, didn't you? No, I did not. 2 babies killed within about 24 hours of each other. No. And you were acting, according to Dr. B, in a totally inappropriate way in that room. According to Dr. B, yes. Just as you had acted in an inappropriate way with the mother of child I and with the mother of child C. Do you agree? No, I don't. And you were falling over yourself to tell Sophie Ellis about it, weren't you? No, I told Sophie as respect for her coming in on that shift. Out of respect. Well, it's common practice that we would let staff know so they don't walk in and just find something out or potentially bump into a parent and say something. Usually we would tell a member of staff. Oh, right. So she was about to come into work, was she? Well, I can't remember if she was coming into work or if she was off. I can't remember. I think you remember exactly where she was, don't you? No. Well, let's remind you. Tile 628. Yes, so I was giving her an update in reference to what she's asked me. And she was at the races. Yes. Why didn't you just leave her alone? She's asking me. Oh, yes. Did you enjoy the drama? No. Tile 654, please. This is to Sophie Ellis later on. Yes. Just blew tummy up. Where have we heard that before? With other babies? Yes. But which one in particular? Child O. Yes. In his sequence at tile 334. Virtually the same message. Yes. You'd killed them both, hadn't you? No. Your portent of doom had fulfilled itself, hadn't it? No. At your hand? No. Do you remember that Child P also had a liver injury? Albeit it wasn't as bad as Child O's. Yes. You caused that, didn't you? No. And you injected him with air down the NGT? No, I didn't. Moving on to Child Q, please. If we go back to your defence statement at paragraph 191. The final count, of course, count 22. You begin by saying that you did nothing to harm Child Q. Paragraph 191. I didn't work nights from June 22nd and was not on the ward after the 25th, so I cannot be the person the mother of Child Q describes at these times. Paragraph 192. On the day of the 25th of June, I was Child Q's designated nurse. He was in Nursery 2. I also had a baby in Nursery 1. We were very busy. At paragraph 193, I don't recall the handover. So much had gone on the day before that I don't recall the time between the handover and when Child Q started to deteriorate. Paragraph 194. It appears that Child Q had been receiving feeds regularly before my shift, although aspirates continued to be withdrawn. I don't understand why feeding continued if he was not digesting the milk he was being fed. Paragraph 195. Child Q was due a feed at 0900 hours, but I did not feed Child Q. I wanted the doctors to see him on the ward round before he was fed. After I'd undertaken checks and observations on Child Q, I told Mary Griffith that I was going to Nursery 1 to look after the baby there. That baby was BM. Mina Lapalainen was at the desk. 196. I understand that whilst I was looking after BM, Child Q was sick and that he was then neopuffed by Mina. This was already happening when I came back to the nursery. I conducted some checks and I have noted that I aspirated air +++ from his stomach. I don't know how that air came to be there. I didn't do that. Then 197. The doctors reviewed Child Q and put him in Nursery 1, where I continued to look after him. I wouldn't say that this was a collapse. Child Q was sick and he did need the neopuff and suction, but he was not ventilated until much later in the day when he became tired. 199. I don't remember aspirating Child Q with an NG tube after the vomit. I continued to look after Child Q during the day. 201. Child Q didn't have another collapse or become seriously unwell, but he did become tired during the course of the day. This is why he was intubated. He was not put on a ventilator because of concerns about NEC. Finally, I did not deliberately retain a handover sheet from the morning of June 25th, 2016. All right? Yes. So first of all, is that what the document says? Yes. Now, I don't know whether you remember, but do you remember that Dr. Evans was challenged for suggesting that Child Q had crashed? It was suggested to him that that is a gross exaggeration of what we're dealing with. Yes. Is that your position? Yes. Do you accept that crashed is the right word? No, I don't think this was a crash collapse, no. What word would you use? It's a deterioration. A deterioration. Yes. What sort of a deterioration? An acute deterioration at that time. Do you remember the text message you sent to Dr. A about 2 weeks later on July 6th? Do you remember the one I'm talking about? No. Well, we may come to it tomorrow, but it's in the sequence of post-indictment text messages. Do you remember that document? Yes. And it's 2 messages at 163 and 164, if Mr. Murphy could help, please. So this was Dr. A to you. Child Q's care is going to be reviewed on Thursday as well because of acute deterioration. Yes. And you responded, the next message. That makes sense. This wasn't just some common or garden desaturation, was it? Yes, it was. I'm referring to the decline that came later on in the shift. You've just told us that you would characterise what happened at the beginning of the shift as an acute deterioration. Yes. And that is what is being talked about here, isn't it? Yes, I would also class what happened to him later in the shift as an acute deterioration as well. What's the difference between a crash and an acute deterioration? I would define a crash as something that requires a crash call, an emergency bleep, which means the baby is needing resuscitative measures. After child Q's acute deterioration, you were relieved of the care of the child BM, weren't you? Yes. Why was that, if what happened to child Q at the beginning of the shift really wasn't anything very serious? Because he needed to move into Nursery 1. Why did he need to move into Nursery 1? Because he deteriorated. He was in a serious condition after that crash, wasn't he? No, I disagree. No. He needed one-to-one care after that acute deterioration, didn't he? Yes, because he was classed as ITU. Yes. All right. So this thing that's been characterised as a gross exaggeration to say it's a crash puts him into ITU. Can we agree on that? Yes. Let's look at the population distribution, please. It's 87 of the child Q sequence. This is the beginning of the shift, isn't it? Yes. What we see is that child Q was with you in Nursery 2, and YM was with Mary Griffith. Yes. You had another child, BM, in Nursery 1, and Nurse B had 2 others. Yes. One of whom was a baby called J.A., wasn't he? Yes. Do you remember J.A. as a matter of interest? Yes. Did you ever fill in a Datix form for J.A.? I'm not sure about that. Right, well, we'll come to that a little later. In Nursery 3 were 3 children, 2 of whom were being cared for by Mary Griffith. Yes. And in 4 children, 3 of whom being cared for by the Band 4, Nicola Dennison, and your friend Mary also in there as well. Yes. And so Mary was split. Her attentions were split between 3 separate rooms. Yes. Concentrating on child Q, though, is it your case that staffing levels caused or contributed to child Q's collapse? No. Is it your case that mistakes contributed to his collapse? No. Or that some form of medical or nursing incompetence made a contribution? No. We'll see what we can agree. At the beginning, following his birth, do you accept or do you agree that child Q needed some respiratory support initially? Yes. So he was born on the 22nd of June at 0409 and was admitted to the NNU at 0435, just to jog your memory. That, of course, was the day after child O, P and R were born, wasn't it? Yes. Whilst you were still away, as a matter of fact. Yes. Child Q made good progress, didn't he? Do you remember that? Yes. He was off CPAP on day 2 of life, which was the 23rd of June. Do you remember that? I know he was on Optiflow by the time I was caring for him on this day, yes. Well, it may be a good idea to have a look, actually, behind divider 22 in the secondary bundle. There's a very easy ready reckoner in the gas chart, isn't there, as to the position of child Q's breathing support? Yes. So we see a couple of CPAPs at 1657 on the day he was born, followed by 0055 on the 23rd. But after that, self-ventilating in air. Yes. Back onto CPAP after what I'm suggesting was a collapse at your hands at the beginning of the shift on the 25th. Yes. So according to that at least, no breathing support. No. It's just before you suggested that there was some form of breathing support. I thought from my memory, but that's why I wanted to check. Okay, as long as we know. Now, can we go to tile 72, please? That gives us the observation chart, for which there is actually a hard copy as well in that same bundle, pages 2 and 3. That is a very encouraging picture, isn't it, until 9 o'clock, when these events unfolded. Yes, other than some temperature issues, but yes. On the night shift of the 23rd into the 24th, do you remember the evidence of Tanya Downs, who said that she got a 2 ml bile and blood-flecked aspirate at 21:30? Yes. His feeds were stopped, but we know, don't we, that child Q's bowels were working well. Yes, he had his bowels opened, yes. So that's the position on the 23rd into the 24th. On the day shift of the 24th, which was the day that child P died, do you remember Nurse D was looking after him and told us that he was fine, albeit there were a few what she described as false braddies from a loose ECG lead? Yes. On the night shift of the 24th into the 25th, so this is the shift before you took over, Samantha O'Brien looked after child Q. Do you remember? Yes. She was getting aspirates, but he was tolerating very small trophic feeds. Yes. 0.5 milliliter every 2 hours. Yes. His breathing was good. Do you remember that? Yes. And Dr. D, so this is tile 79 please, told us that at 6:58 there was a good blood gas. Scroll down. Thank you very much. It's the first blood gas on the 25th of the 6th. Do you see that? Yes. Would you agree that that is a very good blood gas? Yes. I think you said on the afternoon of May 17th, in answer to questions you were asked by your counsel, that to quote you directly, talking about this blood gas, I was aware this had not been as good as previously. What are you referring to there? So there has been a slight increase in the lactate. But essentially that's it, is it? Well, his pH isn't as good. It's still a good gas, but it's not as good as the previous one, no. Do you agree that child Q was in good condition when you took him on at about 8 o'clock on June 25th? No, there were concerns for his abdomen and his feeds. Who was concerned? I was concerned. Anybody else? I don't recall. Well, when you took handover, were concerns being expressed to you by anybody else about him? So when I received handover, yes, I'd been informed that he'd had some large aspirates overnight. He was in good condition, wasn't he? I don't think a baby having large aspirates is a baby in good condition, no. We've already established by looking at tile 87 that your other charge was BM in Nursery 1. Yes. And when you were interviewed by the police, you could still remember BM's name, couldn't you? Yes. Yes. So several years, a couple of years later, you could still remember that particular child's name. Yes. Do you remember when you were asked about child Q by your counsel on May 17th? Your counsel asked you about child Q's condition when you took him over. You said this: I don't recall there being any significant problems with child Q. And then you were asked the same question again and directed to the observation charts, and you said, he was on the cold side, and in light of the aspirates on the chart, I decided I prefer to have him reviewed before feeding him. Yes. Okay. We've already established that Mary Griffith had several babies to look after in 3 different rooms, didn't we? Yes. Right. I just want to look at Mary Griffith's movements immediately before child Q had his, what I will call, collapse. So we need to go to the big black file, please, the very last neonatal review. We're going to look at what you were doing and what Mary Griffith was doing, okay? Yes. At line 18, so it's page 2 of 7, we can see that you were doing an infusion for a child J.A. who was in Nursery 1, and you were doing that with Dr. A and Nurse B. Yes. At 0800 hours, so it's lines 27 and 28, you were doing observations and the neonatal fluid balance chart for child Q. Yes. At 0830, lines 45 and 46, you went back to Nursery 1 to do observations and make an entry on the chart for the child BM in Nursery 1. Yes. At 0832, do we see that you were co-signing for medication with Mary Griffith for MB, who was in Nursery 3? Yes. At 0900, lines 60 and 61, we see that Mary Griffith was doing observations for the child YM, yes, who is the other child in Nursery 2. What we also see, though, at line 59, is an unsigned entry timed at 0900 hours for the child BM, who was your child. Yes. But also at line 55, just going up the page, we see that you are recording yourself as doing observations for child Q. Yes, at 0900. When you were doing those observations, were you interrupted by Mary Griffith? I don't recall doing the observations. I don't recall being interrupted. No. I say interrupted because if we go to the sequence of events, please, at tile 99, there's swipe data for Mary Griffith coming into the neonatal unit. Yes. I'm going to suggest to you that whilst Mary Griffith was out of the unit, you had pumped child Q with some clear fluid. That didn't happen, no. Of course, giving him milk wouldn't have been an option, would it? Because he wasn't getting anything more than 0.5 of a milliliter every couple of hours. That's right. And if he had vomited a large amount of milk, it would have been very obvious that something was wrong, wouldn't it? Yes. And that's why you chose a clear fluid on this occasion, isn't it? No. Is Mary Griffith right when she says that you were still in Nursery 2 when she started to feed YM? I can't recall exactly what Mary was doing, but she was in the room with her baby when I left, yes. I don't know exactly what she was doing. Well, you see, at 0904, you were certainly not in the room because you were signing for medications with Nurse B in Nursery 1. If we go to tile 97, please, and just scroll down, just concentrating on the 9 o'clock entries, why did you do half a job? I can't explain why I haven't filled in the saturations. You were interrupted, weren't you, by Mary Griffith? No, I don't know why I haven't filled that in. Do you remember the reason that you gave to the police as to why it was you left the room? To go and check on the baby in Nursery 1. It wasn't quite that, was it? To care for her, to do cares. Yes. If we go to the third and final interview in the case of child Q, here you're being asked about these events. Yes. You can see at the top the police put to you that you completed child Q's observations and he was due a feed, but it was not given. You say that you didn't give him anything. They ask you whether it was air that you had administered, and then you are asked whether you deliberately left the room to blame the collapse on Mina and Mary. Yes. Do you remember telling the police that you went to do cares? Yes, my memory at that time was that I needed to go in to do cares on that baby, yes. Do you remember several of your colleagues have said that for babies in intensive care, minimal handling is preferred? Yes. And the child BM was one that you had had a fair bit of contact with in the hour or so immediately preceding child Q's collapse. I don't know about that. I carried out observations, yes. Yes. If you go back to page 3 of the neonatal review, yes, just to remind you, it can be difficult to keep a tab on all this. At 0830, BM, observations and an entry on the chart. Yes. So you'd had contact with this intensive care child about 30 minutes or 40 minutes before child Q collapsed. Yes. And you left the room. Yes. You were not leaving the room to do cares for that child, were you? Yes, that was my memory at that time. Yes, that I needed to go into Nursery 1 to see this baby. You've all probably spotted it on page 15. It's about a third of the way down. Do you see in the left-hand column it says 15, 57, 57, 20, 00, 24, 29? Yes. And it's actually just after, ironically just after the question I read to you, and you said, no, the baby in Nursery 1 was due cares at that time. Yes. And that just isn't true, is it, at 0910? That baby was not due cares. That's what I recalled at that time, yes. That's what you? That's what I recalled, my memory being at the time of the interview. This was why I'd gone into Nursery 1. I know that's what you said to the police, but as a matter of fact, it wasn't true, was it? She didn't need a nappy change, no. What cares were you doing then? I can't say for definite now what I was doing, but she was an intensive care baby, so I wouldn't have left her for too long a period of time without checking on her. Yes, but we've established, haven't we, that you started child Q's observations at 9 o'clock? Yes. You didn't complete them, so rather than completing one job, you then go to do another job that you haven't documented, and there's no suggestion in the paperwork that you actually needed to do. So just explain that, please. My memory at that time was that I'd gone to the nursery because that baby needed something. On reflection, looking at all of this, possibly it was that I went to do medications with Nurse B. I can't say now. My memory at the time of the police interview was that I'd gone back to CBM because she was an intensive care baby that needed to be looked at. Because you had sabotaged child Q. You were just looking for a reason to get out of the room when Mary Griffiths appeared back in the unit, weren't you? No. Do you remember when you were giving evidence on May 17th? You said that you had told Mary Griffith and Mina Lapalainen that you were going to Nursery 1. Yes. Why would you do that, leaving half a job done in Nursery 2? I don't believe I have left a job half done. I agree I've not written down the saturation reading, but otherwise the job was done. All right. Is this an error? Yes, I think it's a mistake that any nurse could make, and does make. So it just so happens to be that a clerical error is made pretty much at the moment that the child has an acute deterioration. Yes. And part of the clerical error is you disappearing from the room just before the event. That's not a clerical error, no. I'm going to move on to events that happened after the events concerning the children, and I'm going to tell you the headlines of the topics I'm going to deal with. All right? I'm going to start with the text that you sent and received that were in the post-indictment sequence of events, that's on the iPads. Then I'm going to go to the Gang of Four and your allegation that there was a conspiracy between 4 named doctors. I'm then going to deal with your searches for parents on Facebook, then to the circumstances in which you said you were isolated from your friends, and finally your arrest. All right? So that's the menu. You said in evidence that you found that you would not be going back to the neonatal unit the day before you were due to go back to work. Do you remember saying that? Yes. Did you receive some sort of communication telling you that there was an issue? Yes. And from whom was that communication received? Yvonne Griffiths, I think. Yvonne Griffiths. I think it was, yes. All right. I'm going to ask with Mr. Murphy's help just to put up the sequence of events showing the post-indictment texts. The 26th, which is tile 1, shows that Sunday the 26th of June was a day off. That, of course, was the day after Child Q had collapsed. Yes. At this stage, you liked Dr. B, didn't you? I liked all of the doctors at that point, yes. But if we go to tile 4, for example, I like Dr. B. Yes, that's a reference to Dr. B. It is, yes. At tile 58, this was the evening of Monday the 27th. And this was a point at which you were worried about what was going on, isn't it? Yes. What did you think the issue was? I didn't know what the issue was. That's why I was asking if there was a problem. I had not been informed about what was happening. Yes, but what was you must have been trying to work out what might have been the problem. So what was going through your head? That potentially I'd done something wrong. In what sense? That I'd made a mistake. Tile 62 may help you. Does that help any more in... Yes, I was worried I was in trouble if I'd made a mistake, yes. At tile 65, the timing seems to have been playing on your mind. Is that right? Yes, the time of the call, yes. Yes. Why did that specifically worry you? Because it was very late in the day to ring me to say don't come into work the night shift, and also it's out of hours for the management team as well. So you realised something unusual was going on, didn't you? I was concerned that something was wrong, yes. Yes, but unusual because management don't usually work at the time of day you receive the call. No, not after 5 o'clock, no. And the very fact that this was an issue being raised out of hours, so to speak, made you think that it might be something serious. Yes. This, of course, was all in the context of you having told us that Dr. Gibbs was making inquiries about the circumstances of Child Q's collapse in the immediate aftermath. Yes. Yes. You realised, didn't you, that there were serious concerns about you at this stage? No. No? No. Did you have a bit of a meltdown? I was upset about it, yes. I didn't know what was happening. There's a difference between being upset about something and having a meltdown, isn't there? I think that depends on how somebody perceives that word. Yes, I was upset about it, yes, and worried. So upset and worried is as high as you'd put it. I would class a meltdown as the same thing. I was very upset, yes, very upset. Well, I'm not. I'm genuinely interested in how you categorise this, so you help us. I was upset and I was concerned that something was wrong. Dr. A, tile 74, said that Ravi, that's Dr. Jairam, and the medical director. Who is the medical director? Can I name him? Yes. Ian Harvey. So is he the chief? Was he in charge of the whole hospital? Of the doctor's side, yes. The medical director, yes. They had met this morning and said they wouldn't accept child N back. Yes. Another child with whom you had had contact? Yes. Did that get you worried? No. That didn't get you worried? That the unit weren't accepting child N back? No. Let's look at 76, please. Were you having a meltdown? Yes. And you were very worried, weren't you, that this had gone all the way to the top? No, I was concerned about the next day. I didn't have any concerns about it being raised higher than that, no. Tile 85, please. Can you just read that out, please? Messes with your head a bit to be told that at this time. Would have sounded more reasonable if I'd done it earlier, which is why I wonder if it's come from higher up, as she usually finishes at 4. You were worried that this had gone all the way to the top, weren't you? From this, yes. You are familiar with these messages, aren't you? Yes. You knew they were onto you, didn't you? No. Tile 88. This is Dr. A to you saying, there is no problem. I suspect my head is in about the same place. The management was appropriate and you're... So he's reassuring you there, isn't he, at tile 88? Yes. Do you remember how you responded to that? No. I will remind you. Tile 89. You were in a meltdown, weren't you? Yes. Tile 92, please. You read it out, please, sent 12 minutes later. Sorry, that was rude. Felt completely overwhelmed and panicked for a minute. We all worked tirelessly and did everything possible. I don't see how anyone can question that. Redacted has always been very supportive. What were you doing in those 12 minutes? I can't answer that. This was a big moment in your life, wasn't it? Do you agree? I can't answer that, what I was doing. Was it a big moment in your life? I don't think it was a big moment in my whole life in respect of everything that's gone on, no. The fact is that you were worried that the authorities in the hospital might have sussed out what you had been up to. No, that's not right. Tile 94, please. Can you read that out, please? I'm having a meltdown plus, but think that's what I need to do. What grade of meltdown were you having? At this point, quite a dramatic one, yes. Not just upset. Well, I can't define every emotion that I felt at that moment, no. What was dramatic about it? What? I've said it's dramatic. I don't know where I've said that, sorry. You said it about 20 seconds ago, that it was a dramatic moment. I said, what grade of meltdown were you having? You replied, at this point, quite a dramatic one. Yes. What was dramatic about it? That was all happening very last minute into the evening. So it's just the timing of a phone call was enough to send you into a plus meltdown, was it? Yes, because that's not normal. Well, baby's collapsing isn't normal, is it? No, it isn't. No. Baby's dying isn't normal, is it? No. Many people have remarked when these things were happening, you were very calm. It's a professional role. So what was it that sent you into a plus meltdown here, that you are very capable of dealing with dying babies very calmly? Because this is personal. At work I put on a professional head and I can control my emotions at work. This is a home event in my personal life. Yes, you were worried they'd sussed you out, weren't you? No. Now, this is 1816, so just after 6:15. Is that right? Yes. What did you spend that evening doing? I don't recall. Were you trying to work out how you were going to deal with the problems that you thought might be just around the corner? I didn't know what problems were just around the corner. Oh, you did? No, I didn't. Let's look at tile 107, please. This was made at 23:29. Okay. About 5 hours after your ++ meltdown. Yes, if that's the time, yes. You had your thinking cap on, didn't you? Yes. Yes. What were you thinking? There were things I needed to document when I next went back to work that I hadn't documented so far. Yes. What was the purpose of these documents, please? They're the documents of the babies I've been caring for, which I hadn't completed yet. Yes. We're going to go to one now. It's a Datix form for the baby JA. All right? But just before we go to it, I want to move forward in the sequence to tile 134. So this is Nurse E telling you that she'd been chatting to Dr. A. And Dr. A had told her about J's being changed, and I said it hadn't. And he told me about the open port. Yes. You will remember having given evidence about this and having told the jury that this was in relation to a clinical incident that you had witnessed. Yes. And there was a baby who, on his intravenous access, there'd been an uncapped port. Yes. At tile 137 you say, thank goodness I did a Datix. Is that right? Yes. And at 140, thought it was a massive infection risk and risk of air embolism. Yes. Let's go to the Datix form now, please. This is the Datix form for the child JA. There we see that you made this report at 20:55 on June 30th, 2016. No, I believe the open date when I started the form is July 1st. I see, all right. So the incident is the 30th. From reading that, I would say yes. So just to put that in context, this is an incident being recorded 4 days after the text that we were just looking at when I was suggesting you had your thinking cap on, relating to an incident that happened 3 days after that text. Okay. So if we can go back to the form in general, please, Mr. Murphy. A clinical incident was how you described it, and equipment problem, malfunction, or unavailable. Is that right? Yes. Is this your selection from the drop-down menu? Yes. No harm, low potential harm. What you then record is that on the 30th, as you said, at 1500 hours, so let's just put that into context, please. This is 5 hours or so before the end of the day shift that you were on. If I was working that shift, yes. Well, you're reporting an incident that's happened on a shift, aren't you? Yes. Yes. So 5 hours before the end of the shift, about 7 hours after the start of the shift. Yes. Yes. So 7 hours after you first met this child, JA. Yes, if I was looking after JA, yes. What you say is, upon administering IV medication via UVC, the port on one of the lumens was noted not to have a bung on the end and was therefore open. Yes. Redacted informed, was that Dr. A? I couldn't say who it was. Lumen not accessed, bung added and line labelled not to be used. If we go on to the next page, please, we see your name appears there as the person reporting it. Yes, and the next page, please, and the next, and the next. No further information here, is there, as we scroll through? Not from me, no. So we have a case the jury are considering relating to allegations of pumping air into the circulation of several children, don't we? Yes. On June 27th, after the final of these incidents, we have you in a meltdown ++. Yes, if that was the date, yes. And a couple of days after that, we have you reporting an incident in which you are identifying the risk of an accidental air embolus, don't we? Yes, yes. You had your thinking cap on, didn't you? No, that's what I found with this baby and I felt it needed to be documented. Had you missed it in the previous 7 hours of the shift, before 1500? Yes, I don't believe the port needed to be accessed until 1500. You remember that? No, but it says there I've accessed it for medication, which would assume that I hadn't gone to that port prior to that. As part of your checks as a QIS qualified Band 5 nurse, do you look at the children that you're dealing with? Yes. Do you note whether the bungs are on the ports? Yes, I should have checked. Yes. Yes. You removed the port and then reported it as a clinical incident, didn't you? No, I didn't. No. To cover yourself, that there's a bit of an insurance policy going on here, isn't there? No. So you can suggest that this was a hospital where things were so lax that people even left the bungs off the intravenous access for these children. No, that's what I found. And it covered you for a suggestion of accidental air embolus, didn't it? No. Can we go to tile 232, please? You talking about children going off within hours of handover. Within hours or on handover, yes. And that is a characteristic, isn't it, of many of these cases towards the end of the indictment. Yes. Tile 234. Or were acutely unwell when you took over. This is you getting your defence in with your mates, isn't it? No, this is me stating what was happening at that time. Which children did you have in mind at this point? I can't say. Well, we've just spent the last few days going through them. Can you really not remember? Not every child on the unit, no, that I've looked after, no. 239. Can you read that out, please? Hoping to get as much info together as possible. If they have nothing or minimal on me, they'll look silly, not me. What did you mean by that? So at that point, I'd been removed from the unit, and I was wanting to get as much information together to provide the Royal College of Nursing with the information on what had been happening in the last few months. Did you think attack was the best form of defence? Sorry? Did you think attack was the best form of defence? I don't think this is attack. This is me responding to what's happening to me. 253. Tony was your rep, was he? Did you say? Yes. Going to speak to Karen? Is she one of the nurses at the hospital? The director of nursing. And insist on the review being no later than first week of September. Wouldn't advise pushing to get back to the unit until it's taken place. I feel like I'm being shoved in a corner and forgotten about by the trust. Were you seeking to get sympathy from Nurse E? Well, yes, it was a very difficult time. I'd been completely isolated and yes, she was my best friend. Yes, completely isolated. How were you isolated? Just remind us. Being removed from the job that I loved and put into an area where I didn't know anyone, where I was having to pretend that I was there because I wanted to be. How was the isolating manifesting itself in other ways? Can you reword that, please? Of course. Were there any other features of the isolation? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Well, you know where we're going, don't you? No, I was not able to speak to anybody on the unit at that point. And who had told you that? It was told to me at the meeting with Sean Williams, and also my reps advised it as well. So that's the 8th of August, when you're not allowed to talk to anybody, you say. Did you abide by that direction? No, I talked to some friends that had been allowed to be spoken to, yes. Give us a list again, please. It was Mina, Nursery, and Dr. A. No others? Not about any of the details, no. 258. This is another example of what you were saying about your isolation, isn't it? Yes. This is what you told the jury back on May 2nd, wasn't it? That you weren't allowed to speak to anyone. Yes, about the reasons for being moved, yes. Oh no. What you said was you weren't allowed to speak to anyone apart from Nurse E. That is correct, yes. It wasn't limited to discussing the reasons for your removal. It was, do not communicate with, wasn't it? Yes, and also with the colleagues in my new work role. I was not to tell them why I was there. Well, they weren't your friends anyway, were they? No. And you knew, didn't you, by this stage, that you were being blamed for the collapses and deaths of these children? No. I want to move on to the Gang of Four and the conspiracy between these doctors, okay? Okay. On the 18th of May, I asked you this question. Are you suggesting that there is some sort of agreement between any of the medical staff who have given evidence in this case, some sort of agreement to get you? You replied, in a consultant group, yes, I do believe that. I said, who's in the conspiracy group then? And you replied, which individuals? I said, oh yes. And you replied, I believe Ravi Jairam, Stephen Breary, Dr. B, and John Gibbs. I replied, so the Gang of Four. I'll refer to them in that way rather than repeating their names. I then said, and what is the conspiracy between the Gang of Four? And you replied, they have apportioned blame onto me. I then said, and the motive for apportioning blame onto you is what, please? And you replied, I believe to cover failings at the hospital. Do you remember that exchange? Yes. And you will remember that each time we've moved to a different case, I've asked you the same or substantially the same questions about what you allege to have been the shortcomings. Yes. What I'm going to do now is to go through what you have said in relation to the shortcomings and see whether that matches up to a motive to make these serious allegations against you. All right? Okay. So far as Child A's case was concerned, you raised staffing levels in the context of the delay in inserting a long line to give him dextrose. That was the shortcoming. Yes, nothing else. For Child B, you raised nothing. No. Child C, you raised nothing. For Child D, you said that the fact that her antibiotics were delayed may have had an impact on her. But as for anything else, you raised nothing. For Child E, you said that it was the delay in giving him a blood transfusion, but otherwise you raised nothing. For Child F, you raised nothing. For Child G, initially you suggested that your friend Nurse E may have overfed Child G, but then you retracted that and otherwise raised nothing. For Child H, you said that the location and whether the drains were securely put in may have had an influence, but otherwise you raised nothing. For Child I, Event 1, nothing. Event 2, you suggested that Ashley Hudson should have had her on a monitor because she hadn't been off antibiotics for more than 48 hours. Event 3, you raised nothing. Event 4, you said that potentially Dr. Chang being called away may have had an influence. For Child J, you raised nothing. For Child M, you raised nothing. For Child N, you raised nothing other than to say it was busy and there were issues with intubation. For Child O, you raised nothing, save for the way that concerns raised by Sophie Ellis were dealt with, and you confirmed when we went through the charts that there was nothing untoward on the charts. Child P, you raised nothing other than to say potentially an issue with a chest drain. Child Q, you raised nothing. What are you suggesting was the motive for the Gang of Four to make false allegations against you? At this time, I did not know what babies they were discussing, what the allegations were. I felt at the time anything that could have gone wrong, they were potentially putting on me. I didn't have exact details at that point of which babies and why. No, we're talking about the trial. You were telling the jury that these doctors' evidence has been influenced by a conspiracy. Yes, that's what I believe, yes. So given that we now know the details of what you are suggesting were the shortcomings, how do those shortcomings account for their conspiracy? But I'm not saying a specific issue, I'm saying in general I don't think a lot of the babies were cared for on the unit properly. So does it come to this? Because in your view care at the Countess wasn't very good, they have made these allegations against you? Yes, I believe there are shortcomings from the medical team, and that has been put onto me, yes. And the best you can come up with for the shortcomings is what you have detailed and what I have just summarised. No, because I'm not a medical professional to know exactly what should and shouldn't have happened with those babies. Well, so what you're saying, it's above your pay grade to determine in effect what the shortcomings are. Is that what you're saying? Of a medical professional, yes. Well, I'm going to ask you about something then in your defence statement, if that's the position. can we go to paragraph 11 of the defence statement, please? Just to put this into context, so far as staffing levels are concerned and these children, the two you've actually raised are Dr. Harkness being on his own in effect with child A and having to deal with all the children, and Dr. Chang on the occasion that child I died when she was called away. Is that right? Yes. Your defence statement, though, says this. And this is before you have any medical opinion to support your case, isn't it? The 11th of February 2022. What do you mean by medical opinion? You're not relying on any expert report to make the suggestions that you're making in your defence statement on the 11th of February 2022. No. You see, I've just asked you about what you're saying are the failings, and you said, well, it's really above my pay grade to say that. No, to say specifically from a medical capacity. Yes, exactly. But what we can see you say in paragraph 11 is the following. I don't believe that the staffing levels at the Countess of Chester were at the level they should have been over the relevant period. Yes. We've dealt with all these cases individually, haven't we? Yes. And you, I suggest, have failed to identify specifically, in specific cases, where there is a deficiency in staffing levels. Okay. Well, do you agree with that? No, I think it has been raised at times where the nursing staff acuity wasn't quite right. I've not talked about medical staff here. No, but in each of these babies' cases, I have asked you, has the nursing staff or the medical staff levels contributed to the collapse or death of this child? Yes, that doesn't mean I'm not the overall care that they received. I was referring to the actual collapse. I think some of the babies didn't have adequate care over a period of time. But you see, the point in this case is whether the collapses and deaths of these children is attributable to you sabotaging them, or to some naturally occurring phenomenon which is exacerbated by a deficiency in the level of care, isn't it? Yes. So you are raising these issues as a general complaint in paragraph 11, but you cannot give specifics, can you? No. Paragraph 13. The defence questioned the quality of care, irrespective of the allegations made against me. The defence raised the possibility that suboptimal care has caused or contributed to the deteriorations and deaths in this case. This concern is raised with regard to each and every count on this indictment. It is beyond my ability to analyse and enlarge upon this topic comprehensively or to deal with all possible questions of negligence, but I include this in the defence statement to identify the issue. So you are raising the point, aren't you? Yes. And you have been given by me an opportunity to expand on it, haven't you? Yes. Is there anything else you want to say about it? No. I'll move on to the parents, please. On June 25th, 2015, 21:50, you search for the mother of child A and B. 1 minute later at 21:51, you search for the mother of child D and for the father of child D, the parents of the baby who you don't remember. What was the connection in your mind between those three people? That they're babies that have died or been seriously unwell. On the 5th of October at 2015, a Monday at 01:16, you search for the mother of child I. A minute later for the father of child E and F. A minute after that, the mother of child H. What did they have in common? Again, they're babies that had significant things happen to them and were on my mind. All at the same time. Yes, as well as possibly other families as well, yes. You weren't searching for them though, were you? I don't know, I haven't got the information in front of me. Why didn't you give that answer to the police? Which answer? That these were babies who had died or been seriously unwell and they were on my mind. Because I couldn't recall why I'd looked at some of them. Is that a true answer? Yes. You were checking up on your victims, weren't you? No, I look at a variety of parents and people. On October 5th, child I was still a patient at the Countess of Chester. So why is child I's mother in the same group as the father of child E and F, and the mother of child H? I can't say that they're in a group, but they're on my mind at that time. They are in a group, aren't they? Because they're searched for at 116, 117 and 118. Yes, there's nothing else around that time either. But yes, they're on my mind. I'm not interested in anybody but the children in this case, all right? You are a killer who was looking at your victims, aren't you? No. On the 5th of November, a Thursday, 2340, searching for the mother of child E and F. 2341, the mother of child G. 2344, the mother of child I. How do you spell the mother of child G's name? I'm not sure right now. Come on, you've got a very good memory. How do you spell it? It's an unusual name, isn't it? Yes. Isn't it? Yes. How do you spell it? I think it's THOOIND. No. You were reading it off a handover sheet, weren't you? No. 7 handover sheets there with the name. Yes. That's your memory refreshing document or documents, isn't it? No. What did the mother of child E and F, the mother of child G, and the mother of child I have in common? They're babies that are on my mind. Why were they all on your mind at the same time? I can't answer that. Sometimes a lot of babies and families are on my mind. Because you had either killed them or tried to kill them, hadn't you? No. The mother of child G and the mother of child E and F were on your mind again at 21:34 and 21:37 on November 14th. Any particular reason there? No. 17th of December, 22:46, the mother of child J. 22:48, the father of child J. 23:27, the mother of child E and F. What's the connection? They're on my mind at that time. On December 25th, Christmas Day, you search for the mother of child E and F. Any particular reason that the mother of child E and F was on your mind yet again? No, just I often thought of the mother of child E and F. She was the person that caught you in the act, wasn't she? No. A good reason to remember her, isn't it? No, we had a good relationship at the time. On June 23rd, 2017, on the anniversary of their birth, you search for the children O, P, and R. Yes. Why did you write the note to all 3 of the lads? I can't recall. They're triplets, so... Yes, but 2 of them were dead, child O and P. The 3rd, child R, was still alive. Okay, I don't recall how I've directed a note to them. On May 2nd this year, you were asked by your counsel about the circumstances surrounding your suspension from the neonatal unit. Do you remember? Yes. And you told the jury that you just changed as a person. Your mental health deteriorated and you felt very isolated. And these are your words. I felt very isolated from my friends and family on the unit. Yes. You went on to say, we were a very supportive unit. Regardless of whether we were personal friends, we were a very supportive nursing team. Do you remember that? Yes. You don't want to change that, do you? No. At the time, the hospital advised me not to communicate with anybody on the unit and to sort of go with the pretense that it was a voluntary secondment. And it was identified at the time that there were 2 or 3 friends that I would be able to speak to. But otherwise, I was not to have contact. Not to have contact with anyone on the unit. That's what you said, isn't it? Yes. Was it true? Yes. Did you abide by that direction? Yes. So you didn't have contact with anyone but the people who you were told you could have contact with? At that very beginning part, yes, it did change as time went on. Ah, well, you didn't tell us about that. You were given a document this morning, weren't you? Yes. What's in the document? My social life. Your social life. Where did the document come from? You've made it. Yes, it's come from the prosecution, hasn't it? Yes. And it was given to you this morning before we started. Yes. And you have read it, haven't you? Yes. And you know that it disproves everything you said about your contact with your friends, doesn't it? I disagree. No. You disagree? So you are saying there's nothing in that document showing you in contact with people other than Nurse E, Dr. A, and Minna Lapalainen? No. You're not saying that. That was what you were telling the jury was the position on May 2nd, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Every day I have asked you the same question, haven't I? Yes. Whether there's anything that you have said which you would like to change. Yes. And you were telling the jury on May 2nd that from your suspension through to your arrest, you were not allowed to have contact with anyone from the unit other than Nurse E, Dr. A, and Minna Lapalainen. Yes. Yes. Why did you tell that lie? I was mistaken, so as time went on, it was in the table document in the post-indictment I was allowed to start communicating with the unit, but I was not to tell them any of the details of my secondment. You were exaggerating, weren't you? No. You were telling the jury a sob story, weren't you? No. That you had been cut off from your family, as you defined them. Yes. Yes. Were you looking for sympathy? Yes, it was a very difficult time. Yes. You thought you'd get sympathy by telling a lie, didn't you? No. Was it just a mistake? Yes. If we go through this 26-page document, we will find times and more times and more times of you out drinking with other people from the unit. Yes, won't we? Going on days out with other people from the unit? Days out? I don't know. I can't. Oh, come on. You've read it, haven't you? Where did you go with Dr. A? London. To London. How many times did you go to London with Dr. A? Once. Are you sure about that? Yes. Dr. A, who was not your boyfriend. That's right. The 8th of June 2017, is that right? What, sorry? You and Dr. A's away day in London. I don't remember the exact date. Have a look on page 18 of 26. We'll put it on the screen as well. Yes. Actually, can we just go back to the previous page, please? Scroll down, please. If we stop there, we can see all sorts of stuff here, can't we? From April, May, the beginning of June. Liz and Minna phoned Dr. A, Hertford. What's that on the 6th of May? I think it's where I met Dr. A in Hertford. Where did you meet him on the 7th of May? Cheshire Oaks. CO, Cheshire Oaks. Where did you meet him on the 26th of May? Starbucks. 2nd of June? Cheshire Oaks. Yes. And the 8th of June was your away day, wasn't it? Yes. Did you stay overnight? No. 16:14. I'm near the park next to where you are. Let me know when you're finishing up and I'll see you outside. Yes. And his response? Okay, will do. See you soon. You've missed a bit out? Okay, will do. See you soon. You've missed a bit out? He's put an emoji. Yes. What's the emoji? A heart. And your response? A smiley face and a heart. He wasn't your boyfriend. No, Dr. A's a married man. It's not a relationship at all. It's a friendship. This document, maybe we don't need to go through it page by page. It is peppered with you out socialising with lots of different people from that unit, isn't it? Yes, at times, yes. All the time, really, not just at times. You had a very, very active social life, didn't you? Yes, Yes. Can we go to page 19 of 26, please? The 28th of September 2017. 2 diary entries. What do they say on the same day? Which, sorry? The 28th of September, there are 2 diary entries which have been reproduced in this document. What do they say? London, Dr. A. How many times did you go to London with Dr. A? Once. We had to cancel this time because Dr. A had a medical appointment. But he wasn't your boyfriend. No, Dr. A is a married man. You have deliberately misled this jury about your background, haven't you? No. You have deliberately misled them about your circumstances following your suspension from that unit, haven't you? No. And you have also deliberately misled them about the circumstances of your arrest, haven't you? No. Well, just remind us about what happened when you were arrested. What do you mean? You really don't remember? You want me to describe how I was arrested? Yes, how awful it was and why it was so awful. I've already explained that once. Yes, well, it's a long time ago and I'd like you to remind us, please. They knocked at my door at 6 o'clock in the morning and they arrested me. And how were you dressed when you left the house? I think I had a nightie on and then a tracksuit bottom and top and trainers. Oh, but you told the jury you were taken away in your nightwear, in your pyjamas, I think was how you put it. Yes. You were taken away in a blue Lee Cooper leisure suit, weren't you? I don't recall exactly. I just know I had a nightie on. Do you want me to show you a video of it? No. Well, I'll ask you again. You were taken away in a blue Lee Cooper leisure suit, weren't you? Yes. On the 10th of June 2019, when you answered the door, you answered in your nightie. No, I didn't answer the door in 2019. Oh, you've got a very clear memory of this then, haven't you? Yes, I remember this through the arrests, yes. When the police came face to face with you, you had a nightie on, didn't you? In 2019? Yes. I had my pyjamas on, yes. No, you had a nightie on. Okay. Do you want to see a video? No. Do you remember having a nightie on? I can't recall specifically which night. I was in bed. Do you remember what you left the house wearing? No. I know I was able to get dressed, and I think I took a dressing gown as well. You put your blue Lee Cooper leisure suit on again, didn't you? Yes. Then you asked them to let you put your dressing gown on over the Lee Cooper leisure suit, didn't you? Yes. So you weren't taken away in your pyjamas, were you? No. And you remember this, don't you? Yes. Why did you lie to the jury about it? I don't know. You don't know. What advantage were you looking for by telling the jury that you were taken away by the police in your pyjamas? What benefit was there? Because that's what happened on the first time. That was how quickly everything happened. No. On the first time, you were taken away in your blue Lee Cooper. Do you want to watch the video? You are a very calculating woman, aren't you, Lucy Letby? No. You tell lies deliberately, don't you? No. And the reason you tell lies is to try to get sympathy from people, isn't it? No. You try to get attention from people, don't you? No. In killing these children, you got quite a lot of attention, didn't you? I didn't kill the children. And you're getting quite a lot of attention now, aren't you? On the third arrest, you left the house in a pink or salmon pink coloured Gap leisure suit, didn't you? I can't recall. Again, I don't know. You weren't in your pyjamas, were you? No. Just going to finish by asking you about some of the notes that you wrote. Can we start with image 9, please? This is a note to the children O, P and R, isn't it? Yes, the names are there. Yes. Yes. Why were you writing to the three of them? It's not set out as a formal letter. I'm writing how I felt at that time, and it was their birthday, and I've mentioned all three of them. Yes. It's slightly difficult to interpret it exactly, but what it says is, Child P. Above it says, Love is all we needed, which you've told us is a Craig David song. Then it says, Child O, P and R. Today is your birthday, but you aren't here. And I'm so sorry for that. We know that the children O and P were no longer with us. Why were you including child R in that? I've just written three names. I've also written Dr. A. But this isn't Dr. A, today is your birthday, but you aren't here, is it? No. Answer the question, please. I can't answer that. Is it because in your mind, as Dr. B perhaps anticipated, there was a terminal end in store for child R if he had stayed with you? No. Was that your objective, to kill all three? No. Was the prospect of that exciting you? Absolutely not. No. Is that why you reacted the way you did, about which we were told by Dr. B? No. If we can enlarge the following image, please. There's a lot going on in this note, isn't there? Yes. I am an awful person, you write down in the top right-hand corner, don't you? Yes. And that is true, isn't it? No, that's how I felt at that time. I was not good enough, and I must be an awful person. I'll never know what it's like to have a family, appears on this note, doesn't it? Yes. But you had done nothing wrong. No. What made you think at the time you wrote this that you would never have a family? Because despite having done nothing wrong, I was still in the position that I was in, and I could not see how that was going to end. So you had a good job? Yes. Working in the patient safety department of the Countess of Chester? Sorry? You had a good job working in the patient safety department at the Countess of Chester? Well, when you say good job, no, that wasn't a choice for me. No, it was a different job. Yes, still a good job, isn't it? Good as in enjoyable? Well, it's a secure job. Yes. It's with a very secure employer. Yes. It pays well? Not as much as my nursing, but yes. Still pays well. You had a house? Yes. You had a car? Yes. You had a boyfriend? Yes. So why would you never know what it's like to have a family? That's how I felt at that time. I could not see a future for myself. We don't need to go back through the social media stuff to show you out on the raz with your friends, do we? No. You were having a good time, weren't you? Yes, there were times in those years that I did have good times, yes. Drinking fizz, going to the races? Yes, yes. You felt like this because you knew that you had killed and grievously injured these children. No. And that is the truth, isn't it? No, it's not the truth. You are a murderer. No, I'm not. You have murdered many children. I've never murdered a child or harmed any of them. I have nothing further. Thank you.